Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good early morning.
Good early morning, Two Hands. Good to see you here. I was
I'm no longer sleeping in on Saturdays for you guys.
Good morning,
Good.
Two Hands, Laura, Monica, and Alex.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, Two Hands. Hopefully, this will be better than sleep or more valuable. I know Dale was just watching Lyle and our new guy Garth.
Yeah, still watching it.
And they ran on they were going to introduce the new nature positive laws and then
Yeah, that's enough, Dale. That was 2 hours of Garth there, and I was real glad to see you there. How's your granddaughter? How's she doing?
She's doing good. She's very talkative today.
Cool, very cool. I'm glad she's with us, Dale, because I've got Joseph from Uganda is planning to visit us this week, and that's something I want to talk about today. He runs a nonprofit in Kampala for children, educational. He's done it for over 10 years, teaching children environmental knowledge, and it's hard to fault his theory there. Why not teach the children? I'm absolutely delighted to see Monica with us. As always.
Hi, Alex. Hello, everyone.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Hello. Okay.
Hi, Robert. Hi, Dale. Hi, everyone. It's
Hi,
nice to be here.
Good to have you here with us, Monica.
It's been so long. It feels like months, but it hasn't been months. It has been a few weeks,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it's amazing how time goes, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I hope that's a rhetorical question, Robert, because I'll spend the rest of the day on that question.
I don't, Alex. Yeah.
So should we get start to why I'm aggravated? Just right away, get that out of the way.
Yeah, Alex. I think I've got an inkling.
Last week I started the space with a big speech on how we're not going to do therapy unless a professional therapist is here. Well, the hell with that, right? Let's do therapy right away. Kim has a space running opposite to ours. So that really irritated me. I remember when Sal did a space running opposite to ours, and I got really irritated. But, what can we do, man?
Perhaps they should find another time, maybe before or after, right?
Yeah, you missed the soap opera last week, Monica. So
what happened?
There was some good gossip here. Sioux, the Lakota medicine man, was the co-host. And many of our Native American peoples here, you do not tell them about how they come from Mongolia over the Bering Land Bridge. It's pretty insulting. That doesn't work out. They don't want to hear they come from Mongolia.
Oh, no.
So Eva started telling Sioux how he came over the land bridge from Mongolia. And he was trying to politely explain how his people come from the Great Plains. They've been there for 10,000 years. This led to a big hubbub. Sioux and Pup were yelling at Eva. And,
oh, no.
And yeah, and it resulted with Kim leaving the club.
Oh no, this is not nice.
Not nice. Exactly. Yeah. I spent hours on this. I listened to the recording. I thought I did a pretty good job myself. I was just trying to referee and organize this debate. And Eva, I've chatted with a lot. She is environmentalist to her core. She does the last generation. She's very progressive. She goes on the protests all around Germany. I know she's 100% dedicated. I don't doubt that for 1 second. I also have heard Native Americans many, many times complaining about the Bering Land Bridge and that they all come from Asia. They don't like that they've heard that too much. It's an excuse to kick them off their lands. You're not from here anyway. It's just one of those topics that we don't do. We don't see. There's the bigger issue of archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, ethnographers doing their work and coordinating nicely with native indigenous peoples. And that's a big topic. We talked to Dr. Hoops and Justine and Flint and others on that topic. So all that said, I think I've got it out of my system. I was just most irritated when I saw Kim doing a space opposite ours.
You should talk to each other and perhaps, agree to do different times, because you've had this time for some time, haven't you? You've allocated this time, it's been a long time you've been doing it, 4 o'clock, haven't you?
Yep.
So perhaps she could do before or after, so there's no conflict there, right?
Well, she really was my key confident co-worker in this project recently for quite a while. So Robert knows because I've started bombing him all day, with my complaints and ideas and bouncing stuff. I'm now bouncing stuff off of Robert instead of Kim. I haven't talked to her all week. She's giving me the silent treatment.
Or maybe, you just wait until things cool down a bit and then, communicate with each other. It's not worth, conflicts. We have so much going on at the moment in the world, right?
Yeah.
We must act together. Unite.
Totally right there, actually, Monica.
Right.
I'm sure, as I've said to Alex on numerous occasions already on this matter, that I'm sure that things will smooth out in the ways needed in order to form, some sort of path that we can constructively continue to walk across. Because the Climate Crisis Club is known globally. It's an integral part of Saturday, and it will continue to be an integral part of Saturday, in my mind.
Robert, Monica's too smart for us. I mean, she just solved it immediately. We do have.
Stop it. Do you know what? We all have our personal challenges, and
certainly
we have so much going on in our personal lives, and then sometimes it affects some of us and what we do and how how we deal with situations. But the best thing, the worst thing is conflicts.
Well, we don't need them, do we, Monica, to be honest with you? I mean, we're all dedicated people here within this space, and everyone else who works with us.
Yeah, Robert, we're not going to do the big Robert speech quite yet.
No, I wasn't going to give a big speech, Alex. In all honesty,
you got to welcome Zara here, Robert. You got to welcome Zara. We so enjoy hearing from her.
Certainly do, Alex. Yeah, there's no question. I'm delighted Monica's with us. She's an integral part of the Brazil correspondence.
But the issue here is welcoming Zara. We just delighted.
Thank you.
Hi.
I'm just gonna hop on.
Hi, Zara. Good to see you.
Good to hear you, Robert. How is everybody? I love this space and I love it. Do you know what, Robert? Your whole speech about kindness, really, it kept me going for a whole week.
Really?
So I love you.
Great. Thank you so much for saying it.
I love it when you go into it's just like even the simplest of things can make a difference in somebody's life. It could just be something so small that makes a difference. And for me, I absolutely loved your speech because sometimes I feel like the world can be very draining, and especially recently there is just so much negativity out there. So it's good to get as much positivity as you can, and you're one of those people. And absolutely climate change is a huge topic for us, those of us that do care about the planet. It really frustrates me when I see people who just don't care about the planet. It really annoys me. People that just don't realize the importance of nature, that don't realize the importance of the open spaces in busy places. We need trees, we need them, we need nature. We don't need money, we need nature more than money. So I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara. That was very kind words towards me there, and deeply appreciated. I just want you to know, and we are absolutely delighted here to have you with us. We hope that you'll be with us on this constant evolving journey within the Climate Crisis Club, because every single day we continue to grow, and we have some wonderful minds and some wonderful people here. So it's all good. We're just, I think, probably waiting to see more hands, but we have Julian, we have Lara, we have Dale, we have Morton with us, I think. We have Wilson, Mary, Chrissy, Monica, and if there's anyone else I've missed, I'm
The
truly
safety
indeed.
guy, man. We got the safety guy, honoree 2024 UK Environment 100. So the safety guy is with us 100% for sure. Morton is actually me. That's my alternate account there. So Morton isn't a real person.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry about that. I did. Well, that was my,
Yeah,
that was
I
my.
think, Robert, the idea that you inspired Zara for an entire week, cheered her up for a whole week, is just excellent work. That's what we're talking about here. So good job to you. You get a few points. We are going to put you in some serious training now as a Spaces co-host. I've got 3 votes as the best Spaces host. I'm very proud of this. So I'm working. I've accepted this as my career at this point. Zara is back with us. Go right ahead, Zara.
Alex, I was going to ask you actually, because I live in a place called Forest Gate, and it's surrounded by parks, and we have a forest near us as well. And I love to go through the forest, and there's this massive tree. It literally calls me. It's just a huge, gigantic tree. It's beautiful. But I wanted to know, how comes you're not putting pictures of your walk anymore? You used to put up the most beautiful pictures of the forest near you. So I would like that back, please, if you don't mind. So you've got some homework to do, Alex.
If there's one thing I don't like in this life is homework. But yeah, I do live in the state park here in the woods. And yeah, sometimes I'll put photos up of the woods. I usually don't take a device with me. That's part of disconnecting. But I will work on that.
Take a picture of the creek.
Take a picture of the creek. We go by the little creek every day. So it is the northeastern North American woodlands here, maples and oaks, and we're close to the ocean, so we're actually on sand dune. It's soil on top of sand dunes. And then I'm looking at Forest Gate, and what you say is so sensible. Every day, or almost every day, to get out there and just be with nature a little bit, as homework, as this life. We're not all Native Americans. Julian is indigenous. Wilson is somewhat indigenous, but we're not we're not Lakota, that's for sure, that I know of. Chrissy is somewhat indigenous for sure, Prima, and for the rest of us whose ancestors have immigrated here and there, sometimes we forget to connect with nature. I walk the dog. I have an excuse to get out there. I'm across the street from the woods. And Zara's got her favorite tree. Wilson is with us, a millennial from Arizona, with a really good mind, Wilson. I hope it's going well for you. I don't know what you want to talk about, buddy. The floor is yours.
Hey,
good morning.
Hey, morning, Alex. Robert, everybody. It's been a while. Yeah, I've actually been quite busy on this side here. I picked up a new job, and that's been taking up like majority of my time. And then of course there's still school. With everybody talking about homework, I actually have like double the amount of homework right now. So that's a big that's really what I'm going to be working on today. So I don't have a lot of time here. I really just wanted to kind of step in and see how everybody's doing, because I've really missed like everyone and this space, especially with everything that's been happening in the news lately. I've still been keeping up on that. But you know, it's a huge contrast to be part of a community that really cares about people. It's really compassionate people because they care about stuff. And I'll tell you this: like living in Arizona, I meet a lot of people who just don't give just don't they don't care about anything, man. Or if they do care about something, it's strictly because it somehow benefits them in some way. It's really like, I mean, for me, living in the desert is kind of a harsh place, but I've been growing and developing a lot since I've been away, and I feel like I've met a lot of people lately who have been developing in very interesting ways, and very different ways that they expected. So it's really interesting. I think it's a really interesting year. I know politically it sucks. I'm really upset about a lot of things that have come out of the White House lately, especially on the environmentalism side, because those are huge step backwards every time. And I feel like in the environmental world right now, we need to just keep taking care of each other and keep taking action, because if we don't keep up this stuff, then because of this year, it doesn't look good for environmentalism on a whole. So I know it's tough, but I really do hope that everyone's been hanging in there. And if I feel like for me, this is a safe space. So like, I feel like this is a good place to come if you're ever feeling lacking on the environmentalism side. And as for me, I just, you know what? Yeah, like I can't help it, right? I see you guys as my friends, right? So, I got to check in every now and again and see how you guys are doing.
Thanks,
Right on,
Wilson.
right on. Wilson, you co-hosted this space 23 times, putting you in 4th place right now. You get it. You get a lot of what we're doing here. I know you have a deep history since your childhood with digital community. And I know you're really good at psychology. I'm trying to get somewhere that I forgot and didn't write down, and I won't get there. But all good, Wilson, every time. You're always one of us. Monica, go right ahead.
Yes, I have to agree with Wilson on every single way. And also, I just wanted to point out, it's Carnival in Brazil this week, right? You know that. Yes,
Yeah,
and
I did my Brazil news search, sure.
yes, everyone is just partying at the moment for 5 days. The country is at a standstill. But it's a lot of things happening. I know it's nothing to do with climate, but something really upsetting because of the carnival. Pensioners in Brazil are usually paid by the 5th of the month. So what the government has done, they have postponed payment to pensioners in Brazil, and they won't pay them until the 12th of the month, which is a tragedy. So everything is focused on partying, and they forget their problems, which is a good thing. But on the other hand, is one distraction after another. And lately, this is something else that's happened. Someone approached me on LinkedIn saying, "Oh, Monica, you criticizing the government very much. All your articles are criticism against Lula. You shouldn't be doing this. You should be focusing on the good things." Yeah, sure. But the thing is, we have to criticize all the wrongdoings, regardless of the government. Yes, there is a fine line there, Alex, and everyone, that we should be careful, because we cannot allow the doors to open for to the far right movement in Brazil and for the Bolsonaristas to come back into power. This is absolutely true, but we should not stop criticizing the wrongdoings of our governments. I think that's very important. And then I'll just continue later on with all the latest developments, about Brazil and COP30. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's no doubt that in the early days, Oliver and I tried really hard to study South America a bit, and it took us a long time to find some people to chat with about South America. And when Monica's here, we just arbitrarily, it's Brazil. Brazil is a topic. And that's a good format. That works for us. It's just Brazil is that important to environmentalists globally. The Amazon River has the world's largest outflow. 26% of all the fresh water from rivers in the world pours out of the Amazon. 1/4 of all the fresh water in rivers is in one river. So the rainforest, the whole story, Brazil is extremely important. So I'm glad we have this format. When Monica's around, we're talking Brazil. Zara, I love parks. I'm surrounded by a park right here. I grew up next to Central Park. Parks are an excellent topic. And I actually want to hear more about your tree that you go and visit often.
Alex, oh my God. One of the things that I say is you can't take the girl of wherever she's born. And I'm born in the countryside in Somaliland. And from a young age, I used to forage, and I'd always be in the forest and in the greens, and I've always been like that. I never lost it. Being in London, I actually find it I talk to trees, and I talk to the water, and I talk to every bit of nature, because nature is living, and it listens to you, and it hears your concerns. So I'm actually that connected to nature. And then it was only a few years ago I found out that we are actually farmers. We've been farmers for centuries. That runs in my family's DNA. So it's only normal for me to connect to nature to that extent. But I absolutely love nature, and I adore nature. But what I was going to say is, Wilson, you really touched on an important point, and I think the lack of care from people when it comes to climate change, it upsets me as well, because people care more about crime. Someone can rob your house and they'll take maybe a bit of gold, a telly, a few possessions that you have. But if you do have a flood or a fire, you lose literally everything. So think about the extent of damage that climate change can do. Nature is extremely powerful, and it deserves our respect, and people need to really understand that we need to respect nature, because it is extremely powerful, and if we don't respect it, we lose everything, and that includes our life, includes our health, includes every single thing that we've hoarded through our lives, whether it's a phone, a laptop, your home, whatever. You will lose it if you don't respect nature. And I think people need to understand the how colossal the power of nature is. And I wanted to just say thank you, Alex, because some of us, including me, I come here and I talk on this topic from time to time. But, we are on Climate Crisis Club 118, and you've hosted every single one. So I want to just say that you're really appreciated. And thank you for all the hard work that you do. Thank you, Alex. I'll end it there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. A slight correction. I've hosted 117. Wilson here hosted the other one. But thank you so much. A little positive feedback, a little appreciation really goes a long, long way. Zara did run for the Green Party over there for MP. Running for the Green Party, that shows dedication, understanding politics, having a good, clear voice, having point of view, having policies, Somaliland, and the neurodiversity issue that in my life here in spaces overlaps more and more. Jennifer, I don't know, Zara, if you've hooked up with Jennifer Tidd. She's a neurodiversity activist in the Washington, D.C. area. She goes to the Capitol building, goes to D.C., she has a megaphone, she puts up signs. She's fighting for the rights of the American neurodiverse. So I butt heads with Jennifer sometime, but I really respect her work as a neurodiversity activist, and we have a very good working relationship. And I learn a lot from her. I'm trying to find that seam of intersection with neurodiversity and environment. Law Sue isn't here, but he says that the neurodiverse are touched by the Creator, his Lakota wisdom. And the Somaliland is still close to my heart, and I remember that issue in the midst of the thousands of other issues. We all want to see Somaliland have their own country. It's right. It's the right thing to do. And Wilson has more to add to it all. Wilson, it's early in the morning, man. You got some coffee going?
Oh yeah, actually, I just had my first cup of coffee, and I just spilled water all over the floor, so that totally distracted me, and I completely lost a lot of the things I was gonna say here. If I, yeah, like, I've been having to practice a lot of communication related things for work. I think right now my work is actually just perfect for me to develop my communication skills. So there here in the spaces, there's always a lot of things to talk about, a lot of subjects that people go over. um I want to say that okay, so one of the things that I wanted to say is I'm definitely a supporter for like partying for multiple days. I mean, Hawaii had 6 months of peace and 6 months of war, right? And I fully support, I fully support celebration. And I don't think it's I don't always go to like celebrations because I want to forget my problems or to avoid them. A lot of the times I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna go to this event because I'm just trying to struggle to survive here, and I need a few days of happiness, right? I fully support criticizing your government, and I fully support criticizing your government in intelligent ways. It's mostly because, like, I mean, for me, I feel like government is something that's always, it could always be improved on. I just wish, like, I mean, in the times we lived in, it's different, but I do wish that we had a better system for, addressing concerns and issues, and receiving feedback within the government. So I really wish things weren't as crazy and as hectic as it is today. Because I trust me, actually at my job, I hear about it every day. There is a lot of people out there who are scared, afraid, uneasy, worried. There's a lot of things, especially here in America, but of course it's a fear that's spread around the world, right? I mean, I have to be frank. When Trump got elected, it was something bolstering for a lot of those ultra right wing. And when I say right wing, I'm being nice. I'm talking about the crazy parties out there in the world trying to, gain and amass power. Okay, I'm pretty sure that in every country there's at least one party that everybody's like, you know. So I fully support criticizing your government, and you know what, I honestly, I do it myself every day. Here in America, I do, I have to appreciate the fact that we have the freedom to do that. But in terms of being one of those, questioning people, I have to question how long we're going to be able to actually continue to have that ability to fully criticize our own government. But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I've been planning a lot of things. I think for me, I think setting goals this year is very important. Setting goals and achieving goals is going to be very important this year. And I honestly have a lot of plans just for my own personal business, to see. I don't know if everybody knew, but I was a radio station owner, right? And so, like, I'd like to actually continue to expand on that and bring that back into the light. So pretty soon, maybe, and it's not a maybe thing. Like, I've already, started making the plans, started scheduling the dates, right? So, it's a thing. The radio will be back. It will be a lot better than before. And, to be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to expanding the radio, adding another station, and having it set for just like environmental and environmental and actually really just activism in general. And that's something that's on my playbook. So, truth be told, I don't see all that happening until maybe the end of this year. But you know what? You got to make the steps there. And as the famous quote goes, it's one step at a time, man.
Absolutely, there, Wilson. I do hope that we get this space on your station when the day comes. That's would be cool. I like that a lot of people are listening who wouldn't listen on Twitter. Go right, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Alex, it's definitely in the plans to happen. I would love. I think my first radio station is going to be dedicated solely to music, and then the second radio station, I definitely would not mind, like, just giving you the reins and seeing what pops out of it.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, man.
And so I'm also looking to expand. Just before the radio closed down, I figured out how to actually set it so it didn't I don't know the word for it, but it didn't block people based upon their certain countries. So actually, the range of the radio, I could expand it. But so that's another one of those, because I know we had that issue before where certain countries just were not able to pick that up, and that always sucked when a listener couldn't listen in. So
all good, man. Live sound encourages listening. One of our major problems in the modern life here in the global north, particularly, people don't listen. As a matter of fact, Sue and Debbie go on and on about listening, and I think this format here encourages people to use their ears, and just skip that visual image of all that stuff we're supposed to buy all the time. That will make us happy.
No, Alex, I don't want to take up too much time because I definitely see Monica with her hand up here. But I do have to say, right, it's very helpful for that listening aspect to use the hands. So I very, very well support, that system. And so, like, I'll be honest, I know some people have a lot of trouble. I hear that argument all the time. Oh, it's like you're having a real conversation. People are just going to interrupt you. No, you know what? It gets way too chaotic and hectic on spaces when everyone's just trying to interrupt each other. And people have some crazy attitudes where they make power plays and try to, totally dominate a conversation all the time. So, like, I totally fully support the way that you run your club, Alex.
Thanks. Well, I'm very proud of it. I put a lot of work in this. And the hands issue, if it's too chaotic, we go to hands. Some people are more comfortable with hands, but like Monica here is extremely polite. But I also enjoy the free for all sometimes. It's free form, fluid flowing with the people at hand. Pup could just interrupt us right now. It'd be no problem, right?
I could.
Yeah, Nick has his unique style. So it's free form, Wilson, with how it's going in the moment, who's present. It's at the host and co-host discretion.
Well, I mean, I would just jump in. I would totally call it I would say the most effective approach would be a hybrid approach there, right? And so it's just all about managing how strong either side is.
Exactly. And if the wheels fell off the cart last week, Robert and I, sometimes when you're the host and the wheels are falling off the cart, one of the problems is you're sort of stunned. You don't understand when the Lakota native is having words with the extreme environmental activists from Germany. Robert and I are sitting here not sure what's going on, and then we get criticized for not interacting in the moment when we don't understand what's happening. These are highly complex situations, and we get criticized by people who haven't done this job. So we're doing the best we can in the moment with what we have. And I do want to hear from Monica. Yeah.
Hi. Yes, I just wanted to add, following Wilson's thoughts and views about celebrations. I'm not at all against any celebrations. It's just what goes behind celebrations. And I'm going to try to explain. Brazil stops at a standstill. The country stops for 5 days, for a week. And then everything, all the problems, the issues go away, and this huge distraction, system that they have, and then it comes football, and then it comes something else, and then the media just shows what they want to show and portray Brazil in a different way. All the politics, all the issues, all the laws, the bills being passed. None of this is talked about. So it's not the actual celebration, but it is the intent, is what goes behind it, and how much it goes. I'm just trying to explain that is not the celebration itself. So I completely agree. We do need celebration, and the carnival in Brazil is a way of expressing yourself, is a way of protest. It's very, very effective. But then there's the other side. People who go and participate in the carnival, they work on their costumes the whole entire year, and these people don't even have struggles to eat. With what they're struggling basically to survive. So this is so complex. Trying to understand what all these celebration involves, and it's used as a distraction tool. And this is my thoughts anyway, my views about it.
There's no doubt that we need to celebrate sometimes in our life. We need to have some fun sometimes, to get that correct balance. That we can't be discussing doom and gloom ecology all day and night every day. That's not healthy. We have to have some laughs. We have to have some fun some of the time. And of course, the Brazilian Carnival is simply legendary, a great world event. That said, we can't party all day, every day, all year. This human life has to have types of balances to it, biologically even. Matter of fact, it's that biological imbalance that we're here to talk about. Why have we lost half the trees? Why do they run over 20,000 and kill 20,000 whales a year? That's our main topic here, environmentalism. That philosophy. When we hear from Debbie and she tells us about Mother Earth, why are so many people treating Mother Earth so badly? Those are our central topics. In due time, Robert will deliver our address and give us his thoughts on all of this, as he's so expert at doing. I've talked about my psychological irritations. Monica's telling us about the carnival in Brazil. Zara, from her vantage point in London, and Wilson with his Wilsonness, millennial life. I don't know, man.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, what's
Can I
up?
pop in here?
Definitely, man. Go right ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say God is good.
God is good. Yeah.
Okay, so we've had hell at our front door for so long here in the United States right now. And if anyone doesn't see what's happening, I urge you to read Revelations. urge you to read Revelations. I really do.
Oh, we got Dale here. He's read it.
Please do.
I've been to Patmos, where the island where that book was written. I've been to the monastery of St. John on Patmos.
Because it's happening. And it is the scariest damn thing you can ever see when you actually see it for yourself. But just know God is good and he's coming.
Well,
It's amazing.
the one thing I advise you, Nick, is don't try to convert lost Sioux to Christianity. That's
I know.
That's just doomed for failure. Kind of a waste of time, really. I'm glad to hear from you. Kentucky has had more storms and weather and dead people.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, but God is good.
Well, I do see that Kentucky basketball is number 17, so that's something. That hell at the front door, that's never much fun. But we've got a good group of people here. We've got a really good group of people to meet that hell at the front door with. And that's what it's.
I'm ready to meet that hell at the front door anytime.
Right on, man. What'd you think of Zelensky yesterday?
What did you think of him?
I thought he was awesome, man. I thought he was.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, so Trump's over here. He's over here like, okay. I'm not putting up with his crap. And I'm like, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we putting up with his crap? Why are we putting up with Trump's crap?
Excellent question.
Yeah. But the Zelensky, man, he's a warrior. He's fighting for the survival of his people.
He is.
Yeah.
I truly believe this is going to get to the point where somebody that has nuclear weapons is just going to have to tell Trump, if you really want to know how this world works, fight me on the beaches.
I tell you, man, Nick, I wouldn't fight Ukrainians or Canadians or Lakota people either. I've learned that much so far. Those are three groups of people I wouldn't even try to fight.
Canada, I'm pretty sure in World War, what was it? They committed war crimes, didn't they? And they got away with it.
Who did?
Canadians, right?
The Canadians. Well, again,
they are not to be messed with.
They are not to be messed with. Exactly. Some people are not to be messed with in this life. It's not very complicated. Just treat them with some respect and don't mess with them, and you'll do fine.
Trump doesn't understand that.
No, he doesn't. And he'll pay the price in due time. But environmentalism, man, it all goes together. Politics, economics, culture. We're talking the Brazilian carnival. I don't know about you guys, but I love a good party. I would be so happy in Rio de Janeiro or somewhere like that today, hanging out with everybody. I can't drink anymore. Me and Lost are in AA, but Julian too, Primo. But still, I would really enjoy it. Who's our guy, Yao? The guy from Los Angeles who loves Brazil. I'm sure he's right down there having a good time.
Alex, the best, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the best carnival is not the one in Rio, the big one. It's actually it's in the streets, it's across little streets in Brazil. It's the best ever.
What do you do at those carnivals? Like, what do you do? Like, because I know we have carnivals here, and we have rides and stuff there's food, there's stuff like that.
No, it's the drums. That's always I'm saying. Nice. It's the drums.
Excellent. I'm really good at that local thing, like going right to a place and finding the locals and finding out what's happening there, ignoring all the popular stuff and the commercial stuff and the hoopla. Like when you go to a place, find the locals. Find out what's going on there. So we got all these hands here. Let Wilson go right ahead.
Oh, well, you got me while I'm eating.
What are you having, man?
But
Tell us what you're having.
These are leftovers from last night. These are fire roasted pepper sausages.
Nice.
They actually have a pretty good bite to them. A nice heat to them. I'll have to buy them again. It was the first time I ever bought them.
Well, a little heat
You know,
will wake you up, right? It like coffee, get you going, get the brain going.
Yeah, I was planning on having some eggs with this actually, but my doctor said actually I just recently got my labs. My cholesterol's too high, so I got to avoid eggs for a little while.
Definitely, man. Aren't they $10 a dozen anyway?
Oh my gosh, I mean, see, that's a crazy thing, right? It's been 1 month, right? Well, we're coming up to the end of this 2 months. It's been 2 months, right? The prices just continue to rise, right? I'm paying more in tax return.
Isn't that with like everything right now?
Yeah, that's what, like everything. House, the rental prices up. My tuition went up. Freaking my federal tax payments went up. My state tax payments went up. Right. Gas has gone up. Everything's literally on uptick, and my fucking paycheck is down. I'm paying and I'm so sorry about the language, but I'm paying an additional $250. It took 2 weeks, right? Like just 2 weeks for this change of I'm paying $250. Now I'm paying $500 worth of taxes in every freaking paycheck. And because Trump's in office, I'm telling you right now, I shouldn't be telling you this stuff. You didn't hear this stuff from me. But everybody's calling in right now about their social security, about fucking, about like tax returns, about everything federal, right? And I'm just like, hey, there might be a reason why all that stuff is delayed. I can't tell people this, but yeah, there's might be a reason that all your federal stuff is being delayed right now.
Yeah, because he's got our gold vault trying to look inside of our gold vault right now.
Yeah. And they're trying to claim that they're just getting fraud payments, right? That they're just trying to be more efficient. Yeah, complete and utter BS.
It
if
is.
You seriously buy that stuff?
I want to pop in here. I'm not joking. I found out something. You might want to hear about this. So Elon is actually targeting these divisions that are actually investigating him. It's all due to him being investigated. He's not.
Mhm.
This isn't like randomness. He's literally planned this out, and he is literally destroying the divisions that are already investigating him. I literally found out that he has killed over 1,200 animals due to his Neuralink, and he's trying to destroy the government department that was investigating him for that.
And what did we say, man, from the beginning of this? Of like,
and he's doing it to other in departments too. It's like, okay, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like from the beginning of this is like, we told you that's exactly what they were gonna do, and look, they're doing it right now in front of everybody's faces. And I've been reading the news reports, and I've been seeing, of course, a lot of right-wing news come out, but I've also been seeing a ton of news reports where it's like, yeah, you know what? We've just been reporting to everybody about the lies that Donald Trump and his whole fucking cabinet essentially tells. And, people for some reason still believe these guys. It's insane. I cannot believe that at least 50% of America want to believe in a fantasy land over somebody who's going to totally take advantage of you. I'm just like, what?
That's the way it is, Wilson. We got to believe it, and we got to find some path to improve America environmentally, even through that White House, working with the whole rest of the world, working with the Mexicans, the English, the Canadians, the people in India, Australians, everyone, right, all across Africa. We've got to find that path. We've got to accept this reality and find that environmental path, because by 2029, the world's going to be in a big, big, big environmental mess. So
Oh yeah.
we got to
What
believe it's real and keep going.
What?
Yeah.
Alex, what happens if Americans go to the streets and start protesting? What do you think the outcome will be?
I think as our weather gets warmer here in the spring, moving forward, March, April, May, you are going to have a lot of communities hitting these American streets. As yesterday's event with Zelensky, there are going to be more and more of these events. I think the people will. You've got to be really desperate to get out in the streets. You don't just, especially
Violence. Do you think there will be violence? There could be
I'll
violence.
get to that question, but to get out in the streets and protest, especially if you're over 35, if you're over 45, you really don't even want to go out and protest. So you've got to be really desperate to get out there. If you're 20, when I was 20, it was a good time. It was like a party. It was like a carnival to go to a protest. But people are going to get more and more desperate. Our weather is going to get better. There are going to be events. The American police will shoot another young black man soon enough. There are going to be events. And I do think we're going to see a hell of a lot of protests out in the street. We already have violence, Mike, in this country. We got 44 murders a day. We've got 40,000 gun deaths a year in this country. We already have violence. I see with a couple of more protests, a couple more violence and protests. When the police start hitting the protests, I don't see that makes much difference at this point, in my view. But again, that's just my view. And then it's so hard to forecast the future when Trump is so erratic and he's leading the conservative party in the United States. So it's next to impossible to forecast what's going to happen next week in our country, politically on the federal level. It's next to impossible to forecast next week what the issues are going to be. But I do think we're going to see huge protests by this summer. But again, it depends on events. It depends on strategies and tactics, mood. And the whole principle, Nick and Oliver and I, for over 2 years, have been here doing this, and we have principles. Robert and Pup Wilson joined us along the way, all the rest of you. We want the regularity of this speech, of this conversation here, regardless of these events. If they're climatic disasters, if they're biosphere collapses, if they're geopolitical collapses, wars and famines and the issues, we want to keep the continuity of this conversation to help people through this. Though last week I gave a big speech about how this is not a group therapy session, to keep those speeches down on people's traumas in the past and their current anxieties and worry. This is focus on environment, ecology, climate, to be clear. We've had problems with too much trauma downloading, and the hosts, we've all been trying to discuss this out. Dr. Mike really likes the counseling approach, and he wants to do things that way. I don't want to do things that way in this space. Over the years, I've seen it derail us and defragment us too many times. I do chat with Martha. I do want her to come here and actually hold counseling times where that is the focus for all of us. So enough of my nonsense and news. We have Laura and Ben is here. Ben is here. Laura, go right ahead. 2 hands.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On the topic, Alex, of trying to shift the space out of trauma downloading, we talked a little bit in chat about this, about sharing our wins. And I just wanted to, my doctor, I have an amazing unicorn doctor who is supporting me through, I've been through lots of traumas, and he's, treating for CPTSD. He opens each session with, so I'm not talking about toxic positivity or things for promoting your ego or anything like that. But we start each, he's like, tell me the win, or, tell me the good stuff first. And we're all, and it doesn't matter like how small it is, but it does just help to open with that before, because we're all individual humans here. We're all this is we're in the middle of a crisis. It's like literally a war against nature and humanity, our survival altogether. But I want to hear, when an individual comes up, I want to also support them, and like, what was your win today or this week, and so that we can pay attention and notice these things. I'm just offering as a suggestion, before we go into you go into your important hot topic. It could be, today a new animal showed up on my property or something, and it was beautiful. Or it actually doesn't really matter. It's more that we just notice and start with a little bit of that, and we can all cheer each other on and get like a little bit of strength that like there is a win somewhere every day while the house is on fire. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. And Monica's telling us about the Brazilian carnival season, before Lent here.
Yeah, but I mean a personal, because
I was getting to that.
is
Yeah.
individual humans, right?
Yeah.
So it's my personal, but that could be her. That doesn't it? But it, a personal thing.
Absolutely.
I could say here. I had an appointment with my doctor yesterday, and as soon as I got on the screen, he looked at me and he's like, "What happened? You look better.
Yeah.
What's going on?" And I said, "I've found some community that is so important to me, and it's helping me. So I can come here and say like, hey, you guys, you're improving my health. You're helping me,
Yep.
get up a little bit earlier in the morning and do a couple more things. And it's my goal to be a helper, and this community is helping me so much to the point that it's visibly noticeable to my care team."
And that's just excellent news. And the next step, Two Hands, is when you start helping the others around here who need some help. Some of these people here are not feeling well, having really crappy days, right? Have their issues. When you start helping some of these people here, that's the continuation. That's does that make sense?
Yeah, so I mean, we could say like, before you bring your hot top, share your win, okay, and it,
Yeah.
And then we can, the emojis can go up. You change your body chemistry just for a moment. Everybody's body chemistry in the room, and we have to notice. We have to notice and pay attention to these small little win,
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter how small it is. So that's all I wanted
Absolutely.
to say.
And let's give a shout out, Two Hands, to Viking Twitter, because it's just a small community, Scandinavian Twitter, and a very important one. The Greek culture does take the small victories are a big part of Greek culture, of that taverna cafe society of Greek life, the small celebration. And Lent Easter is the biggest day of the year in Greece. So this carnival thing of a little bit of a celebration of life before the serious business of Lent in Brazil. And we're talking that some today. We have Benazir here too. I don't know, Benazir, your takes on environmentalism? Yeah, hi.
Actually, I want to say, the carnival season in Germany is called Fasching. But anyway, I wanted to say my youngest daughter, my father, no, not my dad, my my husband and I did economic blackout yesterday. So so anyway, it's just like all three of us did economic blackout yesterday because we're protesting about, them excluding the DEI process and everything. So we boycotted Amazon, Walmart, Target, uh, and Best Buy and other big box retailers for that day. And I told my husband, I said, look, you sit there and go get you gas before um, this happens. Don't do it on the day um, because it's just like of because you're defeating the purpose. So, but anyway, Wilson, I like spicy food too, and I also curse too. So, what a winner, huh? Alex, actually, in a tweet, I was, because about the Amazon rainforest and everything else like that. I was concerned, and I tweeted to you about the burning and everything, which really made me upset and everything, because it kills a lot of our oxygen levels here on Earth and everything. And I was also worried about the indigenous people down there, who actually make the Amazon their home and everything. And it's just like, and how did I mean, if did this particular part of the Amazon, did it bounce back and everything else like that? And another thing I was saying, I know you're aware, but in Pakistan, where my husband is from, in the cars, they do not use the petrol like they did before. Majority of the times they use CNG, and the CNG is also very bad for the environment, and it destroys the ozone layer. And it's just like actually, Alex, you sit there, you sent me a link, and thanks, I looked at it and everything else like that, and I didn't know it was compressed methane until you sit there and brought it to my attention. But it's just like one thing. All I just knew was just CNG, and but I mean,
Yeah.
but it's just, but there has to be like a safer type of fuel and everything else like that.
Sure. We've discussed that infinitely, solar and wind to start with.
Because I think Willie Nelson was talking about a fuel alternative for automobiles made out of corn or something. Because I've seen
It looks pretty obvious that the future automobiles will be electric. That seems to be the consensus. Say 15 years down the line, all the cars will be electric.
I wouldn't be surprised because it's just like because Biden, when he was president and everything else like that, was pushing for electric cars.
Yeah, you've
and
got
everything
six
else.
states. You've got 6 states that in 2035, all cars will be electric, including Massachusetts and California. So electric cars are the plan right now.
I mean, and it's just like, well, this is just like, one thing I was really upset yesterday, and this is just like, and when I get upset, I can't sleep, and
Out of sleep. Rule one is sleep. Yeah. Sleep is just critical. That's the first thing we all have to do. Sleep 7-8 hours a night, like, any way you can. That comes before anything else. You can't be effective as an activist. You can't be effective making change in this world if you don't get proper sleep.
And exactly. And I need, it's just like, I mean, it's just like the thing is that my sugar level's been going up and down like a yo-yo because this stupid orange piece of shit got me stressed
I hear
out.
you. And again, I don't want to get in this space too much in the psychological zone. And politics, again, this is not a U.S. politics space. Dr. Mike's a real expert at that. I've said this in this space for 2 years. This is a global environmental space, and that's our discussion here, particularly Brazil today, because Monica's with us. That's the way we want to see the conversation
And
go.
I mean, it's just like one thing I was just wondering how if the how the Amazon is bouncing back and everything else like that.
Yeah, well, we have Monica here today, who's literally an expert in Brazilian environmentalism. She's from Brazil. She writes on Brazilian environmentalism. So that is our actual topic today.
Okay, super.
Go ahead, Monica. Sure.
No, please let Mary and Oliver speak because they've been waiting for some time. I can wait.
Okay, absolutely. Mary,
Thank you.
welcome. Good to see you here. How's it going? What's happening? How are you?
Oh, it's good afternoon, Alex. I've been in your spaces before and I talked to Sue before and others. I just wanted to say that I think I kind of am all over the place. Like I want to get everything at one time. That's just my personality. But I have always been conscious. Like if it can't go in the trash, don't throw it in if it doesn't need to go in the trash, don't throw it into trash. I'm not a wife and mother that just throws things out to end up in someone else's backyard. And I think that's the thing that people need. Like, I would just like a 365 days where everyone is responsible for their own trash. You don't have the trash truck coming and taking your stuff away. What would you do with it? How would you conserve? How would you preserve? What would you do with those leftover? Like, I save bottle caps. I want, now that I'm semi retired, I have to go back to work a little bit. I want to sit down and I want to show children, take the bottle caps and do something with them. Like, and I also think that I will possibly be a Joan of Arc, who I've always been. I was born this way. I heard it when I was a teen. I used to go to Indian powwows in Pennsylvania. I was raised in Philadelphia. And I forget the tribe, came down from Canada, and I looked into this young man's eyes. I'm going to try not to get emotional. I had my two sons with me. They were so intrigued. Like, here's the thing, people don't realize how much people are struggling. They don't see it on the news. And if they don't watch PBS and documentaries, what do they know about the struggles of the American people? So we just get shoved with the same um, political agendas. That's the right word. Whatever it is they're trying to beat on people's heads.
Right. Again, Mary, this is not a U.S. political space. We're doing
Okay, but
global
wait,
environmentalism here. Yeah.
I was in the first Earth Day in Belmont Plateau. And the thing is that people around the world don't realize that it begins at home. And I believe that we should teach children. So I guess the more I come to your space, you will help me to keep that in the forefront of my mind and teach the children not to be extravagant with things that you can't disintegrate and put back. And I'm a vegetable gardener. I've seen how the animals react to these horrific changes in weather. They don't know if they're supposed to go south or come back. I've seen it trying to out in March when I start my vegetable garden. So, this is a very important, it's imperative to the humanity to get smart. I'll blame my mic. Thank you for the time and everything that you're doing. I just wish that people would wake the heck up. Thank you. I'm not young. Marvin Gaye sang it in the 70s, early 70s.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the ecology song. I mean, probably my number one favorite environmental track, Marvin Gaye, without a doubt. Thank you, Mary. The teaching the children. So Joseph Masembe, Joseph has the nonprofit in Uganda, and he's been doing it for over 10 years. He teaches the children there in Kampala about environmentalism, starting at a young age. Just get them right on environmental concepts, the philosophy of environmentalism. And I got to say, I can't find a hole in Joseph's logic, teaching the children these basic concepts. We speak with many, and many of us are indigenous here. In much of the indigenous world, these environmental concepts, the children just learn these concepts from day one of their lives, from the very beginning. So teaching the children, without a doubt, is a very strong solution for all our issues. As an activist, though, I want work today. I want to see what we can do today. I can't wait 20 years for the children to grow up. No doubt 20 years from now, when the children do grow up, they're going to be doing excellent work in 2045. But as an activist, we're very wary of long-termism. Solutions, 2045, 2065, everything's going to be great. So that's why I hold this space personally, and many of the others here. I enjoy hearing all these voices and all these viewpoints and all these ideas. That's the concept. I know a lot of Americans are really upset about U.S. politics, as I am. But again, Mike has his 4 spaces all week on this issue. Dee has her space on Spoutable. Eugene's still going on Fan Base with his space. There are lots of places to talk U.S. politics. This here is all 193 nations. Global environmentalism, including the United Kingdom, the world's leader in soft power. The United Kingdom is known for having the most soft power. That's not military power, not economic power, but some kind of power of influence, Oliver, you guys are really, really strong at.
Well, I don't know, a little bit, yeah.
You can't help it. You just do it. You've got to do it.
It may be, it may be partly a colonial thing, ex-colonial,
post-colonial,
by putting,
I believe,
or post, yeah,
you're going to get.
but I'm not very keen. I'm not very keen on that.
We're going to be
when I hear about
with the tribe soon.
Exactly. When I hear what you say about, can you not hear me?
I hear you
about Joseph. When you're talking about Joseph, I mean that is a very direct link with Britain. And Joseph, remind me, is in Uganda or Kenya?
Uganda, all right.
Well, both of them, frankly, with the horrors that went with it too. I have to add, especially in Kenya. But at least Joseph, in a way, they've picked up some tips. And one of the big things is the teaching thing, and teaching kids from an early age. I wouldn't say necessarily it's a long-term thing, because the kids' strikes, for example. I went along to the kids' strikes, and there were 6, 7-year-olds there yelling. I mean, really yelling. It was tantamount to, I felt like I was, I was quite shamed by it in many ways, but at the same time, I was full of admiration because they were giving it everything, and it wasn't kind of like tame activism. They were really belting it out from flat top, from what do you call them? Lorry. Flat tops, what do you call them? The trailers, from the trailers. And it was awesome to see. Now, these are kids who, through their own networks, this would have been in England, and it would have been happening in Germany, America, Sweden, all over the place. They had taught each other how to do this, and they were doing it. To be honest, they were doing it much better than the adults. They really were. It was quite astonishing. So there you go. Yes. Leftovers from a past time full of horror and full of some progress can make a difference sometimes, strange as it may seem. But I didn't want to get stuck on that. The trouble is, I've got like a couple of things to mention. One is to Benazir, which is she's talking about gas in the car. To be honest, you might as well go that way, the CNG, because if it's something like hydrogen, I think about 85 to 90% of hydrogen is made by steam reformation method, which is basically burning methane. So there's no real difference in it. If people spout hydrogen at you, it's mostly bullshit. And so you might as well be CNG. But long term, there's no doubt it's going to be electric is going to be the king of all transport. Has to be. But I really wanted to talk briefly about rivers. Surprise, surprise. I've been refreshing myself on the Rio Grande, and it's a fascinating river. The whole mix between Mexico and southern United States is extraordinary with the Rio Grande, and there are echoes very much with Brazil as well. How Brazil may pan out if they keep going, even though the Rio Grande has nothing to do with rainforests per se. It is still a story of drawing too much water from a river and suffering the consequences. So I wanted to ask Monica if she has any further thoughts on how not just the Amazon but various rivers in Brazil are coping with the onslaught by the human population and exploitation. Can she answer me any of this? Oh, good.
Hi, Oliver. Yes, hi. Yes, I'm not very knowledgeable on all rivers. My focus is the Amazon, but there are multiple things happening at the same time. One thing is the drought. Obviously, is affecting mainly, the north region of Brazil. But something else is the invasion of indigenous territories in Brazil and the passing of bills in Congress. One of them to be very, very, we're very concerned about is that the Brazilian government is now pushing for a bill 191/20, which would open indigenous reserves to mining, water, and organic resource exploitation. So this is really, really concerning because they're going to draw, water out of it, everywhere, pretty much. And this is one of the many projects that legislative proposals are threatening, mainly the Amazon. And it's catastrophic. And also, we know that all the rivers in the Amazon are pretty much drying up because of climate change, because of deforestation, because of degradation. And also the fires, is actually affecting the region and making it even drier. And because the region is becoming drier, is more susceptible to fires. And something that's, I know it's nothing to do with water, but it's very, very important to mention. And I've been pointing this out to many scientists, to many organizations. I took part to many webinars in the last week, and I've asked the same questions to these prominent scientists, the reports that's coming out on greenhouse gas emissions coming from Brazil, they do not account for the wildfires. So, this is a senseless thing to do. And I asked one prominent scientist a few days ago, I asked her, why isn't it included in the report? Why isn't it accounted for? She says, I've no idea. So this is what I can share with you at the moment. But later on, I'd like to talk about something else that I would like everyone to know about.
Yeah, and the drought. I'm basing my knowledge on the Rio Grande at the moment on stuff that is at least 8-9 years old now. Even the revision of the information I've got is that old. But it basically they were suffering a 10-year drought, and just the same that the drought was affecting everything along the river and the neighboring rivers as well. And it was even more. It was even more strange because the Mexicans have done deals in the past on water whereby from the River Conchos, which is in Mexico, it's actually in Mexico, and it more or less doesn't get to the USA until it gets to Presidio on the border. They have to give a huge amount of water every year to America as part of some deal. I just don't understand it, because it's 230,000 acre fields of water. And for people who don't know because a lot of people don't know what an acre field is of water. An acre field of water is 1 acre, which I think is about half a football pitch, to the height of 1 foot. So if you get that picture in your mind and then multiply that by 230,000, you can see it's quite a good chunk of water per year. And the Mexicans they've actually achieved this goal. They've managed to do it. They're not in water debt. But at the same time, I'm looking at the map and I don't understand it. I don't get it at all. It just looks like they're giving all their water away. So there is that as well. There is the country issue about it. About one country that is not necessarily as powerful as another, but is in some kind of homage, if you like, to that other country, some kind of debt of some sort. What are you going to say, Monica?
No, I was going to say it's not just the rivers that are on the ground; it's the flying rivers.
Oh yes, of course.
It's a combination of things that will impact, and it's everything is intertwined, interlinked. You can't just do an analysis in one thing. It's like these reports on greenhouse gas emissions not accounting for fires. Everything is interlinked. If they can't assess data from transparent data, they will not be able to assess everything else because everything is interlinked.
Yeah, like the in the ecology workshop, they're talking about the emissions from the forest fires were blanketing the glaciers and the ice packs, and they were actually discoloring them and creating a sink rather than a reflection, which is
Exactly.
So, as you say, everything is linked.
Interlinked, yes, absolutely. And this missing data from reports such as this one, you can't do the analysis on everything else,
I can tell you guys that the universe out there, the universe we live in, 13.7 billion light years across, when they talk about gravity, they say every bit of matter attracts every other bit of matter in the universe. So every atom, every little subatomic particle is attracting every other particle in the entire universe. That's interlinked on an astronomical scale. The interlinking here in Gaia, in the Gaia system, is staggeringly large. The amount of interrelationships in this system is so large. The Western colonial thought process involves details, cubby holes. Traditional Western science is dissecting, taking out the pieces, and looking at each piece, trying to find answers. And you all have listened to me way too much, but I go on about these topics, and in Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and Gödel's theorem, that the gaps in Western scientific knowledge when we're trying to solve wicked problems. You know that this is all essential to lots of my thinking. I think world albedo is dropping, Oliver. Wildfires.
Yeah.
The biggest wildfires in the world are in the DRC, in that Congo jungle, and they're exasperated by conflict. It's all interconnected. The people who are specializing in disinfo and the bad actors who don't want us to solve these environmental issues, they try to get us confused by all the interconnectedness. They try to muddy the topic. I don't feel confused at all myself. I'm on the ball here. Hopefully the club's on the ball, and a football pitch is 1.59 to 2 acres.
That figures, yeah, that's about right. They do vary a bit. They do vary a little bit.
It's like hockey rinks, man. You know, hockey
Yeah.
rinks come in all different sizes.
It's not. It's not the most accurate. It's the general kind of amount, a picture that you can put in people's brain of how much, is this volume of water as a measurement. It seems to work quite well.
Yeah, I started, Oliver, a Native American historian's book on the histories of the Americas. His first chapter, he talks about the Spanish colonizers and the destruction of the people of Hispaniola, the Caribbean islands. He starts off with the Spanish, so we don't discuss that side too much. We're going to hear from Monica and Julian right here. Portuguese as well, of course. Good stuff, Oliver. As always, I'm sorry to have the host chair here. It just worked out that way. You and Pup didn't miss a space last year. Neither did I. And I know rivers and lakes. They should give you some letters. Something like you. Monica, go right ahead.
Sorry.
You're up.
Noises.
Is that
Strange
you?
noises. It's the sea. Somebody's playing the sea at us.
Is it?
Okay.
Zara?
Is that me? It's not me, is it?
I don't know.
No, it's not me. No.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to go ahead, or do
It's
you?
not unpleasant.
By all means.
Yes.
It's quite pleasant.
It is, isn't it? Yes. I'd like to talk about the Amazon again. Would that be okay for everyone?
We could have a vote, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
Or the other thing you could do is pay me. I'd listen to anything for money.
Oh, I just wanted to talk about the Amazon and to talk about COP30. I know this is it's an interesting subject and something that a lot of people are tired of talking about. But I just wanted to mention to everyone, when they hear about COP30, that they can relate all these points I'm going to raise here. First thing, without the Amazon, we're not going to be here. So I think it's a very, very important issue that everyone should be discussing, even though we don't live in Brazil, we don't know much about it, maybe, but this is something that everyone should get involved with. So in January this year, the deforestation in the Amazon increased 68%, okay, compared to the same period last year. So and the government at the moment is silent about this data. And perhaps this is because that COP30 is approaching. We have 8 months away from COP30. So as I don't know if everyone knows, but Brazil will be hosting COP30 this November. And, it's a huge opportunity for Brazil to do the opposite of all the other COPs, okay, and do the right thing. Protect biodiversity, protect the indigenous communities, traditional communities, and then stop fossil fuel exploration that they're planning at the moment, and bring deforestation and degradation down to zero, not to 20%, not to 30%, but down to zero. So, but then there are many projects that are threatening this vision that Brazil has, like our exploration at the mouth of the Amazon in the equatorial margin is one of them, and it will put fragile coral reefs, mangroves, and entire communities at risk. There are various risks of oil spills, of ecosystem collapse, and the increase of greenhouse gas emissions as well. And then this is not the only project that we're questioning at the moment, environmentalists and scientists. There's also, again, the reconstruction of BR 319 highway. Okay, it's a huge highway in the middle of the Amazon, cutting through one of the most pristine regions in the Amazon rainforest. And if this highway is rebuilt, it will endanger at least 18,000 indigenous people. It will disrupt the flying rivers that we're talking about, Oliver. Okay, and these flying rivers bring rain to most of Brazil, most of the country. And also this highway will open doors to illegal mining, logging, agribusiness, cattle farming, and also organized crime, which is taking over the region. So, and it will put the Amazon of a point of no return. We have no doubts about it. All the studies conducted by scientists have shown this. So, and it could also create conditions for eventually a new global pandemic, which is really, really scary. Okay, and all these threats won't stop there, because Brazil's expansion of biofuels will drive also more deforestation and more degradation, more pollution, and as well as livestock farming, which is the #1 cause of Amazon's deforestation, which is responsible for at least 88% of deforestation in the Amazon. Okay, and this is unacceptable. So when people talk about COP30, I think it's important to raise all these questions and ask whoever you're talking and discussing about, because this is something that everyone should be aware of. Okay. And another COP, and then once again, we'll be asking, everyone will be asking the same question. Will Brazil let COP30 be just another stage for polluters to greenwash their business, as usual, destruction? So, and Brazil seems to be focusing on the development of a bioeconomy, and this, in a COP30, they will be pushing for this to happen. And the reason for this? Profit, nothing else. It's all about money. Okay. I'm going to give you an example. I will try to be as brief as I can, but I'll give you an example about the push for the development of a bioeconomy in Brazil. Brazil's mining giant company called Vale, okay, which was responsible for a dam disaster in 2019 called Brumadinho disaster, okay. They are deeply involved in efforts to develop the bioeconomy in Brazil. Then they have a partnership with the state of Pará, which is the host of COP30, and they have positioned this initiative as a solution for the region, basically. And this is nothing else but a profit-driven scheme disguised as sustainable, which is not sustainable at all. So several actors are complicit in this, including some NGOs, some of the very organizations that refused to take a stand against the reconstruction of the BR 319 highway. Okay, so this is very, very important. And it's also worth noting that in December last year, the Vale Fund, which is a fund created by the company, the mining company itself, launched training courses for journalists on topics like the Amazon, the bioeconomy, and COP. Okay, and I pose this question: how can a mining corporation responsible for multiple environmental disasters be allowed to shape, narratives on these critical issues? Okay, to me, this is nothing but greenwashing. Something else I would like to point out to everyone: Brazil's Federal Prosecutor's Office, which is called the MPF in Brazil, has accused this company, Vale, okay, this mining company, accused the Brazilian government and the state of Pará for contaminating an indigenous community, okay? Because they were responsible for high levels of mercury, lead, and nickel being spread to this indigenous community. So now they are prosecuting the company for this. So and then finally, I would like to add, like I've mentioned before, that criticizing Lula's support for environmentally harmful projects, like I have mentioned, shouldn't be used as an excuse to pave the way for the far right in Brazil. So it's a very, very fine line that we have to navigate. We have to be allowed to criticize the wrongdoings, but at the same time, this should not be an excuse or a door that we should open so the far right can come in and take over, like it has happened in the US. So we have to be critical, but this should not be used as a tool for the far right to work against at the moment. So I hope it makes sense to all of you. And additionally, one last thing I'd like to mention, I'm going to be interviewed by a journalist called Nick Breeze. And he's also an author of a book called Cop Out next Wednesday. And the interview will be available. And we'll be discussing this project, the reconstruction of BR 319 highway in the Amazon. So I would really urge everyone to watch this if you can. I will make it available once it's ready. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Monica. It's fascinating. Such detail.
Yes, it's
I was
crazy.
busy trying to figure out how long it would take the Amazon River to fill the Atlantic basin. So I wasn't paying much attention. I apologize to my strange brain. Nick Breeze is a good one. So that's excellent work, Monica.
Thank you.
I mean it too. I'm not just being New York flippant here. And it is a goal of ours to find some indigenous people from Brazil, from the area, at some point in the future. Of course, it's at their discretion.
Sorry, just one more thing, Alex. I received today a bunch of videos of the indigenous community called the Mura people in the Amazon openly. I have lots of videos from them openly opposing to the BR 319 highway. So I've got proof that they are opposing to it, but they haven't been consulted, okay?
You know, what I've learned in my experience here is they really like being consulted. They really like being part of the decision process and being part of the discussion. And so often if you have these discussions, the indigenous peoples are not necessarily adverse to some of these projects. It's that rudeness, lack of dignity, and not being invited to the table.
Yes,
that's troublesome.
But this is one thing that we were talking. You know, my friend scientists, they can even be consulted, but they are not allowed to veto. Which are two different things, you know. Even if they're consulted, you know, they can be consulted, but they sometimes are not allowed to veto whatever bill they're passing or whatever project they're passing, which is completely different things.
Right. It's like the Virgin Islands or something around here that gets no representation. They can attend the discussions, they don't get a vote.
Exactly.
And veto, yeah, that's an excellent point. It seems to me that I spend an awful lot of time all week discussing European colonization and colonial methods. I know Julian there, Primo, is a musician. And I don't know why, Julian, I probably should just type down all your words. I know you say really good stuff. It's really succinct, really powerful. And somehow it just flows out of my mind. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. I know Law Sue just loves to hear from you. Is it 10:39 over there?
Primo!
Primo,
Primo.
¿cómo estás? Primo,
Hi.
Alex, Monica, Roberts, everybody, how are you guys? Morning.
Excellent.
Hi, Julian.
Hi,
Um,
Julian.
I was really fascinated by everything that Monica was saying. We really absolutely do have to protect the Amazon. It is a mega diverse, gigantic region just because of its quantitative nature alone. We really do have to protect it. Back in 1922, I think, practically every country signed an important UN deal to stop the destruction of the Earth's ecosystems. I think it was the 30 by 30 biodiversity goal. I forget exactly now. But what we do know now, I was reading an article from Carbon Brief, who are usually pretty good, and most countries are absolutely failing to live up to their commitments taken up then. Mexico, in particular, is really becoming an ecological disaster with the infrastructure projects being put through by the government. I'm gonna just bring up one instance. The absolutely imminent extinction of the vaquita marina, which is the world's smallest porpoise that lives around the Sea of Cortez. I know Alex hates that name. He's quite right. We should come up with a new name for it, but we'll call it that for now. Right now, there are only about 6, maybe 8 specimens left in the wild. The extinction of the vaquita is almost a done deal. There is just no way, once the population of wild animals has reached such a low level, to bring them back is almost an impossibility. Also, because the vaquitas do not breed in captivity. That is, these are the last vaquitas remaining on the planet. There are no more than 8 at most, and most certainly there are probably less. Their survival is almost, they're doomed. How did that happen? It was absolutely a case of governmental corruption. And I'm so sorry to report that, because as Mexican citizens, we really had to be on top of them. We really had to demand more from our government. We really had to step up the pressure. There is a fish that is commercialized widely on the Chinese market. This is the totuaba fish. The gills from this fish are believed in Chinese medicine to promote virility. They absolute nonsense. They have the totuaba is an edible fish. It should not be fished because the vaquitas are caught up in the gill nets that the totuaba fishermen use. So they absolutely should not be caught. However, because it is a black market, because it is a, I'm quotation marks, medicinal product, the gills of the totoaba fish are worth an immense amount of money. And money, greed, avarice, corruption, they seem to win out every time, every single time. It's greed, it's avarice, and they always win out. The politicians are in the hands of the organized crime networks. And it's crazy because it is the very same organized crime networks that traffic in fentanyl and drugs and all this stuff. They are also involved in the illegal totuaba trade. And it's the illegal totuaba trade that is killing off the vaquita marina. The vaquita marina is just one particularly charismatic species. I mean, these are beautiful. They're like tiny dolphins, if you like. The smallest porpoise is about as long as my arm. These are wonderful creatures. It's a great shame that we will have them no more. But really, if we look around at the climate crisis, there is so much to worry us about. I know this isn't a local politics group. I do have to bring in another article that I happen to catch, not because I read the New York Times anymore. I don't. I hate them. but a recent New York Times poll taken that was reported by Dr. Genevieve Gunter shows that many Americans were polled as to which of Trump's actions were being most destructive. And the dismantlement of NOAA, for example, did not even figure. The public at large is absolutely not paying attention to what politicians are doing to us. And in that sense, it is really up to us. We are. I feel I'm going to talk about myself here. As regards the porpoise, the vaquita marina, I feel that as a Mexican, I am failing really this species. We have to become louder. We have to become more vocal. We have to push through this message that extinction is forever. We will not bring the vaquita back once it is gone. It is a final opportunity. The planet is calling to us. It is absolutely 2 seconds to midnight, and the time to act is absolutely now. Thanks everybody for listening to me.
Anytime, Julian, Primo. I stand with you 100%, no question. The vaquita porpoise, 6 to 8 individuals, about 5 feet long at most. And there are 150 species that go extinct each day, according to the AI here. I'm almost at the stage of tears myself, which almost never happens around here in spaces. And we can pray. That's the only thing left. Praying for those porpoises, hoping for a goddamn miracle. They do happen. And we were listening to Lyle Lewis this morning, an ecologist. We know Stephen Barlow so well, an ecologist. There's got to be some concept for when you go below a bottleneck. That's what the vaquita porpoise has done, gone below a bottleneck number where they can't maintain a population anymore. I can read Robert's mind. I know he's got 18 billion important things to tell us. He's patiently listened for an hour and 45 minutes. The dam is breaking, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, Alex. Actually, I have been quite happy, to be honest with you, because I've had absolutely.
Thank you, Robert. Yes,
yeah,
thank you
thank
for the we let everybody say their full. And you've got comments on what everybody said, and you're not wrong, my friend.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll briefly touch on this business of extinction, because one of the fundamental ills of our entire planet and the way the mechanisms of our society actually look towards the word extinction at the moment is it isn't worth money to anybody. It isn't. Extinction is not worth trillions of dollars to anybody. And this is why extinction is brushed eternally, every second, under the carpet by every single governmental institution, every single corporate body, and every single intricate mechanism that governs our planet in every single respect. Extinction is a word that is not required to be uttered in any capacity. And the reason for that, as I said, and I've said many times before, and I'm sure many times I'll continue to do so, it's all about those trillions of dollars. Extinction doesn't make money. And this is one of the fundamental ills. Until we remove those labels and those stickers from all mechanisms that govern everything to do with the greater good of the public at every level and the greater good of our environments at every level, will we be able to finally encompass massive, monumental change on how the word extinction itself, before anything else, is actually looked upon. I also want to touch on this business of COP30 as the fascinating discussion and vital information from you, Monica, which I dearly appreciate, I will say, my good friend, at all levels, as you probably know, Monica. Thank you. I will say that your vital journalism, Monica, is a kingpin in global awareness. So may it continue to bloom and flourish at every conceivable level, Monica. I will say that when it comes to COP30, that there is a fundamental crisis of actual ability to be able to encompass responsibility with those COPs. First of all, the clue is in how many of the goddamn things we've had, pardon my language. This is COP 30 we're talking about here. 30 COPs. 30 years, if I may say so, of 30 years of failure at every single level to be able to fully encompass responsibility. The word responsibility within many COPs is something of a foreign word. I've said it many times before. The entire mechanisms of these events are total failures. I don't need to just say these words. You look at what the results are in many cases. We have yet again another COP coming up. And we have yet again the same circumstances of involvement for the very mechanics and the very intricacies of the way that COP will be run. You mark my words, it'll be infiltrated yet again by a mass gathering of fossil fuel lobbyists at every conceivable level. And this is something that I continue to say at every conceivable level in the course of getting this message across fundamentally to the highest realms of power that run these conferences, and indeed all the people involved in these conferences within the highest levels, from the managing director to everyone else within these conferences, that continues to perpetuate this failure-driven system that is not fundamentally put in place for the good of actually creating real, mass, decisive, conclusive, and may I say, massive, committed, futuristic change needed within these COP conferences to be able to deliver as they always should have done for the last 30 years, but totally failed to do so because of the way the very mechanics of them were run. I know I've had to say this so many times before. I find myself saying this again, and I guess I will continue to have to say this, but I will not stop until fundamentally, just me personally, and I know many people will fight with me on this at every level, until these COPs are fundamentally changed forever for the great, if they have to exist at all under their present circumstances, which in my honest opinion is a travesty of the entire way that environmental conferences should be held, I will say. But this particular COP yet again will showcase the fact of fossil fuel lobbyists within the building in a mass level, completely obliterating what the total purpose and clarity of such meetings should be about in the first place. It cannot be said loudly and strongly enough that the entire mechanisms of these COPs are not fit for purpose, and they must be changed fundamentally. We cannot continue under these present ridiculous, farcical circumstances to have these COP conferences that will yet again have hundreds or even thousands of dedicated activists from across the world encompassing through the doors of these conferences, and yet again the willful neglect of encompassing people's needs, not just for now but for future generations, be swept fundamentally and categorically under the carpet because of the very way of the essence of them is run. I shouldn't have to keep saying this, and I know I will, because this is something that I continue to drive home into the brains of everyone that runs these conferences eternally, until fundamentally they finally understand they either learn how to be able to hold these conferences for the greater good of environmental and climate responsibility 100% at every level, or shut the goddamn doors permanently. I've had to say this so many times before. It's not a source by me of fanaticism. It is a source of clarity, a source of actual empowerment to those good, decent environmental people and organizations within these goddamn conferences that are actually there to actually instigate real lasting change for future people and future lives right now. They deserve better than the farce that they are continuing to see. And I say this must change fundamentally. If this does not change, these COP conferences, in my honest, humble opinion, must not continue. But that is my only tipping the iceberg on what these COP conferences need to do. I will honestly say, and I see I can continue to speak for a minute because there's no hands up, so I guess I will. I will say that what is needed now is a total restructuring of all the levels of the way negotiations within these COP conferences are run, from top to bottom. Every single facet of these conferences must be under total and utter scrutiny, because they are failing on so many fundamental levels. They are not holding talks in the right constructive ways. The talks that are being held continue to greenwash in favor of mass corporate multinational companies and the fossil fuel industries, which are actually participating in more mass fossil fuel investing and growth while they're actually at these goddamn conferences. It is totally and utterly unacceptable. So
Robert,
anyway, I should
Rob,
be quiet because Benaziz wants to speak, I think.
no, Robert, very quickly. First of
Yeah,
all,
thanks, Monica.
these conferences needs the agreements need to be binding. They are non-binding agreements, which is utterly useless, right?
Totally,
and,
Monica. I couldn't agree with you
and
more. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
COP30 will be, you will have mining companies, you will have the agribusiness, the big agro, the ruralistas which own Brazil. In most of Congress in Brazil is composed of ruralistas, okay? So it's the big agribusiness, it's the cattle farmers, cattle farming, the big companies like JBS, Marfrig and Minerva, okay? It will be just all of them, okay? And biofuels, okay? You will see. This is going to be COP30, so we must ask questions. And on that note, guys, I need to go. Alex, thank you very much for
Thanks,
allowing me to
Monica.
speak. And thank you, Robert. Thank you, Oliver, Julian, Deo, everyone. Zara, it's nice to listen to you. And thank you for everything. And let's keep in touch, and hopefully I'll be able to come back next Saturday.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much, Monica. It's been a pleasure to have you here, I may say. Thank
Right?
you.
We're just so lucky, Robert, to have found people like Monica.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, they're all too good for us, man. And Monica's got Nick Breeze. I follow him on YouTube. She's got a big interview there. Real journalism is hard to find these days. So we all support you, Monica, in your work. And of course, we keep repeating Brazil's so important to the whole environmental world.
Thank you, Alex. And really, really deep in my heart, the Amazon is in my heart, and the indigenous communities are in my heart, because they're defenseless and they are the protectors of the Amazon. And if we don't protect them, the Amazon will go. They will take over. Okay, it's really, really important that I urge everyone to get involved. And once COP30 comes up and the subject and the topic comes up, question, argue, don't just listen, just make sure that you scream out loud and make sure that you ask the right questions. So thank you, everyone. Have a lovely, blessed Saturday and Sunday. Take care.
Thank you so much, Monica. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here with us as always.
Yeah.
Thank
We can
you
get
so
it loud. We'll turn the amps up really loud. We can break your eardrums. We can make it so loud.
Yeah.
We got Roberto Vidal. I always get a big kick out of Vidal whenever he's around. Good guy.
He lives in the same state as my parents. He's
Good.
not far away. So next time I go to, I'm in Brazil, I will try and get to see him. So
100%. He's a good guy.
he's amazing.
Yao, I can't remember his name. We have other Brazilian connections. We have to keep finding good Brazilian connections who speak pretty good English that we can work with here. That's my process, the networking. Just that right kind of person. I'm not quite sure what it is. Not too famous.
Yes.
Kind of mad genius quality. We will find them.
Oh, okay.
And for this, yeah. Feel
Thank
free to
you.
leave anytime, Monica.
Yeah, I've got to go, but I'll take care and have a lovely
take
weekend,
care.
everyone. Bye.
Take care, Monica. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I don't know, Robert, how we got somebody like Monica even talking to us, but it couldn't be better.
We're so lucky, Alex. We really are. We're very, very lucky. Very lucky.
Very, very lucky. We might as well get to all of these hands. I don't know. Do you have an order? I've got Benazir, Human Rights, and Sandy. Does that
You're
sound
right.
good?
Yeah, it is Benazir next, I believe. Yeah.
Actually, I want to say something. I remember when I was a kid growing up in school, we had these projectors, and the reel-to-reel projectors. And there was a film that was shown, and it happened in UK, about the burning of soft coal and why so many people, and there was like a smog problem, and a lot of people got sick and they ended up passing away. And this was, I believe, in London or something like that. And there was something that was, later on said in the film that this actually, thank God, was stopped because this cut down the smog problem considerably. And actually, since I live here in Chicago, and this is something which is absolutely crazy. Nefras, how are you doing? Actually, I know you can vouch for this too, but here in Chicago, we have something called the dying of the Chicago River Green. I'm like, hello. I'm like, it's just like, why sit there and waste our taxpayer money to sit there and turn the Chicago River green when it is heavily polluted already? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And actually, it is absolutely pure bullshit how they sit there when they want to waste our taxpayer bucks to sit there and do this. And it makes me very angry. But also, a long time ago, there was a cholera outbreak because a lot of sewage water was being dumped into Lake Michigan. And then, it's just like, what is this? How we get our drinking water? And actually, then they built the locks on the Chicago River and reverse the flow, and built the sanitary ship canal. So I mean, this is like a panacea. I mean, but it's just like I mean, it's just like, but our lake is polluted and everything else like that. If I sit there and I want to sit there and go to the beach and everything else like that, there's these tiny little dead fish that sit there and wash up on the shore and everything else like that, and it stinks up stinks to high heaven. As for this, this porpoise soon to be extinct, it really breaks my heart because I'm an ardent dolphin lover. And I'm a huge animal lover. And when I read, that the black rhino was extinct just because of the greed and over a stupid rhino horn that they want to use in Chinese medicine, I just don't get it. I mean, they can use other alternative things for Chinese medicine, like plants and stuff like that, and like Dunqua, which is excellent for women's problems and everything else like that. And it's a plant. And why sit there and resort to killing of an animal for Chinese medicine? That's disgusting. And it's just like one thing. I also love elephants. When I was a kid, there was this elephant I was really attached to who spent 18 years in solitary in confinement because he attacked his owner. His name was Ziggy. And he was in Brookfield Zoo, by the way. That zoo is hella stinky. And the monkey house. I'm serious. I mean, this is just like, I couldn't even walk in the monkey house without going, without wanting to gag. But honestly, I remember that when I was a kid, and when Ziggy remembered his a little shtick he used to do, he fell into the moat and he broke his leg, which is absolutely breaking. I cried up the wazoo, and then it's just like, and then I became totally heartbroken when Ziggy passed away. And all this, well, it's just like, but it's just like I would never forget that elephant. And I thought Ziggy was my friend. So, but but it's just like, one thing about elephants, when I sit there and I look at them, how they sit there and how they band together and everything else like that. And the importance of family to them is very important. Same thing with lions and other animals and stuff like that, which is something that humans got away from, sadly. And it's just like, and humans became more greedy, and it's just like, it's just like, even your own house cat or dog, it's just like, they're more loyal compared to actual people. And one thing about people, because I know I can't trust them, because I don't know when they're going to stab me in my back or anything. But it's really disgusting. And I mean, it's just like, and then I remember after 2017, when a lot of the protections were rolled back and everything. I'm also a huge allergy sufferer, and I cannot go outside without breaking out. It is horrible now. And one day I sit there and I broke out so bad and everything else like that. My doctor put me on a steroid, which is like the card, and it totally messed up my skin. So, this is just like, and it took a while for my skin to bounce back after this. And it's just like, one thing. And, if you heard me coughing earlier, is because I'm an asthmatic, and, I was just like, it's just like, my breath was a little short and everything else like that. So, but I've been an asthmatic for nearly my whole entire life. But, it's just like, I can feel the weather changes and everything else like that. And it's just like, and then, it's just like, it totally makes me sick when the weather is changing. And, especially,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a mess. And it was lovely to sit there and hear this lady talk about what actually happened and everything. As far as this stupid road and everything that goes into the Amazon,
Monica,
it should not be rebuilt.
are you
Oh,
referring to the BR 319?
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if they want transportation, there's canoes right there. They can take a damn canoe.
They want to build the BR 319 right through the jungle there to start building.
I think it is. I feel it, and I know it is a terrible idea.
Well, we have discussed it many, many times, the BR 319, the BR 364, and many of the roads that go through the Amazon jungle. It's for the citizens of Brazil. And actually, the citizens of Brazil seriously resemble the citizens of the United States. These huge nations. I say often that the northern tip of Brazil is closer to Canada than the southern tip of Brazil. Brazil is a huge modern nation with these modern nation issues. And, they also have the world's largest rainforest there. I think it is maybe the second largest. I can check that.
Alex, can I jump in with a comment? Just it's to do with Benazir's, what she was talking about, the clean air, about the coal. I think it's she might want to hear that it was actually called the Clean Air Act that was brought in London because of the Great Smoke, the smog, and it was killing. Yeah, you could thousands, definitely almost millions of people were being killed by it, and it purely by the amount of coal that was being burnt in both in industry, but particularly in homes at the time. Some of the houses have 2 or 3 vaults full of coal, 5 meters by 5 meters by 3 meters high, and the amount of stuff they were burning. So they had to bring this out, the Clean Air, and it worked. That's the point. It actually worked, and even to this day, the Clean Air Acts in London, it has made it the cleanest city, I think, in the world from a traffic point of view. And that's right up to date. That's just been happened very recently. But in America, the huge Clean Air act that they had was to do with acid rain, again from burning coal in power stations that was killing all the forests. So when you talk about the Amazon being wrecked by pollution and so on, or being cut down and burnt, it was also being wrecked by burning coal directly, as a direct consequence. So as you see, all of these things, they all link up, they are all connected, but they are all, and this is the positive side of it, they are all fixable. They are all fixable. That's what's so amazing. And it doesn't take that long once you've put your head together and sort it out. Sorry, I had to jump in and say that. I felt it was important.
Yeah, the Amazon is the world's largest rainforest. The Congo is the second. Let's get to humans' rights. Hi, humans. How's it going?
Hi, it's going. Listen, I want to ask you guys, did you hear about this in South Africa someplace last week that this youth still in school invented a generator that functions without oil or gas for the lifetime of that generator?
I have not heard that one. We will research it. That
Please do.
hasn't
I
come
just-
across my newsfeed. Sandy might know something. She's up next. She too follows all the environmental news. Sandy, have you heard of this generator?
Well, the only thing I can think of is a solar generator. I don't know what the battery technology is. I really don't. We'll have to find one of the technophobes that knows these things.
Yeah, sure.
Because I was going to comment on COP.
Oh,
Thanks,
COP.
Sandy.
Yeah, let's go. COP 30, Brazil. Are you going
Well,
this year?
Yeah,
Are you
let's
gonna
do
go?
that.
I'll give you my take. We have talked about COP for every year that it happens on my channel. And when it happened in the 28 in the in Dubai, we knew it was all over. I mean,
Yeah.
and then last Ethos, oil state, and then Azerbaijan, and I did an in-depth analysis of the conflict, of the genocidal behavior of that country with Armenia and the Nagorno Karabakh, and it was horrible, and I was so angry about it. And Paul Beckwith still went. I don't know if you know Paul Beckwith is a scientist with a YouTube channel. He went to both of them. And I can't understand why. It is a big trade show. Now, I was an HR professional. I went to gigantic trade shows all over the country. You know, they called them conferences, you know, just like COP, but there were conferences. And then they would have the exposition center, and it's the same shit. It's just a big trade show for all these companies to show their wares, and it's a lot of greenwashing horse crap, and there's maybe a few good presentations by a few good scientists who could do that by staying home and doing it on Zoom.
Absolutely, Sandy.
And it
Couldn't
just
agree
makes
with you more.
so angry. And this year I will be talking about boycotting it and having people boycott it, because it is disgusting, despicable, and hideous. And I'm not happy with Paul about going. He doesn't have to go. None of them do. The big scientists could boycott this, and they could do their own thing with Zoom, not flying, not spending money. I don't get it. What do they get out of it? Anything, nothing, because everything's just gotten worse. And there's the doomer in me. Sorry. Thank you for letting me talk.
Are you kidding? You could talk all day as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I'll do that tomorrow on my own channel. I don't like I don't like to monopolize your channel because you know, I like to listen mostly. Everybody can hear me yip yap whenever they want. I am here to listen and learn, but I get very, very angry about, and Monica's so right, and she touched my heart. And when you and Robert, but I'm so angry about these
You
stupid
talk away,
explanations.
Sandy. You talk it. Whatever you got to say, you share it. Yeah.
I'm
It's what it's
sharing
all
it.
about. I know.
The Council of Parties is a big fat sellout. And it's a
Absolutely.
waste. It's a waste of energy. And I am going to start a thing with the scientists to say, don't go.
Right on.
Totally.
Don't go.
Yeah.
Cop out.
I mean, we know the United States won't go. I mean, the United States we've turned into. I don't even want to talk about that today because it's disgusting what's
Yeah.
happening here. I wish my whole family. I wish we could put all of our resources together and sell everything and get the fuck out of here, but we can't. My mom's 90.
Mm. Well, Law Sue thinks it's pretty funny when all the white people want to leave here. He enjoys
Yeah,
being-
because they'd be happy and then give it back. I wish, you know what? If we had an indigenous president, indigenous
yes.
everything here in the United States, we'd have none of the problems we have. I'm not even going into all this now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to talk about COP. But when they say they were the original people here, they didn't migrate from anywhere. They were here.
Yeah.
This is their place. This is their heritage.
Yeah.
We're just interlopers.
Yeah. And I am backing right now myself. I'm backing Deb Haaland for president 2028 at this moment. She's my pick.
Well, she had her issues, but she's probably a whole lot better than 99.9% of the rest of them, except for Bernie, but he's 83.
Yeah.
But at 83, he's doing a tour. He's all over the country. He's packing places. He's actually out there talking to people, and they are clamoring to learn now, finally, what the heck is an oligarchy. People are finally saying, and they're not just left-wing people. There's a lot of people that are saying, okay, we are ready to listen now. 10 years too late, but they're ready to listen somewhat.
Yeah, I gotta say, when it comes to dummy scientists that are flying around the world going to COP, fuck them. We're better than they are. We're more dedicated, more hardcore environmentalists. If they want to fly around the world, waste all that CO2 and go to COP, they're just amateurs.
Well, they don't have to. And I will embarrass them this year because I mean, my team, we've always studied the IPCC reports. Antonio Reed is brilliant. We study them, we talk about them, but we do it online, and they can do the same thing, which they do. Kevin Anderson just had a spectacular. I don't even know how many people watched it. He did it in I don't know, some university somewhere, but where he near from where he is. I don't think he had to fly there, but
He doesn't fly, no.
right. And so this is what has to be done. You have to emulate the behavior you want other people to do. It's psychological. Don't go.
Yeah. The day Kevin Anderson listened to one of our spaces, he might have listened more than once. I haven't kept track, but I was really thrilled the day he was listening to this space for hours.
Well, I'm inviting him on because I'm ready.
Yeah.
I just have to get healthy. I have problems, but you know what? I'm going to be better. And after that, I'm just going to be better. And I'm going to do feet on the ground because I went to the Food and Water Watch Zoom the other day here with New York, and we are working on the Heat Act and bucks for boilers, so that when people's boilers go, they replace them with geothermal, with things that aren't polluting. But also, my big thing is not to have that fracking ban overturned in New York. So I'm going to get active with them because I think Food and Water Watch for me in my state is probably the best activism I can do on the ground here.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's it. I've already lost my voice and I haven't even talked that much.
That's pretty funny. Well, I mean, we chat all day, Sandy. You know how much I support your work. And
even though I'm a doomer.
well,
I'm not going to take that back. I hate the titles, but I mean, I don't see the big picture being all that great. Listening to talk about the vaquita made me friggin' tear up. It's horrible.
Yeah.
But we can do the local things like we were talking about on that live stream with Lyle today. You never stop. Never stop. Never stop working, doing, and trying. Never. And that's why I had David Mitchell on, and that's why stop it. Oh God. Cats are not crap over. Yes, cats, you know it. You heard it. But that's why I will always have inspirational people that aren't giving up, because nobody says give up. Maybe the big picture is hideous. Everything goes extinct. It is a fact of nature. We don't know when, we don't know how, but if we don't stop the crap that we're doing, I mean, it's just eventually it's going to happen else. But in the meantime, we can still grow tomatoes. And that's it for me today.
Absolutely. Food and Water Watch, Kevin Anderson, Vekitas. I got a quiz. If Stephen Barlow shows up soon, I'm going to quiz him about the bottleneck population. When one of these species gets under that number, they can't. They're doomed. They fall off the cliff. The population dies. And I'm curious about that ecological concept. Get a quick lecture from Stephen. And why should we worry about lesser environmentalists? We're all at different levels here. And there's some kind of minimum, and those who don't walk the walk, why should that irritate us so much? If Paul Beckwith is getting on airplanes, I get irritated by people who post selfies in airports and on airplanes. I haven't been on an airplane in 24 and a half years. I easily could. I'm only half an hour from Logan Airport. I own an apartment in Greece. I actually could afford it. It is a personal sacrifice. I just know if I go on an airplane, I'll be physically ill.
Yeah, well, I hear you. My mom's in Florida. That's the only reason I did fly in September out to Oregon, where I did try to meet up with Lyle, but he was in the woods. Lyle Lewis, he was in the woods, and I did go because of a family thing. And my mother wanted me to go down to Florida this year, and I just told her, I said, "Look, I can't do it, Ma. I just cannot." And you know, you want to fly. I come from a family of aviators. I mean, my nephew trains for FedEx. My father had a private plane, his own plane. My parents flew everywhere in that plane for 50 years. You know, I'm done. We've burned enough fossil fuels for 10 families.
Yeah.
You know, so and I'm not guilty about it. I know a lot about aviation, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I hated to tell her this year, but I also got sick too. But I don't want to fly, and there's no freaking train. You know, for me to take a train, what is it, 2 days? Like, then I have to go to Buffalo. It's really hard. This country makes it very hard to get on a train, and that I looked into because I used to take the train when I was in my job. I had to go from Buffalo to Rochester to Syracuse to New York City. That's where we had offices, right? And most of the time, you know, there were the days when I did the early birds flying down to the city and back in one day, back to Buffalo, flying down to Manhattan. Then I decided, no, I'm doing the train. And I would take the train. And you can work on the train. You know, it's so much better way of traveling. And it's less stressful. But not in the United States. We're so ass backwards.
Yeah.
Oh.
We are. And we know the prosperity, our long 240 years is a long time to have a democracy. And we know all those factors, how we got here. I think your channel, though, the Environmental Coffee House, you know I'm a huge fan of your work. You've been doing this a lot longer than I have. And I just copy you. I shamelessly copy people. I can't copy. I can't copy the Lakota people too much. That starts going against some of their rules and ways of life. But I will copy anyone. It's an easy way to learn in this life. And perhaps I'm a bit of a natural actor.
I say you are. And we all know you're Greek.
Yes, that's most important. I don't believe any of the rest of Greek Twitter is here. And when Greek Twitter isn't here, just the Lakota guys are here. They've got each other. The Anglo guys are here. But I don't see the rest of Greek Twitter here with us today. So that is a factor. Yeah. Is Dale Greek?
No, I said Greek to me.
It's all Greek to you. Yeah. I feel bad, as always, the Anglo side of me, that I'm not keeping up with the hands. I could chat with Sandy all day and catch up on the life we've lived. Many of you would not have liked me in the 80s and 90s. We would not have gotten along. but Sandy and I would have gotten along like a house on fire.
Oh, hell yeah.
Julian too, we can throw him in that group for sure. But we're here today. It's a reset, 2.5 hours in. Monica, Brazil, and topics. We got Two Hands, Jim, and Ben is here to carry on the conversation. Two Hands is in the absolutely stunning Pacific Northwest that I've never been to. I've never been to Oregon or Washington, to my detriment. I almost moved to Seattle in 1987, 1988. I had some friends from Columbia. They moved out there. They invited me. I was really close to going to Seattle to live. God only knows what would have happened to me if I had taken that route. I do see myself as one of those grandfathers of grunge, and on and on. I can blab on all day. So, Two Hands, what's going on? Good story earlier about your doctor. I'm really pleased that we've been of any help at all. If you're looking better, that's great news.
Oh, hey, the person who wants to take action is having thoughts. what what I want to share, like, listening to people saying, they're having the conferences and they're not listening, and they're holding the meetings and they're not listening, and all this not listening while, like, literally the house is on fire. And what do we do to get people to, like, it's time to pause and um, check in, and uh, how do we make that shift, and what the heck can I do? Um, and I have it. I have the urge. I'm just sharing thoughts that, like, have arisen, that come up here. I'm an artist. I've been a facilitator in different communities for getting things done. I'm not like a big organizer. I'm not. I'm not a personality. I have a personality, but I'm not a personality. I don't have a big following, but um, I have the urge. Like, I'm sitting here wishing, is like listening to all these women who come on, and our hearts are breaking, and species are dying, and we know it's out. I have the tag. I don't have climate crisis. I have climate emergency, and I'm an emergency I've been emergency responder, and I've been in the room when I'm the only one who notices that, like, there's smoke in the room and we have to take action, and everyone's standing around, and they're like, what? And you have to, like, literally, pick them up and direct them screaming and kicking. And I wish that it's like we have to make something a little bit painful for people, maybe. And I wish women all around the world could go on general strike, and make it a little painful at home, everywhere. And what I mean is, we're the ones, we're birthing babies. Our babies aren't, are we going to have clean air, food, and water for them in 5 years? I mean, every day it's a storm, and a people getting washed away, like, right now. It's the hottest it's ever been right now. Like, the building is on fire right now. We have to stop right now. How do I, as just like one woman, I could go on strike? And what I mean on strike is, like, guess what? I'm not doing any emotional labor. I'm not doing any laundry. I'm not doing any dating. I'm not. It's full stop, because um, uh, if we don't do anything, we're about to go extinct. I need to protect my babies. I don't have any babies. I have a niece. I've been an educator. I caretake children. I just speak my babies and I'm a woman. I have the potential of giving You know, there were other countries where like all the women went on strike, all of them, and then change happened. And it's like, I wish we could just like pull back and be like, you know what, I'm on strike because we have to stop. You have to pay attention to what's happening. You have to pay attention to these people. Full stop. I'm not driving you, you know, I'm on strike. And make it hurt at home. And if we had enough women to do that, it would be and you don't have to go to a march. You don't have to, you know, it's like I'm on strike. And this is why general strike, and that could be really powerful.
How's the
Oh, someone was saying something.
Yeah, sorry, Larry.
That
was my microphone off.
Oh, okay. And you know, I also have the urge from someone who did marketing and advertising and lived through the I Heart New York, I Love New York. You know, that ad campaign that helped clean up New York, which was basically changing how people felt about New York, because we're dealing with feelings. You have to change people's feelings in order for them to be receptive to new information or to stop and pause. And it's like, you know, as a graphic designer, you know, I've also been like, I'm a fan of it being a rip-off artist. You know, you take something, you know, I took something from, and I just made a meme. It was from the AIDS crisis, Silence is Death. And, you know, I just download it to my phone and I threw some viruses on top of it, and, you know, to update for COVID, because it's the exact same thing happening again. Silence is Death. I want to have a campaign that is, you know, I Heart Earth, to help alongside with, you know, like women on strike, like whether it's a day, a week, a month, or you're on strike until they are actually going to listen at COP. Guess what, honey? I'm sorry, like, I'm not making you dinner. I'm not doing the emotional labor for like there's a massive amount of labor that women do that is just, you know, not counted in dollar signs, but you know, we could stop and pull the car over until people are paying attention. That's something that we could do. I don't know how we do it, but it would be pretty powerful. I don't know. Those are the thoughts that come up. We need the I Love Earth. And then we also need something, something quite radical, because I mean, there are protests and there are campaigns and all that, but it's not working. It's not painful enough to get people to like stop and say, all right, I'm gonna hear you out. Because we're in an emergency. And I want there to be 7 generations later. I want there, you know, I want us to stop, you know, having species, how many species extincted, a day or a year. Like this, my niece, I have no idea how she's going to. She's a baby. I have no idea how she's going to have clean air and food and a habitable climate. Like when I think about it, it's like I actually can't abstract it reasonably that it's going to be, because each time I get online now and I look at the news, like it's another city that has just been completely flooded because the water cycle's on steroids. And this is just the beginning. Like this is just starting to hit. And people still aren't listening. So what's the radical thing to do? Well, all the women could go on general strike in a way that is a little bit
We
bigger
gotta
so people could
two
pay
hands. We gotta. We've had 2 years ago. There were the protests with Just Stop Oil, and we had big debates in this club about whether it's the right thing to do to throw soup on glass or not, and we just agreed to disagree. So some of the people in the club think there's an emergency, some don't, and that's true of environmentalists around the world. Some see it as emergency crisis, and some don't. And we argued for months on those Just Stop Oil protests. We never got anywhere, and we eventually just agreed to disagree. While I personally do agree with you, I still am here to facilitate, moderate. I'm in a wider group.
They're just thoughts. I was
Yeah.
just sharing thoughts. It was just like I wish I want to do something. Hey, that's all.
But to integrate
And
those
that's it.
thoughts into the wider club, to say we have been talking about these issues for years, and your point about the pain, they've got to feel the pain. Pup has said that repeatedly. That's one of his stanzas. So these are all issues that are on our table. Robert, go ahead.
Thanks, Alex. Actually, I'm going to hand the microphone over because there's hands
We
that have
got
been
hands,
up.
yeah. So we
And,
got
I think
Jim, Benazir, and
Jim,
Zara.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think, Alex, it's Jim, Benazirs, and Zara, but
That's what I
correct me
got.
if I'm
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And I'll speak.
And Jim and his oysters and their topological progressions through time. Oysters were widely available here on the eastern seaboard, along with lobsters in the 19th century. Lobsters were crawling on our beaches here. They would feed the prisoners in jails here, oysters and lobsters in the 19th century. As those species dwindled in number, there was less supply, there was more demand, the prices went up, and the rich started eating oysters. I don't understand these things, Jim. I do understand your topological thoughts, though. Welcome. Welcome.
I'm still working on writing up thoughts on the oyster front, but that's one of my big interests. But I just wanted to mention someone on this call brought up the subject of Deb Haaland and politics, but anyways, I just wanted to mention that I think just a day or two ago, I got an email. I'm probably from Beto O'Rourke's organization out in El Paso, but not with regard to Texas politics, but with regard to organization activity behind Deb Haaland's run for the governorship of, I believe it's New Mexico. So I haven't seen that widely, but I did see that that email come across my screen that they're organizing for that governorship run. So that I thought that was real interesting and maybe of interest to anybody that wants to get involved with the organizing happening there. That's it for me.
Yeah, Deb is running for the 26th election of governor of New Mexico. The last governor is term limited. She won easily. It looks really good all the way around. It looks most like Holland will be the next governor of New Mexico, and that would put her in excellent shape to run for president in 28. To have that on her resume, she's a governor. Everybody likes a governor who runs for president. But this is all extreme speculation. I do think a Native American president for the United States, a president of Turtle Island indigenous heritage, clearly would be a major advantage for the entire global environmental movement. So I 100% support that. A lot of good conversation here, as always, every Saturday. Oliver and I, Robert, many of the rest of you have put this together. We had fights last week. I'm still keenly aware of the disagreements last week. We've had many disagreements in the other 117 meetings as well. That's human nature. That's family. That's who we are as primates. When the day we fight with Julian Primo, that'll be a special day. I fought with Pop, Oliver, Robert, Jennifer, and I have gotten tense. I don't know if I would call it a fight or not. I've never fought with Jim. I don't know how in the world that could happen. Sandy and I are practically a living fight. Andrea and I have had harsh words. Nephris and I. But that's who we are, right? We're going to have disagreements, and hopefully we can settle those disagreements. And Benazir, some good stuff. She's connected with Germany, Pakistan, the United States. American cities. Chicago's really second worst air pollution. Air and water. That's a topic we can all talk about it. Environmentalists, non-environmentalists. Don't we want clean air and water for ourselves, for our children, for our families, for our communities? I don't know. I don't know, Benazir, what's going on? What are you thinking?
Actually, one thing I just put in the pill, this documentary I was watching the other night. It was really amazing that these men, they sit there and they got together and they were talking about what would sit there and would spark about what would bring about us humans as a civilization's doom. And one thing, and one hit it right on the spot. One was water, and it's just like one thing. Our rivers are drying up. People have become more greedy and everything else like that. And what is actually killing our planet and everything else like that. And then the reliance on fossil fuels is another. Tech is another with the AI and all this other stuff. And if you get a chance, please look at it. It is really interesting, but yet it is eerie. And then another one was talk about the financial aspect of what would happen and everything else like that. Because and then they all have their points. It's centered on money too as well. And then but it's just like, but mostly, especially first and foremost, the thing with the environment and everything else like that, the air and water pollution, especially it's here in our major cities, Chicago included, as I mentioned. And even Pakistan has a horrible air and water pollution. And they have like what is called water conservation and everything else like that. The first time I was over there was a long time ago. It was over 30 something years ago. I spent 3 months over there. Then it's just like about like 11 years ago it was like 1 month, and then and then 10 years ago it was about like another 3 months. So it's just like I spent a total of 7 months in Pakistan visiting my in-laws. And you know, like and first of all, I seen, you know, my nephews and other people wear a mask to protect themselves from the air pollution, especially in Peshawar. Faisalabad got hit very, very badly too with the air pollution and everything else like that. At first, they wanted to sit there and get rid of the rishkas, the motorized rishkas that are powered with the scooter and everything else like that, which was polluting the air and everything, but they didn't. They were unsuccessful in getting rid of that. And but you know, it's just like, but there's, you know, like one thing I'm glad, you know, it's just like here in Illinois, every year that, you know, my husband got to sit there and got to take our car to go get an emissions test. And I mean, like, for an example, if our car did not pass the emissions test, we would have to sit there and go get it fixed, and then, you know, and then take it back so it can pass. I mean, you know, is this just like, you know, one thing, this idiot wants to kill the EPA and all this other stuff. But hello, it was a Republican that started the EPA. It was Tricky Dick, okay? But even though you said no politics, Alex, I apologize about that. But I just wanted to sit there and I wanted to bring that up. And I remember there was like commercials when I was a kid about, you know, that there was a Native American actually crying because of the pollution.
That guy was not a Native American. He was Italian American. It's well known. And that commercial
and,
was
you know,
financed by the soda companies to deflect from their plastic bottles. It's in the
exactly,
Merchants of
and
Doubt by Naomi Resky.
the worst part about it is that the Native Americans are fetishized, and I don't like that. And, you know, this is just like, you know, one thing, and I'm saying it to be genuine and everything else like that. I don't put on no phony airs or whatever. A lot of people don't like me because I sit there and I tell it like it is and everything. And hey, and don't like it, they can go screw themselves. And I should sit there and I should not be cursing this month anyway because it's Ramadan. But, you know, is this just like, you know, it started, we're on the lunar calendar and everything else like that. And one thing I want to touch what Two Hands said, that we as Muslim women, we have a lot of rights. You know, contrary to what a lot of people think, okay? And there's a lot of times when I disagree with my husband, I definitely go on strike until he sees the error of his ways. You know, I don't cook, I don't clean, I don't do nothing. I mean, you know, it's just like, you know, one thing, I get mad, I will slam doors, you know, I sit there, I curse them out in German and everything else like that. And as far as, you know, it's just like, you know, I sit there and, you know, there's a few Germans that I follow and everything else like that. And I sit there and when I see their tweets and everything else like that, I give them my input about how I feel in German, of course, because German and English are my first languages, and I picked up the other languages later. And then and you know, it's just like, you know, one thing, and I see what some of the Pakistanis, they sit there and they treat you like dirt. So, you know, this is just like, it all depends, but you know, this just like, it's because of, you know, colonialism and all this other stuff and whatever. I mean, but some are just a plain trip anyway. Seriously.
Benazir,
And, you
do
know,
you go to Jennifer's space? Benazir, do you go to
Yes?
Jennifer? Do you go to Jennifer's space?
No, I don't.
Oh, you looking on it? You can look in on it. It's Klimastaschen. And you go to that. That's a good space too because it's all in German. I can't go. I've tried to, but I just no, seriously.
No, otherwise
There
I
you
said,
go.
is it? No.
It's Klimastammtisch
But,
tomorrow
you
at
know,
9.
It's good
believe me,
enough.
Good one, huh? I liked when Benazir said she tells it like it is. That rung with me. Just keep telling it like it is. You can't go wrong. I agree with you 100% there.
You know,
Yeah.
I got a little great nephew who was born in UK. My niece married and moved to Birmingham. Okay,
Cool.
he goes around telling everybody he's British.
Yeah.
I said to him, I said, "Hey, I heard you go around telling everybody you're British." He said, "Because I am." I said, "Bully for you."
We got I'm counting 4. We got 4 people from the UK up here on the stage, plus Joseph who studied there. So we try to surround the Lakota.
But honestly, that is my favorite. That is my favorite phrase in the British the part of the English language. So,
Bully for you.
yeah, bully for you.
Well, it is a good one. I'm getting to that stage where I want to check and see if Lost Sue is having his nap or not. That's what I'm
I mean, that tickles me, honestly.
Bully,
Bully for
yeah.
you.
Oh, they got a lot of those for sure. You can get them started.
I'm not sure that was where it comes from. I think it might be bully beef.
We,
Hey, but
yeah.
one thing, I was watching something about Victorian England, and then the poor people had Broxy beef or whatever, Broxy meat, and actually it's spoiled meat. I think it's disgusting.
Oh, history, eh?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
hey,
You
I
gotta eat.
love history. I'm a history buff.
Thank you.
But one thing,
Yeah.
I went to because one thing, my husband was telling me in Urdu, I would sit there and I would tell you in English, but it's just like speaking about the environment and everything else like that. This is such a cute story. And it was in my husband's school books when he was a kid. It was about this firefly and this robin. However, this firefly, it's just like was the hero of this story. This robin, actually, it was dark and everything else like that. Everybody went home and everything, except this robin was almost stranded. And this this firefly approached him and said, "Hey, how about if I light the way so you can go home?" And he said, "Hey, that's a splendid idea." So, the firefly led the way, and that this robin finally got home, and he got home safe. So, actually, it is a wonderful form of Urdu poetry and everything else like that. And it's just like, and I like all the time when my husband keeps talking about it and everything else like that. And it's just like, and I mean, but it's just like, other than that, I'll shut up.
Thank you. We do have hands, and we try to keep everything moving here. I guess my lifelong project of trying to figure out if Lost Sue is asleep or not will just have to be on hold. I know Zara what was next, and Zara, how are you? What's going on?
Oh, I was having a right old laugh there. I couldn't stop laughing. That's hilarious. I thought it would be at the climate crisis. What's going on here today?
Absolutely.
I was just giggling along as I was listening to you. And that lady that was talking, is it Banazir?
Yes.
I really liked the story there. That was hilarious. But my point was, two hands, what you were saying, I completely agree with you. And I'll tell you why. Because here we go. Look, I've got mum in the background. I have a child who's on the autism spectrum. 1 minute, baby.
No problem.
So yeah, I've got him. He's okay.
No
So
problem at all. Yeah.
My son's on the autism spectrum, and through the journey, he was diagnosed at the age of 2. And what we found was that he does have leaky gut syndrome, and we had to do a whole course on nutrition and organic food and the impact of
GMOs on food and the impact it has on children. And the reason why I was really touched by what Two Hands was saying was that women should protest and not have children, because at the end of the day, what happens is autism is increasing. Sorry, I had to come upstairs. I can't believe I'm so out of breath. I'm so unfit. But yes, autism's on the increase. And they say the modern diseases, there's a lot of children who are being born with these diseases, and they call them modern diseases: neurodivergence, autism, dyslexia, all kinds of stuff that's going on, sensory processing disorder. And what happens is we, the mothers, are the ones who end up taking on the world, because the system is not ready for these children. The rate of diagnosis is increasing on a daily basis. The system is not ready for them. The education system, social care, the government is not ready for them. So I would say that it's an epidemic, and I think that women should protest, because if the environment was cleaner, and on top of this, you've also got asthma, you've got eczema, you've got autism spectrum, you've got a number of numerous diseases, cancers on there as well, which is on the rise. And then what you have is all these packaged foods that are literally everywhere. You've got all these junk food everywhere. And then you've got the government who, and I have to be specific here, because what happens is no matter how much women protest, you always get, when something happens, it's the mother who pays the price. There's a lot of women who end up, the fathers end up leaving when the child's on the spectrum. So there's a high divorce rate. So it ends up being the mother who has to take on literally social services, the schools, the education system. And then what you have is a system and a number of people who do not understand how these children function, and the system is not ready for them, and it ends up falling on the women. So I totally agree with you that the environment needs to be cleaner. And when I was going through this journey and I was discovering the impact that the food was having on my child, I didn't even have factories. What are they? You know, the people who test the blood and the fecal matter and the urine samples. There was nothing in the UK. All of the samples had to go to the United States. And can you imagine me as a woman, as a mother, having to take on so many people? I was called all kinds of names. I was attacked by doctors, by social services, by teachers, and I'm still fighting the system. I'm still that gobby, parent blame, horrible mum who has to sit there and take on the world, because the world is not ready for these children. And to this day, I've never had support from the GP, from the doctors when it comes to my son's nutrition. It's always been me. It's me that had to pay privately for a nutritionist to give me the information that I needed, to teach me what I needed to learn about GMOs, to learn about the chemicals that were in his body. And my son, because he had leaky gut syndrome, his body was
Excuse me,
producing...
can I cut in for a second?
Of course, go ahead.
You know, my oldest grandchild is neurodivergent. And, one thing, first of all, she's an extremely intelligent young lady. And, it's just like, but, one thing, you're not doing anything wrong. And it's just like some people don't even understand anything about neurodivergence. Or, it's just like, and you shouldn't even be penalized for this.
It's a fascinating topic. Yeah, go ahead, Zora. Sorry.
I'd love to say that ideally that's a nice way, but the reality is it's not like that. I've been in 3 positions where I've been accused of abuse and nearly had my children taken off me because the system wants to punish women like me, outspoken women, educated women. And on top of that, I'm a Black woman. So it's like I've had racism thrown at me. You don't look like you've got a degree, or, these aggressive, minor aggressive comments at me. And the point is, I'm a mother and I'm really fighting for my child on a system that's not ready. And these children, the point is, this is on the increase, and this is happening to a lot of parents. There are fathers on there are mothers on there, and often we get the parent blame. And you will hear, Alex is aware of this, there's a lot of parents who are on this platform who talk about autism, who talk about how difficult it is, because what happens is you go down the rabbit hole, you end up taking on the education system, which is the government, which is the school system, which is a whole system that's just not ready for these children. But the point is, in terms of the environment, asthma is environmentally affects the children because of the pollution, the GMOs, the lack of organic food, the packaging. So my son's system was full of toxins, and what the doctor said was that the nutritionist said that his system is not cleansing, he's not detoxifying enough, he has got leaky gut syndrome, his body was producing alcohol at the age of 2, and if I'd given this information to social services, I probably would have been arrested, because they would think that I was actually feeding the child alcohol, but it's not the parent who's feeding the child, it's the leaky gut syndrome and the fermentation that happens in their body. And then on top of this, his body was full of toxins, he had 0 good bacteria in his gut, and this is all down to the environment, it's all down to the food that we're feeding these children. And hence what happens is a lot of work falls on the mother, women like me, who end up not only taking on the system, but having to learn about these children, having to learn about the food, GMOs, organic, the chemicals. So you end up having like about 2 or 3 degrees, because you have to learn. You're a parent trying to support your child, and I think that the world needs to wake up, and I think that women should protest, because it's a lot of work. I'm going to land it there. Thank you.
I had to do that suffering from endometriosis, which affects fertility because of all the endocrine disrupting hormones that we're swimming in our environment. And it's like barely even, they talk about BPAs and baby bottles and stuff like that. But like being totally alone in trying to, I went through years where, like, when my cycle would come, I actually wouldn't be able to have a bowel movement without passing out. Like, I had to have surgeries and things like that, and had to find out, stop cooking food in plastic and all that. And then you keep combing through that to the point where it's like, oh gosh, actually, I'm swimming in it. I'm breathing it.
Yeah.
And it's affecting my fertility. And it affected my fertility so much that it wasn't really safe for me to have a child. My fertility is affected by endocrine disrupting chemicals in our environment. And then the treatment that was thrown at me was also extremely disruptive. And then I couldn't get help with that. They put me on it's the same thing as the puberty blocker. That was like a nuclear bomb going off in my body. And then I couldn't, like, people barely even understand how the human endocrine system works. Like a hormone is in the body is like one of the most potent substances on the planet, because it's just like one little molecule is a messenger to have all these processes happen in the body. And we're messing with chemicals that mimic these hormones. And women don't even, and then we're told, like, oh, you're supposed to feel pain with your period, and it's completely dismissed, and they don't realize that they are actually having a disease from endocrine disrupting hormones. And our fertility is greatly affected. And I'm on my own when I go to the doctor to say, after they gave me that drug, which was like a kind of a nuclear, that if I finally found a neuroendocrinologist who described it as like, that was kind of like a little bit like a nuclear bomb, that hormone, that one shot, that that she gave me. I had consent, but I didn't have informed consent. If I had informed consent, I wouldn't have consented to that treatment. And I'm just, and that was like 10 years ago, and I'm just starting to kind of come out of it, but I've had to do it entirely on my own. And if I talk to a doctor, they're like, what? No, nothing happened. And in the meantime, it's like we shouldn't even be messing with the way that the endocrine system is being disrupted. So our fertility is being affected everywhere, and men's fertility is as well. So I'm just trying to, the same as for, she was speaking about, being all on your own and trying to figure out these things for our autistic child. And, we're feeling it. I mean, like it affects us. It's happening now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our fertility
We
is
got
affected.
lots of hands here, 2 hands. And good conversation, health, plastics. We always highly recommend Dr. Jane Van Dis, OBGYN, who really specializes in plastic in the human body. I've got Jennifer, Joseph, Chrissy, and Sahil is my order. I think that's correct. And we'll get back to discussing plastics, toxins, the physical body, the health, the endocrine system, neurodiversity, always on the table for discussion.
She was pointing out that how much women are affected, then it's admissible. So anyway, I was trying to validate that.
Absolutely an important topic. Mother Earth, women, ecofeminism, women's bodies and plastics. Again, Dr. Jane Van Dis, who does come here and talk to us occasionally, real expert on that. Just fascinating. I never can support her enough. But Jennifer is here. She survived the German elections, as we all did. The AfD got 21% of the vote. What else is going on, Jennifer? Geopolitics, your space, your life, your boyfriend. How's it going?
Okay, but I wanted to respond also to two hand. It's like gaslighting, and for people who don't know how endometriosis is, it's like I was always also told it's normal to have these pain, and I was mid-20 or something when I found out that it's not normal to have this pain because I had an appendicitis, and I just thought, oh, I just stay in bed and turn around and I can't eat, so I just stay there. And if my mother wouldn't have come, I would have died because doctors and people gaslighted me into believing that I don't have to trust my body when there is pain. And something similar happened with our votes. The people were massively gaslighted in how something has to work, and they promise this is the only way. And most of the promise, like the death break, that it can still be there and it's not ruining the country, they insisted on it, and the people still wanted to keep it, because in the all the election talks or whatever, they always said this is the way to go, and the people believed. And there's so a mass of disinformation about how the energy transition should be, about heat pumps, about the rules of the EU, or about Habeck, who made it more affordable to have a heat pump because it sponsored it with 30 to 70%, and you didn't have to rip it out. But the media still asks, yeah, Habeck make it difficult. Yeah, that was difficult with the heat pumps and the whipping out of the oil tanks. But he didn't want to do it. Even said you can repair them. And before the government said you had whipped it off. So this is one point of the energy transition that really got hacked because of it. And still, we were able to hold the climate goals. They're not goals, but that we are with Paris Agreement and the EU, what we are decided that it has to be done, and Habeck did it, and it's going further now. But with everything is happening at the moment, I think we are all really fucked as more and more states vote for milliardaires or millionaires who only want to profit their guys, and they have no knowledge of the system. They are lying, and yeah, it's really great working out because it got sponsored in Germany by News and Bild and Springer. Also it's Welt. You might have heard of it. Alan was able to write a comment there, and so they are fossil sponsored, and they have a lot of think tanks. And in Germany, they're also attacking only the left and the green think tanks now. They're saying there's something not great with the financing, but they only get finance for projects. And now people say, yeah, if they are left and if they are against Merz and then we should stop the financing, but they don't know what is financed by our taxes and all the stuff, and it's pretty ignorant. It's ignoring press freedom. So CDU did it with 2 TV channels, and that they didn't let them on their party events before the vote and before the election. And it's pretty stressing that this all is coming down, and I hope they find a solution, and I hope we stop electing stupid as our kind of kings, because they don't stick to rules and we still vote for them. Oh. What's the outbreaks? Well, it's really so annoying. The people because there's so many disinformation, and I'm not sure. There was so much effort from so many groups, and when you reflect what was said before and what was decided now and what is now demanded to be done, then the people voted for the wrong clowns, and who have no sense of systems and how they work and how society and democracy works.
Yeah, how democracy works. This democratic life we live, and stupidity in politics, it seems like it's here to stay. Thank you, Jennifer.
They should. I wish for that they would hide at least, but they don't.
No, matter of fact, the old Dunning-Kruger reality. I don't know what to say. Politics is politics. Democracy is democracy. We're not going to be happy with either of them. That's just the way this life of politics is. And unfortunately, environmentalists have to be concerned with those concepts. Those are paths to environmental progress that can't be ignored. Neurodiversity, an issue of our times. There's a global mental health crisis, an issue of our times. And the difficulties for the neurotypical and the neurodiverse communicating. This has been on my mind a lot. A couple times in the last few weeks, I've gotten angry around the neurodiverse, and the communications fell apart for a bit and then were reestablished. Just like all different kinds of groups, we all have to keep working together through our miscommunications and accepting that we're not here to make disinformation. No one here is here to make disinformation. If we accept that and come to the table with some respect, I think we can keep working all this stuff out. I know I'm getting around to a lot of issues that are on Chrissy's mind, the sociology of it all. But Chrissy, what I'm really thinking about is your guy. I'm curious if he played some ball today. That's what's on my mind.
We haven't gone out yet. I mean, honestly, we're kind of slow on, we're really slow on Saturday mornings, just getting out the door. We have a lot of like chores and things we got to do before we get out the door. But thank you for asking. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk in a minute. But I have like two. I wanted to address one concern and ask a question around Brazil that's totally separate from my first concern, if that's okay with you. Zara, I'm so sorry that you've been dealing with a difficult system there where you live. I know that racism, misogyny, it's all baked in, unfortunately, into many Western cultures, healthcare systems, and access. I just want to be cautious with you that there's no link between GMOs and autism. There's no link between endocrine disruption and organic food and autism, right? Um, I do want to just caution you. While I'm glad that you're wanting to pay attention to your kids' health, and I think it's important, you know, to be, I'm a mom as well, the neurodivergent child. Autism is something that is genetic for the most part, but not necessarily. They don't think it's all genetic, you know what I'm saying? Um, and that I just want to caution you that, the research on GMOs shows that the data shows over and over again GMOs are no different than quote unquote non-GMO food, right? And really the technology was designed to be able to feed more people, right, at lower prices across the world, right? And it was really the guy who came up with GMOs he basically gave developing countries the technology for free. And I know you're concerned about that, around that, but the data just research, even, and I'm talking outside the industry research, and I get it. And I know it's a very big concern. And well, it's totally fine, for you to, I get it. Like I try to eat organic meat because I'm concerned about the welfare of animals, right? And typically organic meat, but not necessarily, right? Come from smaller farms that do treat their animals better, right? I just want to caution you not to make, I just want to caution you on that work, especially if it's to a great expense of, if it's too much of an expense on you, as well. Because I know you have to dedicate a lot of resources to your neurodivergent child. Just giving you a heads up, at the end of the day, you're trying to be the best mom you can with the information you have, right? And I want to encourage you to join some of there's this wonderful activist, Jennifer Littleton. She's a big time. She works
Yeah,
at
I just seen Zara her address. Yeah.
Yeah, she's wonderful. She's a big, autism, neurodivergence activist, but she actually knows a lot of the science about it as well. And she works with like federal legislators, secure things like our Medicare and Medicaid systems, and the Department of Ed to the Department of Ed to provide, you know, um, neurodivergent responsive education and to enforce and she's has a lot of disinfo. She also joined. I would also like to encourage you to join some of our medical disinfo groups, to
Can I,
learn more
can
about
I,
all this, right? And
can I
and
just say, we don't think that the food causes autism.
okay.
We're talking about the leaky gut syndrome. So it's about repairing the walls of his gut, which has deteriorated because of the chemicals in the food. So once you do that, then the child has a better chance of improving. But we know autism and the food is not linked. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, and I wanted to also point out that leaky gut syndrome right now is a hypothetical condition that's not really recognized as a medical diagnosis. It's more based on a concept of increased intestinal permeability, which does happen in some GI diseases. I don't want to say that's not possible. You know what I'm saying? So, and that, and I'm not saying, and like everything and anything in a world, the dose makes the poison, right? If you drink too, you can like get really sick if you drink too much water, for example, right? I'm glad you recognize that, Zara. And at low dose, and there are some emerging research on the role of these monotonic toxicology, right? Or just even a little bit can make a difference. And it's not about the dose, but it's still emerging research that we don't quite have our hands around, right? But I understand that you're trying to do the best you can with your child. I have a neurodivergent child as myself. He's ADHD, right? And what I do, like I said, and we make sure he has a healthy diet, mixed with vegetables, and he loves broccoli. I know I have the only 8-year-old on the 8-year-old on the planet who thinks broccoli is the best thing ever. He loves broccoli, and I mean, I get it if you want to, eat organically, because, in order to reduce your pesticide, quote unquote, pesticide load, right? The traditional pesticides, even though organic farming does use pesticides, but they do use the type of pesticides that disintegrate in the environment a lot quicker, right? Versus kind of the more ones that are, and not all, just because there's at the end of the day, I do want to say this, a blueberry is a chemical, Zara, right? It's made up of several chemicals, right? Right. And some chemicals are really toxic, even at low doses, and some chemicals are not, right? And we just got to be careful and cautious, and knowing how to balance this and working with a medical expert. And mind you, I'm not a medical expert, but I'm just sharing the information I've learned from doctors and scientists. I'm part of a medical disinfo group because I go and attack these disinfo spreaders, because they're the same guys who also attack migrants and refugees and who deny climate change, so I'm like part of their group to help fight that disinfo, you know and I'm talking about prominent like disinfo fighters like Dr. Hutes are part of our group. Well, I don't want to get into it, Alex, how he's part of our Discord group, but yeah, um you know right. And I just want to say that I'm glad that you're trying to do the best things you can, and I'm glad you're trying to um and I get it, I mean, the most important, like, and this as well, that balanced diet is the key to all this, right? Working with medical, therapists. We're working now with a neurologist, a pediatric neurologist with my son to manage our ADHD meds, because we have to balance the fact that he needs to grow with the fact that these meds tend to suppress his appetite, right? He has severe ADHD where I'm about to pull my hair out every minute I'm with him, So, and, since he's been on ADHD meds, he's now like, he's like basically doing math at 5th grade level. And the kid's only at 2nd, right? He just didn't have an ability to sit down and pay attention in class. He's finally reading at his level. So, right. And just working with your doctor to get the best info you can so you can like balance everything, balance what makes sense, right? And I wish that, and I wish you could get, more neurodivergent responsive medicine where you at. And I know this is an ongoing problem in the UK. I've heard about it from, international activists in the disability space, that it's just because of, it's just differently structured than in the United States. In the United States, it's all, you can get access to it if you have like the money, basically, right? In the UK, there's like long lines, not enough, like, there's not, because everybody has access to healthcare, long lines, and it's just a very different kind of level of access there. But I wanted to say, I would like to, welcome us. You could ask these questions to medical doctors that I join spaces with, and that I'm a part of their kind of team to help fight the refugee disinfo, right? Like I was recently ran some asshole down for spreading disinfo that Mexicans brought the measles outbreak to West Texas. Like that's the type of work I do. I do the intersection of that, science, refugees, and sciences. Okay, So I just want to say, Zara, it sounds like you're an amazing mom and a lot more proactive than I could be. I wish I could be just as proactive as you are, because sometimes I'm just so overwhelmed with all the phone calls and appointments and and I don't know, thank God I have ADHD myself, so thank God I have a wonderful supportive husband who reminds me to do stuff, because otherwise I would forget, or I wrote it down, I forgot to check my little planner to wrote it down in, right? And it's been fantastic to hear you being so proactive, and I think you're very proactive in getting the best information possible. So I just wanted to say that you know, there's a lot of, I just want to say that, and I just want to put a disclaimer, I'm not a scientist. I'm a social scientist actually, but I am a big champion of data, you know what I'm saying? And evidence and working with experts and expertise. Okay. Second question, I wanted to throw about Brazil. So Brazil is interesting to me in terms of their eating habits. They're after India because of the religion there. They have the second highest. They're one of the highest. I think it's either Germany or Brazil. The last time I checked it, had the highest rates of veganism, vegetarianism in the world after India. Because India with the religions there. That's really kind of what drives the rates there. However, Brazilian food is so wrapped up in oh my god, steak and pork. It's like a very meat heavy Latin American diet. And I'm just curious how Brazilians have been able to balance those two things, right? And the veganism, vegetarianism in Brazil is driven by their commitment to the Amazon forest. The research studies or these surveys I've seen, the rates of vegetarianism and veganism. And I just wondered, Sandy, if you're in the space, how is that balanced? How do you deal with this whole fact that, and mind you, I'm Latin American as well. So unfortunately meat is a very big part of our diet. And I used to joke with my husband because he's Peruvian and yo, what do you call a side dish in Mexico in Peru? We go more meat. So I just wanted to say how you're able to address the fact that this is very much so cultural, right? But with the climate crisis needs, right? That we do need to reduce our consumption of meat or eliminate it altogether or find different alternatives. But how do you do that in a way that's still culturally sensitive to how people eat? And I'm just, if Sandy's in the space or anybody else who's dealt with this issue, I'd like to hear your speaking. I would like to know how y'all make the balance of it pushing more sustainable meat alternatives that are less environmentally harmful with the fact that it's kind of colonial to come in and say, yeah, don't eat meat, right? And I think Lasu would agree with that as well, or come in and say no, don't eat this, right? And it's always a tricky thing, right? And then there's this issue of personal choice as well, right? And you want consent and you want to be culturally sensitive. And I just wanted to ask you how y'all dealt with that issue. Just out of curiosity, because I know Brazil is one of the highest rates of veganism, vegetarianism in the world, right? And I think it might be third, it might be second, and I might have looked at an old survey they've done too. So this was a few 4 months ago. I looked at this data. Thanks. Anybody can provide insight about that?
Yeah, I see. I am looking at numbers. And your question was excellent there at the end, Chrissy. We got tons of hands, but I want to say, for one thing, the 8.2 billion people, looking at the macro picture and diet, the billion plus heads of cattle in the world right now are unsustainable. If we want to feed 8.2 billion people, that is not an answer. We have to reduce the heads of cow around globally. As a macro picture, I can give you some answers. Things get complicated when we break it down to the 193 nations, the 15,000 cultures, and so forth. But that's a huge topic. We got lots of hands. I'm looking at Joseph, Julian, Jim, and Benazir. I hope that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Joseph is threatening to visit me this week, which is very, very exciting.
Oh yeah, Joseph, you made our space go wild with your question. We could not get off that question about if you have a beautiful, wonderful house and the context it's in, is not.
Yeah,
And we were like, oh my God, it was like a 3-hour conversation. So I just want to say,
that is
Oh
Joseph,
my
don't do that
God.
again. Joseph, don't do
that
that
is
again.
correct.
You think I should do it again? Well, first of all, I must say I am pretty delighted and I'm excited to be back on this space. This time I'm not speaking from Kampala, Uganda. I'm speaking from Oregon in Eugene at the Public Interest Environmental Law Conference, and the weather is beautiful. It is beautiful, it is sunny, it's exciting. And yes, lots of discussions and the topics. Oh my God. So I'll not talk about the environmental law conference. It's a long story. I wanted to first touch on some of the things that I've listened to in the past couple of minutes. And one of them must have been neurodivergence. And although the experts will always tell us, and there are so many causes, but one little aspect that sometimes touches on it is environmental causes. And the environment could be from your physical environment, your home environment, whether you're traumatized, whether you're stressed. And then it also stems down to things like nutritional deficiencies. I mean, if you lack certain nutrition, if you have certain nutritional deficiencies during pregnancy, in those early stages, it could impact a little on that. So let's keep praying and supporting for women like that, and hoping that we can. Lend a hand, the ear, whatever it is, and hope that if you are anywhere near a pregnant woman, no matter how much you want to get angry or upset, give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt, because it could turn out to cause a different kind of picture after 9 months. So that is the first thing I wanted to say. The second one is about the environment. Again, related to part of what has been said, it's these environmental causes. And someone mentioned it. If you look at the world today, there are so many, in the global south, I'll give you an example, so many children's clinics springing up in every other little corner. And the question is why? You have all these issues of asthma and I don't know, breathing conditions and bacterial infections and all. The question is why? It has something to do with our environmental causes. There's a lot of lead pollution from the nail polish that ladies put on their fingers, on their fingernails, from exhaust fumes. So many factors are adding up to cause poor health conditions for many of us the world over. And if I can borrow a quote from, not a quote from one of the people who is a lawyer, but he's also a politician, he said, we will not be able to actually envisage and enjoy a better, this time I would say better planet or a better country, a better livelihood, unless we start to develop a central nervous system that feels each other's pain. Sometimes you sit on a space and someone is talking about autism and you think, oh, well, that's not right up my street. We need that central nervous system. If we develop it, then we will be able to make lots of positive strides, even in the simple fight for our climate. I've been looking at people and interacting with people here down at the University of Oregon, and the people are fighting for watersheds in Eugene. People are fighting for saving their forests and so many other things. And if we can learn that the local actions we have a global vision and the impact globally, then we, I think, will be able to make lots of progress. People have been trying to get this coffee that I brought for Alex and Papi, because it is highly organic from the mountains in Mount Elgon in eastern Uganda, and it is purely organic. Even the smell alone is pure. But what that shows for me is that we are lacking out. Someone talked about GMOs and all these other things and the foods we consume, and there is a lot that people are pumping into us because of the economy, the money, the resource, the resource bracket. We need to step up a little bit, just a little bit, step back and and start to imagine the kind of planet that we want our children to inherit. What will we tell our children? On one of the spaces a couple of weekends ago, people were so heated, people were so angry because we were touching the core of where they have come from and where they envision they should be or how the tomorrow should look like. We owe it to future generations to leave them with a planet that they are comfortable inheriting. And to be able to do that, we need to start tapping into the little things. If there's a wildfire in California and I'm living in Boston, then, you know, it also touches me. Or if there's a flood in Bangladesh and I'm in Uganda and it is tropical, it also touches on me. We should stop operating in silos. Let's work together. I don't know how much I can stress this. I've worked and lived with children for a while, and you realize that the kind of lessons we impart on them today become the bedrock of the kind of people they will be tomorrow. So if we can constantly do that, and Alex, I think in the middle of this week, get ready. We're going to enjoy the coffee. I'll drink half of it and leave you half of it, and the rest of you, let's keep in touch. Let's keep enjoying the spaces. Beautiful places to learn, lots of information shared, and it's good you record them because we end up picking up some of these and go back and reflect and pick lessons. Some of us who talk at places, we pick some of the things we say and seem brilliant from the spaces like this. So kudos to you guys who put it together, and let's keep the space going. My last appeal is to the Climate Crisis Club. In Uganda on the 29th of March, we have 5,000 children from 123 primary schools who are going to march with a petition to try and ask for improved access to clean water, to sanitation, to hygiene, to protection of our biodiversity. I want you to join us. If you can, fly to Uganda. If you can't, support. Share video, share a story, share videos of support of similar situations, and then we will play them for the children and show them on the day after the march. There is a mini concert by the children, just to tell them that, you know what you're experiencing today, what you're lobbying for, is what is happening. What other people are doing in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in Bangladesh, in India, in Sri Lanka, in Guatemala, in the Philippines, in the island, the Samoa Islands. That is the general picture. Local actions, global vision. God bless you all. And I'll keep popping in and out because I'm in between sessions here at the conference. But love you guys, and thank you for the warm American hospitality and welcome. God bless.
Thank you, Joseph, a million times. So I haven't had one of these meetups, and Joseph has threatened to come visit me. And I think like I should look him up. And, you know, we've talked to Joseph several times. They're excellent conversations. His work in Uganda is absolutely outstanding. He doesn't promote himself. Chloe, can I have the cord there? Thanks. His organization that I have on my screen here, Little Hands Go Green, Joseph said he was coming to visit me, so I thought I better do some research on this man. And I had no idea. I wasn't paying attention. His organization, Little Hands Go Green, littlehandsgogreen.org. He started in 2012. And the concept, I looked on the Google Maps at the street the place is on. He has a big festival every year with 40,000 people. His vision of teaching the children about environmentalism. It's an actual something. It's a big idea. Yes, teach the children environmentalism. They take it with them for the rest of their life. Joseph is actually doing something here. I watched some videos with the man on YouTube. I researched him a bit. I'm very impressed. I'm really looking forward to the visit, and I'm curious to see when the Climate Crisis Club starts moving into actual meetups where we go. I know that Hubert from the DRC He lost his family at 19. Uganda took him in as a refugee. Uganda takes in something like the 5th most refugees in the world. We've heard from Aaron at the Rhino refugee camp a couple summers ago. He was giving us reports from his work. But Hubert, the orphan from the DRC, lost his family, and then was accepted by Canada to go to school there. And Hubert met up with John in Montreal. And this is Hubert's first winter in Canada, but he is hanging in there. He is succeeding. What?
He's adapting.
He's adapting. He's actually doing some fashion modeling now. A great guy, that Hubert. So where we got a lot of hands now to get to, but where will these meetups get us? This will be fun, and if I'm going to have a meetup with someone, I couldn't pick anyone I'd prefer to meet up than Joseph. Kindness, warmth, intelligence, that whole African package, whatever we call it, man. I did live with Eddie Blyden in 1985. He came from Nigeria to New York City to cook, and I'd hang out with Eddie and listen to Nigerian pop music. That said, I got a million stories.
The point
Yes.
about the kids,
Yes.
if you get the kids when they're young, and you're not, it's their journey that they're taking. But if you get them when they're young, then they will have it for life. Think of the amount of persuasion that you won't need to do to people later in life, because they will be hardwired into them at a very early age. Willingly, it's not like some aspects of hardwiring ideas into kids' minds at an early age. This is something that they want to be part of, and because they want to be part of it, it will stick with them forever. And they, it's such a benefit to everybody. It cuts out a lot of this, adults pretending not to know about the climate crisis and looking the other way all the time. You don't get that anymore. You get kids who grow up to be adults, who are involved, who make a difference. It's so important. I really, really can only congratulate Joseph on doing this. It's typical that it's Africa. It's typical.
And it's typical that he didn't shove it down in our throats, that I didn't even really know about it. And the grace, the graciousness, the decency. Again, littlehandsgogreen.org, Joseph's organization. He's doing the walk. He's walking the walk. He's got the big idea. And clearly American schools, British schools, Australian, every German, whoever is here. Environmentalism should be taught. I took earth science in the 8th grade. I went to a different school in the 9th grade. They made me take earth science again. Now I'm thankful I took it twice in a row. It helped me get a good foundation. We've got hands at Robert. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. I'm a huge admirer of Joseph's commitment, dedication, foresight, and vision for future generations over there. And it can only be given the highest praise that can be possibly bestowed on Joseph and his organization for continuing to empower young minds to this extent of levels of green consciousness and wisdom that is so absolutely vital for all younger generations to be able to experience and encompass while they are as young as they are. Because as I've always said, the youngest minds are always like sponges. You treat them and you nurture them and you educate them in the right ways, with the right principles and the right values towards green thinking and towards green conservation and towards environmental responsibility. At those young ages can only be to the greater good of not just themselves, because what will happen when those young minds grow up and they become parents, etc., they will hopefully encompass that information onto their children as well. So it can only be to the greater good. I do have some things to say, but there are many hands here, Alex, and I will be talking again and handing the microphone back.
That's the plan. We got to talk to Stephen as well. I got a bunch of questions for him.
I do hope that we can hear something. I hope Stephen will speak to us.
I hope so. I know that David is often under time constraints, so I don't mind if he jumps the line here.
I think we should
David, are
hand the
you?
microphone to David.
Yeah, David, are you busy today, or can you wait your turn? How's it going, David? Or can you even hear me, for that matter?
Trying to get the user interface on X to work here. No, I can wait. I've got about a half an hour before I have a meeting, and I'd love to jump in, but I would not want to cut the line with others.
Gotcha. Okay, let's go straight to Julian then. He was talking to vaquita porpoise last loop. 6 to 8 vaquita porpoises are left in the wild, and I don't know, man. 150 species go extinct every day, according to my AI.
What a tragedy, eh? Thanks, Alex. Thanks, everybody. It's been a really, really great space. I've loved listening to everyone. Sarah, Chrissy, Joseph. It's been really amazing because so many great ideas. Lately, one thing that struck me as very relevant here, food security is, of course, a vital concern for any climate crisis club. And I've been struck lately. One of the most inspirational people for me that I found lately is Debbie Ironbow, who I was having a brief discussion with her about how to return to the Mother Earth. And I'm finding such a confluence between advanced science and genetics and the traditions of the past that I find this really striking. I mean, the proponents of GM agricultural technology will often tell us that GM is extremely useful and vital because it promotes food security. These are engineered crops that have inbred drought resistance and pest resistance. Even though they require glyphosate, the concept is that they will require less glyphosate because of their very nature. But though this seems like a good argument at first, I don't agree with it at all. I believe that it's incredible that I'm looking at this right now. Apparently, the United States has lost 93% of its vegetable varieties between 1903 and 1983. This seems incredible to me. And the ongoing consequences of this for nutrition, for the micronutrients that have been lost in the loss of biodiversity for our diets, we don't know. We don't even know what those consequences are because we have lost so many species that we now will not eat because they have been overtaken by monocultures, by species. I mean, obviously, I don't demonize GM crops. I understand that these are chemicals, that we all eat chemicals. We're made of chemicals. This isn't the problem for me. The problem is that they will also bring with them a loss of species that we knew nothing about and that we don't know how we needed them. And on the other hand, traditional Three Sisters based agricultural techniques, they have always incorporated these attitudes right from the very start. And I'll leave it at that because I know there's a lot of people that know probably more than I do about these subjects, and I know they're probably in line there behind me. So I'll let them get on with it. Thanks all very much.
Yeah, Julian, good points there. Debbie, of course, we all just think she's absolutely brilliant, and her knowledge of traditional Lakota spiritualism and that intersection with the best of Western science. Julian, that's almost my thesis for the last 40 years. That's almost my point. What I have to say, what you nailed there. My other idea here is the Sea of Cortez. It's not just that the Sea of Cortez is celebrating a genociding murderer, but that name could also be given to something truly beautiful, a beautiful person, place, concept, goddess, something. So it's not just that they're glorifying the genocider. but it's actually taking away from an item of beauty. We got to change the Sea of Cortez if it's the last goddamn thing we ever do. That just gets me set off. I want to know. We've got some spaces if Pup ever feels like giving us a good lecture on life, liberty, dreams, peace, food, all Pup's topics. And we've got Jim and Benazir lined up here. I see Jim now. I just think of oysters and topology. I can't even remember the last go around. It was good stuff though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Julian 100%, and I've been preoccupied with this for months, and returning to the old ways of genetically diverse and rich crops, and I've kind of reached a stalemate in trying to get the word out further, but I think that the hope is with gardeners. I think it's not going to happen from big ag, and kind of the hope for this return to the kind of plant genetic diversity that we'd like to see. It's going to come from gardeners and even school gardens. Who knows? Maybe that's where the movement can start. And now I know people that are involved with it at the gardening level. But one point I wanted to get back to, with the earlier discussion on like chronic illnesses and leaky gut syndrome and so on, and this isn't to negate anything that anybody said about ideas on nutrition and chemicals and so on. But just one thing I want to kind of add to that discussion is the potential importance of fermented food, and specifically with respect to leaky gut syndrome. There's conversation on the potential for fermented foods to improve your gut health and help with those kind of syndromes. And I'm a big believer in the wisdom of ages, and humans have for thousands of years been fermenting food, and we all know yogurt from the Middle East, but look at various cultures around the world, like kimchi in Korea, and a whole slew of fermented products in Japan. And you look at any worldwide health statistics, and consistently Japan and Korea are like at the top of the list for health. And who knows, maybe it's partly due to their extensive eating of fermented food. And just one final point, with some fermented foods like yogurt, you need a starter that's got the right culture, and then once you get it started, you can do what's called backslopping with each successive batch. You inoculate it with the prior batch, but with kimchi, you don't need a starter culture. Ambient microbes do it. So basically Napa cabbage and salt and a few other vegetables and garlic and so on, and you're up and running. It ferments itself without having to add anything to it. So that's my suggestion for some of these chronic health syndromes. what have you got to lose? Try fermented food. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim. You mentioned the word stalemate, which I think is an intriguing word and concept. Kind of where environmentalists often feel they are kind of stuck. Food, we all have to eat. I have always loved kitchens. If you have a party, I like going to the kitchen. I just like kitchens architecturally. So we'll all keep going. Gardeners, gardening, excellent topics every single time around. I think the concept of the salon, the get together, the circle around the fire, some kind of social gathering to put our heads together and work out these problems. I personally think that's solution enough without the details. That's all we've had in the past, and it's worked. It's gotten us this far. Let's keep going. Benazir, I think of Chicago, Pakistan, and I don't know. I can't read your mind yet, so you'll have to take the microphone and tell us what you're thinking. What's going on? If you can hear me, Benazir. If you can't hear me, there is David Mitchell, the man for 2025, uplifting kind.
Actually, I
Yes.
can hear you. And actually, I was busy making bacalitos, which is salt codfish fritters. It's a Puerto Rican dish. And I'm
Nice.
the person
Very
to go
nice.
to.
Yeah.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite Puerto Rican dish, but I have to eat it sparingly because I have type 2 diabetes. And actually, and I'm always pricking my fingers twice a day, and my fingers hurt like hell. But but I got to do it to live. So anyway, and I have another endocrine disease called hypothyroidism, and I'm on levothyroxine because of it. But one thing for those of us who have neurodivergent loved ones in our families, me included, a long time ago, I seen on TV a long time ago about Dr. Feingold and his studies with people who have who are hyperactive, as they called people who have ADHD back in the day. And he put these kids on a diet, otherwise they were bouncing off the walls. I mean, it's just like one thing, no cold cereals at all whatsoever graces my table. No white breads of any kind graces my table. I eat always whole grain breads and everything. But how I got the diabetes, it runs in my family, sadly, and it's on both sides of my family. And but it's just like, and he was talking about grapes and apples have a high amount of natural sugar and everything, which would have these kids who have ADHD bouncing off the walls. And my oldest daughter was one of them. Every time he sit there, he gave her sugar. She was worse than a Mexican jumping bean. And it's just like actually, it's just like, the sugar laden cereals like Lucky Charms, Count Chocula, Fruit Brute, Frankenberry. This is all garbage. And one thing, I even sit there and look at the halal marshmallows, and I'm like, yuck. I never did like anything with marshmallows in it anyway, and nor do I eat Jello.
Yeah.
And I think Jello is actually disgusting, and I definitely don't like ketchup.
Let's get it back to the global environmentalism.
And especially, one thing, I mean, there's about the GMO thing. Actually, I had been told by the manager who manages the grocery store that I go to all the time, and I frequent a lot. He's a Greek, by the way, Alex. And him and my husband get along very well. My husband loves Greeks, by the way. And it's just like, and I like the Greeks too, and I also like Greek food. You know, especially, you know, my husband, you know, is a big lover of somi, which actually is a Greek bread. And also one thing I had
It
seen
is the
also,
word. That's the word for bread in Greek. So me.
I know, and I see King Charles, to my English friends, is also a big environment activist or an environmentalist and everything. He's into green stuff and everything else like that, and he has his own garden.
Yeah, he has a few of those. Yeah, and he flies in a big helicopter too. By the way.
Yeah.
So you know.
Oh
A
yeah,
very
that's how
big
he gets back and
helicopter.
forth between Buckingham Palace and Sandringham.
Yeah, that's not exactly very far, is it? What's wrong with the train, like the rest of us? You know.
Exactly.
Even first class.
2 helicopters.
I mean, you know, it's just like, but you know, but I even heard that Boris Karloff was fond of gardening. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
Benazir, let's halt for a second and see what Stephen had to say there. Stephen, what were you thinking there?
I just said King Charles has got 2 new helicopters, not 1.
what? That is
Very expensive ones.
that is a load of bullocks.
They were bought in 2024.
What a way to sit there waste your taxpayer money, right?
Yeah.
One of them is
You know,
maroon. It's maroon coloured.
Yes,
yeah,
it's very fancy.
he's got his own money. Why sit there and why waste the taxpayer bucks?
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense to me.
it does make sense to us. You know, it's not our nation. Stephen, Robert, Oliver, Zara, Dave, you guys got to figure out. We'll be happy to help you any way we can, but I don't know. Lost doesn't like the crown either. So, Robert, what are you thinking there?
Yeah, well, my first thoughts on this bit about the helicopter stuff with Prince Charles is that I would call Prince Charles a token environmentalist, if I can put it like that. Not because of any monetary ability to be able to have fancy gardens, although God knows he's got enough millions to be able to sustain palaces with big gardens. But back in the real world, where reality is of the most conscious nature, I will say that someone who persists or perpetuates in either flying in private jets, who is either royalty or private helicopters, i.e. the two that Charles has in his arsenal at the moment. I will honestly say that I cannot be in agreement in any capacity with somebody who you know is got that sort of equipment in a climate emergency. I've said it so many times before that I completely get how can I put this? My blood boils. To an extent where you know there are situations where famous people persist in either flying around in X amount of jets or perpetuating what you know the excesses of what is continuing to warm our atmosphere and you know dangerously
Robert,
making
did you see Abilu listening to us today?
I said
yes,
and I said yeah, absolutely sick stuff.
We're huge fans of his, right? One of our favorites.
Yeah, absolutely,
without question.
Yeah.
I'm only pushing you along here because I know David is time limited today. He's got a meeting to go to.
David, Alex, yeah, consider it done. David, please, the microphone is all yours. I know time is precious for you.
Well, time is precious for all of us, but we got to have time to have fun along the way. So thank you very much for your courtesy on that.
Your sound isn't too good, David.
Yeah, always something here with the interface. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, still not too good.
Let me try something else.
Sure.
Can you hear me now? How's this?
That's a little better.
Okay, a little better. Well, this is probably the best I'm going to be able to do at the moment. I may have to just switch a different.
It's all right. It's all right. It's not too bad.
Okay, good. Well, first of all, I made a note on what I want to talk about, because first of all, hi everybody. I really appreciate everything that everybody's doing, and it was very interesting listening to Joseph, because I've been able to listen on and off while I've been working this morning. It's morning here. Well, it's not anymore. Okay, so anyway, Joseph is really doing significant environmental activism in an area that I consider personally one of the most important, which is children, because they represent the future. They represent what we're working for. I mean, with my wife and 5 children, we're immensely dedicated to the project we're working on, as you all know. And the thing that's significant is that through this, I had a chance to, David Castleman at this point is a close friend. We've been friends now for almost 3 years. And his starting of ecoflix.com, which is the nonprofit environmental and animal streaming service that's global, he supported making the book called It's Up to Us, which was by the author Christopher Lloyd, not the one we know as an actor, but the British author. And as such, David Castleman invested the money personally to make it into a short children's cartoon using very clever techniques that kept the spirit of the book. I posted the book up in the chat for this, the spaces today. But the thing is, It's Up to Us is all about an educational book for children to get them on track and to further get them to point out the fallacies that their parents may have been brainwashed into or are currently brainwashed into. And when the film was first presented, it was presented with the support of, at that point, Prince Charles, who, let's just say, had a hobby of environmentalism back then. And Dumfries House was where we all attended it, which is the castle that he's converted to environmentalism, and spent a whole day there with my children where they're doing all the various environmental projects. So regardless of what King Charles is doing now, back then, Prince Charles had been pretty dedicated to environmental information. I'm not going to say action, but environmental information, up to and including, funding an entire, estate to not just be a rundown castle or a tourist attraction. And Dumfries House, I think he deserves credit for, regardless of what politics or events may have changed. I'm not wild about flying around in helicopters. I understand security reasons for doing it, considering that Russian government has done a very good job of penetrating the UK with all kinds of assassination attempts and successes. So, I understand both sides of the coin on that, but I do not want to get into politics right now because I want to move on to the other 2 points. Just that Dumfries House is a place you should visit and judge for yourself, because there's some genuine people who care about environmental action, and it is an effort to do things. So, including hosting events environmentally related, like David Castleman's work with Christopher Lloyd on that, educational book for children. The whole food discussion, I mean, there's 100 comments I could make. Alex, you brought up very clearly 2 things, one in a prior space and one in this one, which is the amount of beef, and cattle. It's not sustainable for the population. And there are so many amazing foods. One of my favorite dishes is wot, W-O-T, the Ethiopian national dish. And that can be made with any number of ingredients, whether it be beef, chicken, or just vegetarian versions only, all of which are delicious. Love the spice, love the injera bread. Love the fact that Ethiopians invented coffee. And when you have a cup of coffee at an Ethiopian restaurant, they actually, do the roasting of the coffee at your table. They actually grind it, and it's a real deal, and it's wonderful. It makes most tea ceremonies look, primitive by comparison, except the ones in Kyoto. The other thing about food in general is, Alex, you pointed out in an earlier or another space about the bottleneck of civilization. We're all derived from probably somewhere to 6,500, 8,500 humans that survived a bottleneck, and the bottleneck was probably an island, mangrove-like, where humans were living, and basically the island was disappearing. We probably had to swim to shore, basically. And that's probably how we all survived a migration, because seafaring capability and swimming and the fact that our babies float when born all indicates that. What's interesting is there's this huge food group that most people ignore that's critical for our neurology and immune system, which is cranberries. So we clearly evolved to eat cranberries, which grow in the ocean and are a seaweed that floats on the surface, basically. So I encourage everyone to look into the concept of including cranberries in your diet, preferably if you can, fresh ones, or if you get bottled cranberry juice, which is not sweet, get it with the cold pressed, non-pasteurized, because a lot of the things we don't know what all their effect is are damaged by freezing or boiling. And the neurological effects are phenomenal with memory and cognition. And I do point out that when there were a lot of problems with the date rape drug, even though the women were paralyzed, if they'd been drinking cranberry juice, they remembered it all and convicted the guys who did this to them. So that's how restorative it is to memory and how important it is. It's probably a basic food group because a cranberry is not a traditional land-based berry. The last thing I wanted to mention is one of the most important things, going back to Joseph's concept of children, and having 5 of them, ages 6 to 14 now. We're all environmentally supportive, active, and meaningful work. And the key thing is play. Children love to play. Children of all ages love to play. With the amount of stress we've got going in the world, we need to have fun and play. It's wired into us. It's as essential as our need to move. That's why sports is popular. It's moving and playing at the same time. And that's why I do not subscribe to the concepts of environmentalism through guilt, but rather environmentalism by making it fun. It's a natural thing. And we need to spend more and more effort and cognitive effort on how we make environmentalism fun. We are not going to win this war by cursing oil. We're not going to win the war by cursing idiot politicians, of which we seem to have an extra large number. And we're not going to win the war by condemning people's ignorance. We need to make it natural and fun. And that's why it's important to work with children. It's important to work with children of all ages. And I feel strongly that the more we can gamify it, with the billions of dollars spent each year on entertainment and gaming, there should be ways that we can move this forward. And obviously within the team I'm working with, we're working on ways to do that. And with the amount of money that's spent on gaming and skins for virtual worlds, I can't wait to see more virtual environmental worlds for children to play in. And then we end up helping bring the world that we live in, the real world, back to balance. As you know all, I'm an optimist. The path towards destruction is very real, but giving up and saying we can't do anything is not the path I've chosen. I choose to be an optimist because that's what moves me to go ahead each day. And I just encourage all of you in this group to stay focused on meaningful action that is not counterproductive. And that's why I've noticed despite this last week, I've stayed away from politics completely. So bless you all for what you're doing. I really mean that. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Robert, Sue, and all of you.
Every time, David. Yeah, Robert, you and I have 15 things to say. We'll get to all of our statements. I do want to hear from Stephen, don't you?
Certainly do. I'm handing the
Right.
mic immediately to Stephen. Yeah.
It's just about cranberries. Cranberries are not aquatic. Cranberries are a bog plant. I'm familiar with what in America is called small cranberry, whereas it's large cranberries grown commercially. They flood the things so they can knock them off and then scoop them up. So they don't grow in water. The water is part of a harvesting system. Just correcting that bit.
Yeah, thanks.
They're a heathland plant, or a bog plant.
The main thing is you want the ocean cranberries. Whatever they pick up,
They're on.
Cranberries out in the forests.
I don't think there are any ocean cranberries.
You're the one who knows. What I want to know about, Stephen, once we're here. Yeah.
It's the name of a thing, isn't it? The cranberry juice, isn't it? Ocean cranberry.
Ocean cranberry, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the correction.
It's ocean spray, isn't it? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's Steve.
Yeah, it's not actually. They're not grown in the ocean.
I'm not in front of the computer right now. I'll look it up when I get there. What I want to know about, Stephen, we were talking earlier about bottlenecks. It seems to me
what genetic bottlenecks? Yeah.
when a population bottleneck, when the vaquita porpoise, there's 6 to 8 individuals left. They're below that minimum kind of bottleneck number. They can't get to a minimum population that can then explode again. They're below that number. It sounds like a bottleneck to me. When you have a very, very small population of a species, that then explodes a number again to being very large.
Well, it happened with European bison, I think they're called. Their population shrank to a very small thing, and they've been reintroduced since then. I'll try and find that's just off the top of my head.
Yeah, just popping in really quickly there. I think the European bison or bison, I don't know what they're called, but I think those could be bred in captivity, and the vaquita absolutely will not breed in captivity.
They were resurrected, if you like, from ones in captivity. There was a small population in zoos and that. They were brought together and bred. I was just looking up the.
Yeah, Julian is saying the vaquita won't breed in captivity. So,
well, all the wild bison were killed, right? So they had to be resurrected from ones in zoo. In zoos.
Yeah, the vaquita.
The first goal of the society was to take stock of all living bison in preparation for the breeding program. I've forgotten the exact details of it all.
Yeah. The vaquita porpoise will not breed in captivity. They've got to.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not familiar. How do you spell that?
Excuse me, in artificial insemination, they usually do that with the pandas because they don't want to breed in captivity either.
Right. The vaquita is VAQUITA.
VAQ. That's why. Yeah. Me too.
And
I've put a little clip on the. It's not a particularly scientific clip, but it's good enough on the purple pill. If anybody wants to have a look, to meet.
Yeah, Alex, Wikipedia. I think
probably better. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I've got on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I'm using, Oliver, the Ecosia, the German search engine. They have an AI with the Green Answers department. So that's why I've been using it as an AI, the Green Answers Ecosia AI. That seems to work pretty good. And these vaquita,
voices in the sea.
Yeah, the porpoises that are 6 to 8 members out there, the Gulf of California.
Yeah,
that they just won't breed in captivity. They just don't get in the mood.
Quite likely. There's a lot of species that won't breed in captivity. Yeah.
So why can't they be artificially inseminated? Would be the question.
I have no idea.
Because they're rejected. They're rejected.
They reject it. Correct. Yeah,
I'm sure it's that.
Yeah.
So what you have to do is you have to completely protect the environment that they're in. You have to banish all the fishermen. you have to put guards out there who are paid a decent salary to keep the fishermen away, and you have to let the vaquita get their chance, their final chance.
Right, but when we
that.
throw in democracy and all that, all the politicians argue and everybody says they're 10 cents, and it takes like 85 years to get to a consensus, and there are no more vaquita out there anyways.
No more vaquita. No more vaquita.
Why isn't anyone here thinking Jurassic Park except for me? Isn't anybody thinking?
Excuse me, one thing I don't get it. The ocean belongs to everybody. It doesn't belong to a certain country. What is wrong with these stupid people?
That is the question. Benazir, I 100% agree with you there. What is wrong with these stupid people? And I hope that's a rhetorical question, because I don't see rhetorical questions. So Robert and I will spend the next 8 hours explaining to you all what is wrong with these stupid people.
You're right, though. You're right about Jurassic Park.
Wait a minute, goddammit. I sit there, I answer my own questions. Fucking greed.
Thank you. Excellent answer. Yeah. Stephen does have a great ecological understanding, and we've got this Gaia. We've got 8 billion cubic kilometers of space with life in it around this planet. So we got the 5 to 7 kingdoms. You got your animals, your plants, your fungus, and a whole bunch of single-celled kingdoms. All these birds and bacteria and mammals and trees, all these life forms are coexisting here symbiotically in this relationship all together, forming all these habitats. The deserts, the polar ice caps, the skies above Mount Fiji, all of it. They're all habitats. They're all life. And each week, Stephen, it seems to me that these habitats want to thrive. We need some kind of metric, some kind of definition of what a super healthy habitat is. When they're really doing well, what do we call it? I know about the climax forest. What do you think, Stephen? I know. Yeah.
I'd switch my microphone off. The whole thing about climax vegetation is very much disputed. It comes from Gleason. Clements. Sorry, Clements, an American ecologist at the turn of the century. He came up with this idea of climax vegetation, and Gleason was the one that objected to it. But it's quite a complex subject and argument. I haven't really kept up with it for a long time. So you were talking about the healthiness of a habitat, an ecosystem, were you?
Yeah.
I don't know how you would define it. I mean, it's in the biodiversity concepts, because I don't know if you know, biodiversity isn't just the amount of species, it's the amount of genetic variation in that species, and the amount of habitat, and it's got all sorts of dimensions. It's quite complex.
Yeah,
it would be very difficult to describe the health of an ecosystem, because I don't know if you know, no one's ever fully described any ecosystem, even a square meter of soil. It's never been done. So actually defining what's better and that, I mean, there almost certainly are methods that have been used for that, but it's not a very easy thing to do. To describe, say one thing's better or healthier, you can only say things are declining. I'm not sure how you would do it, actually. I mean, ecosystems are just mind-bogglingly complex. And as I say, or perhaps it's been done now, but I could firmly say a few years ago, no one had ever fully described the ecosystem in a square meter of soil, or cubic meter of soil. So that's just how complex ecosystems are. So I don't know how you would actually, you know, there are probably various methods of indicator species and key species. Someone's described, you know, probably come up with a framework for approximating it. But I don't know if it will be an exact measure. I'm sorry for being so vague about this, but
yeah, it's interesting that you are vague because you're the right person to ask this question. So it is something to look at. What defines the positivity? You said the decline is easy to see. When an ecosystem declines, we can tell the trees are gone, everything's dead. And
yeah, because we can see, you know, it's not what it used to be. But you know, because species have disappeared and that, and there's less sort of diversity in it. But it seems a sort of let's just see if
yeah, you see, if Gaia was the patient and we wanted Gaia to be at sort of maximum health, you know, and then you look at these smaller subsystems, what would they look in some kind of maximum health? It's fascinating that stumps you a little bit, whereas the decline of these habitats, that's self-evident. When you used to have lots of life and it's all gone, everything's dead, that's a metric.
Because you've simply got less species there.
Yeah.
You know, you can say that in the past they had this amount of species. They don't have that now. But trying to define what's a healthy ecosystem will be very, very difficult. I mean, I'm pretty sure some people have come up with frameworks, but there'd be a big argument about how relevant they were and how real they were.
I think if there was a really good answer to this question, you would know it. That's my feeling. So the fact that there's no apparent answer it's seriously something to look at. Because isn't that the goal of all environmentalists to have that super blue, green, healthy, vibrant, living world? That's what we all want. You're the right in this room. You're the person to ask this question, and nothing much comes to your mind. That's really intriguing.
Not that something doesn't come to my mind. It's the difficulty with defining things like this.
Yeah.
I mean, because what happens, one of the problems is that there's been this trend for putting values on ecosystems, biodiversity, and various things like that. And there are lots of arguments against it, and I've often argued against it. It's because it's completely false. And as I say, the biggest problem is no one else has ever been able to fully define an ecosystem, even a very small one, right?
Right.
And you probably know about that Biosphere 2 experiment, where they tried producing simple ecosystems, and it all went wrong.
I was saying earlier, Stephen, that every particle in the universe, the entire universe, all 13.7 billion light years across, every particle has a gravitational interaction with every other particle. That's the level of astronomical complexity that this life here compares to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ecosystems are highly interconnected.
Right.
But I mean, we only know a teeny little bit about that interconnection.
Exactly. We've got these little 20-watt brains. We're just not even, we don't have the equipment to even process too much.
We can only really see it with hindsight. You know, lots of these things are worked out sort of hindsight things. It's very this is why ecosystems are not modelled, right? You can't really model them because you can't model what you can't describe. It's not like modeling the climate or something, because it's just vastly complex.
That's why all those physicists go into the climate science. It's inorganic. Man and Hayhoe and Kalmus go into the climate science. It's inorganic, so they're vectors and dynamics they understand.
Yeah. Well, that's it, because you can get some grasp of it. Because things like, physical properties are similar across the universe, and, elements and all the rest, and structure of atoms, and, the concept, whereas if you're talking about a population, I don't know, bacteria, they're all different, right? Each individual one is a bit different than the other one. So you can't model them in the same way. I know it sounds a bit vague about that, but I mean, it would take a lot of explanation to get across why you can't really describe a thing as a healthy ecosystem. I don't know if you know, just as a side note to this, balance in ecosystems. I mean, there's a lot of dispute about this in ecology, whether there's a real balance at all, and a lot of ecologists object to the idea of there being a balance. It's funny because when you get to these complex, it's trying to explain it simply, right? If I started going on, I wouldn't have any idea what I was going on about.
Occam's razor, communication.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of arguments. I haven't got them at the moment. I'll lend them to someone, some of me ecology textbooks. And there's lots of arguments people put up against ecology as being a science. They said it's a good name for a volume of encyclopedia. And basically because it's just too complex. For science, because as you know, there's this aspect with scientists, mathematicians, and the rest, they're advancing their careers, solving these big problems and that. And ecology, it's not an easy one to do something like that. There's no sort of Einstein of ecology, or Niels Bohr or whatever of ecology. Well, there are famous ecologists, but they didn't have any sort of grand theories and that. Well, a lot of them did, like climax theory, which is much disputed now.
Well, there certainly is ecological science. There is no grand unified theory yet of ecological science.
Yeah.
And you have you have an instinctive grasp, first of all, on many of these concepts. You've told us, being a small child, you have an instinctive grasp of many of these concepts. I have almost no biological instinct at all. I'm coming out of that physics, natural science kind of view. And then, like Man and Hayhoe and Kalmus, I feel this emergency crisis. I would be really happy to walk the dog, talk to you guys, and maybe have a nice dinner and watch a movie in the evening, sit by the fire. I'd be totally happy, but I do feel the emergency crisis. That feeling that there's some emergency crisis out there then makes me want to get into biology, ecology. I could live happily without it, but needs must. So this has been really interesting, getting into ecological habitats and systems. You've got the grand system itself, Gaia, the total ecosystem. We cut it down into pieces. That's the way these little brains of ours work. Cutting down the huge system and the little system, building up the little system, the big system. We've got the Heisenberg uncertainty, certain limitations to the way thought itself works. And yet, ecologists can't agree on what the definition of a healthy habitat, a sort of maximum health of a habitat.
I've just found the Wikipedia entry for it. I'll stick that up on the message board. So,
Yeah. It seems to me that if we could satisfactorily somewhat describe a maximum health of a habitat, that would be a big plus. What a sort of utopian life habitat would look like within a Darwinian system, of course, that was still constantly evolving. I think that would be a huge help. What we're aiming at here, when we say we want a greener, bluer world, the grand target, it would be a help to actually know what that would look like.
well,
We talked about, yeah.
I can give a simple thing for that. What you should be aiming for is where biodiversity isn't declining.
Right.
You've got a constant decline in ecosystems, biodiversity. If you could get to the thing where it wasn't declining, right, you could reach that state where it was, it wasn't in decline. It was a healthy, it was a steady state sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
That would probably be the best definition of a healthy ecosystem, one that wasn't in decline.
That doesn't sound like asking too much, Stephen. We've got a lot of hands here. I would love to talk with you all day, actually, but that's the social constraints that the host is supposed to be pretty good at. Hopefully, we'll get back to this discussion, Robert. What are you thinking there, Robert?
Yeah, I'm actually going to hand the microphone over again.
Good job, man. Yep. Let's get right to David because I know he has to leave and see what he's got. A few thoughts for us here.
Okay, well, I'm going to be real quick, and hopefully you can hear me. Is that
Yeah, you don't sound too good, David.
I'm going to do something about it with the new phone or new mic or something like that. But listen, real quick, if you can hear me now, I have 3 thoughts because Oliver has
It's still pretty bad, David.
Say again?
Yep, it's pretty hard to hear you.
Okay, how about now?
That's a little better, yeah.
All right, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so listen, Oliver's really got a very good point, is that there's no baseline easily to determine. And I know for a fact that we've wrecked the soil in the last 100 years wherever there's farming. And the other thing that I had a thought on is that in the last year, DNA sequencing of single cells has gotten to the point where they're starting to do soil analysis of like a square meter and literally analyzing the DNA of every single cell in it to get an idea of the biodiversity within the soil and doing different soil samples. We may have results on that in a couple of years. And the other thing is some of these questions are really, really good for like Stuart Strand. He's retired from the University of Washington, and of course he's one of the 3 with the crops concept. I will see if I can make arrangements to get him to attend one of these sessions, because of course once he gets started talking, he's going to want to go forever, having been a university professor for his life. But he could answer or at least give insight into a lot of these questions on soil, because he literally is one of the top soil scientists in the world and has studied it for well over half a century. So I will try to see if I can get him to attend one of our meetings here, and would let everyone know in advance. So let me see what I can do on that.
Cool, David. I noticed when I muted my mic, your sound got much better. So some kind of feedback mechanism there.
That can happen.
It was happening. Who knows?
I think Jim's next, actually, Alex.
Okay, I was totally at a loss. I always glad to hear from Jim.
And Ben Sears might be wrong. I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah, on what Stephen's been talking about, and I agree, the complexity is just enormous, and I'd say that that theory will lag far behind empiricism, and that at least for agroecology, the health of food production systems, I think that empirical experimentation is the best, the most practical route forward. And for example, there's a lot of of uh, of wisdom that's been learned empirically regarding companion planting, plants that work well together and those that don't. Even as a little kid, I learned that a black walnut tree, you can't grow a garden near a black walnut tree, and it dies. um, but but in the area of empiricism, it would be pretty easy to try companion planning of all different combinations, to establish, what works, what doesn't work, and online, I've created a list of something like 8 or so different composting systems, and there's other variations like compost tea, and blah blah blah. Those are things that you can test out empirically. Is the Korean form of compost, how does that compare with biodynamic approaches, and so on? So that's just my comment. Empiricism is going to be the biggest hope.
I think if you add the emergency crisis stuff with that, Jim, that the Bletchley Park or the Manhattan Project or something under great stress and pressure, that we will start to see results as that sense of crisis settles in. I think we're actually seeing, certainly in America, we're seeing a lot of people, they've got this sense of crisis without really knowing why. We're hearing a lot of outbursts, emotional outbursts. People are freaking out. They might blame Elon or something, but they're getting a sense of these global crises, the poly crisis we keep talking about. Empirical observation, applied, theoretical, all the nuances of science. It's all good stuff. And what can this club do? That camaraderie, that sense of working together, and Oliver's techniques of just keeping it going, nudging forward. Yeah, a lot to think about as always. And Ben is here. How can you go wrong with the honest approach? To see it, talking it like you see it.
Actually, one thing, there's one person I would like to think about, and I'm thinking about right now, is George Washington Carver. We had just left African American History Month. This guy made a huge contribution to our agricultural system, especially in the South. Cotton is not king. It is a known fact that of the soil erosion that it had caused and everything else like that. He was a firm believer in crop rotation and everything. Made a lot of stuff that was useful from the common peanut, which is amazing. And plus, peanuts is very common in African cooking, especially like in peanut soup. Well, they call it groundnut soup over there. It's also in yaji, which is a seasoning that contains peanuts, and it's like a barbecue called suya, and it's like on beef and stuff like that. I usually sit there and put this spice, this yaji, on fish or even on rabbit, and I put it in the oven and roast it, and oh my God, it is so delicious. Also about someone did not include vinegar, but vinegar is also a very, very natural preservative. I make a lot of pickles myself, and And it's just like one day I want to take a stab at making giardinaro, which is my favorite condiment, by the way, and it's on nearly every sandwich here in Chicago. And actually, that I'm the biggest quote unquote achar queen in my family. Achar is a Pakistani Indian condiment. It's a pickle, and it can be made with any type of vegetables and whatnot. And I also wanted to sit there and take a stab at making kimchi. My father didn't like it because he thought stunk, but hey, old man. I mean, actually, this man would sit there eat limburger cheese, and it stinks up the wazoo. It stinks to high heaven. I don't know how he could eat it. It smelled like shit to me. But it's just like, hey, but it's just like, but that's my dad's opinion, my opinion. I'll be glad to eat his share of kimchi. But I mean, I really do love spicy food. And one thing, and and the Ethiopians also make very good food. A wat means stew, and I make it myself. The injera is a little tricky, but Chef Marcus Samuelson helped me up my injera game by adding plain yogurt to the batter to help skip the fermentation process. And the Indians make main dosa, idli, and vadas. That's and sambar, which is lentil vegetable soup. And when I cook and everything else like that, I would make like a protein dish one day and a total vegetarian dish the next. And it's just like, and you make beans, you can put a pinch of baking soda in the soaking water and everything. You can rinse the beans,
Yeah,
after you drain them
vegetables
and
are
everything.
plenty of protein, mind you.
And and beans is a vegetarian protein. I used to be a lacto-ovo vegetarian that sometimes ate fish because I need a little extra protein because I used to pump iron.
Right, but if you look at non-animal protein sources, you can find very high sources that are not of animal derivation.
But here's another thing. I have a soy allergy, but it's not life-threatening. I can have it in like a little single amounts, but I make my own tofu, believe it or not, out of chickpea flour.
Very good. Yeah.
In Urdu, it's called besan, and it is wonderful. It's just like it's just like please check out my blog anyway for recipes anyway. So, but it's just like I'm not because I grew up in a heavy meat eating family, me being German. One time when I was not eating meat and everything, my grandpa thought I was not eating. And the same thing with my father. I'm like, oh my God, both of you just leave me the hell alone. But 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 these well, you know how old people are, Alex.
Yeah, there are very clear numbers on what foods, how much land usage, how much they use up, and there are very clear numbers on how much protein you get per serving. Those things
Exactly.
are very exactly known. It isn't necessarily about being vegetarian or vegan. It is about being climate or land friendly. Beef is extremely expensive on land usage.
And in India, if you're caught killing a cow,
Yeah,
please, this
that's
is absolutely no no. And
that's a
and
cultural thing. Yeah.
The Hindus would sit there and they think the cow is their mother. This is the reason why the cow is sacred to them. And it's just like, and they go off on a lot of Muslims because of course we eat meat. So
Right, but then the Muslims don't eat pigs.
no, we don't eat pigs. This is
Exactly.
and Jews don't eat pigs either. But but there
Yeah.
are some liberal Jews that do. But
But we certainly agree that everyone has the absolute right to their religious beliefs, whatever they may be.
I mean, hey, I love lamb and I love goat too, and even camel meat is very tasty.
Camel meat is a good solution. Yeah.
And then it's just like, and on top of that, they're very conserving, that they conserve their food and everything else like that, and their hump and everything else like that. I mean, well, they have to, because for them it's survival. And but this is just like, as far as but like beans is a very good source of
Very good.
protein. But so are nuts. But I have ran into a problem with my kidneys because I consume too many nuts, and it has a high potassium content. Almost
Yep.
messed up my kidneys. But as far as cranberries is concerned, I drink cranberry juice unsweetened.
Yep.
And it's just like, so it's just like, because diabetes is, with diabetes, kidney problems is rampant. And but it's just like, and then when cranberries are harvested, it goes into what you call a cranberry bog.
Yep. We have lots of those in Massachusetts. I know about that. It's not, nobody's asking anybody to have a diet that destroys themselves or injures them. It's one solution out of many to these environmental polycrises that we see. We have lost 70% of the plants and animals on this planet since 1970, and that's by number. So by the number of citizens of plants and animals, we've lost 70% since 1970. The biodiversity crisis is rampaging. It's highly complicated, poorly understood by scientists, and we don't know when that could collapse our entire biosystem. 35% of our global soils are degraded in very poor shape. The plastics everybody's starting to know about, and the climate change, the global warming. Our temperature keeps going up and up and up. The amount of energy, if you can understand to some degree zettajoules and how much energy that is. So we say it's 1.5 degrees C up, since 1800 or something. That doesn't sound very impressive. But if you look into zettajoules, the pure measurement of energy, it's astronomical how much energy, and 90% of that energy is heat energy that is added to the oceans. So this is all very abstract, only affects us Americans, us in the global north, just a little bit in our day-to-day lives. But it's energy that's being harvested into those oceans today that's going to be coming back at us for thousands of years. The human race is going to have to deal with this, Robert, for thousands of years.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have got some points to make, but I do notice that Lara, Two Hands, and Pup have got their hands up.
We
So
got to let Pup speak. He can't take it, man.
before I do, put it like that. So which one is?
Yeah,
Pup?
I'd like to hear from Pup. I haven't heard from Cola for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean I get to say something?
Did you pay your dues, man? If you paid your dues, I'll look at the books.
I think so. And if not, you know what the three biggest lies in the world are, right?
What?
The check is in the mail. This won't hurt a bit, and I won't come in your mouth.
Yeah. Did you notice that little bit about camel meat just now?
Yeah, I did. Not gonna happen. Sorry. There's just some things I've tried pretty much everything else, and there are lots of things that after I tried them that I decided that I was never going to let that cross my palate again. I don't think I need to try camel meat to know that I'm not going to like it. For the same reason I probably don't like horse meat. I don't like dog. I don't like a handful of beaver. There's a handful of things that I have no desire to try anymore. I know it tastes good. So I'll just stick with that until, I don't know, they become an endangered species and disappear off the planet, which is a possibility. Anyway, but not with deer. There are too many deer. No, I haven't raised my hand because I've been multitasking this morning. I was just earlier on, prior to the space, I was designing an RF amplifier, RF linear, 600 watt, and developing a bill of materials for it, and then in the middle of that, I got a bunch of phone calls from some other very brilliant RF kind of people that are going to be involved in our shortwave network here in America. And then out of the blue, I got a call from a buddy of mine who's an over-the-road trucker and says, I'm stranded up in fucking Grand Forks. Can you come pick me up? And Grand Forks is, I don't know, 200 miles away. So, but yeah, no, I've just been multitasking. That's why I haven't been vocal, but I've been listening in, and if there was something earth fucking shattering, I probably would have stopped, but you guys seem to be handling it pretty well. So, what the fuck, over.
Thanks, Pop. I mean, this is your club. You're deep into it by now. You know all our routines and how we operate and what's going on here. It did dawn on me. I keep saying you, me, and Oliver hit all 53 meetings last year, all 9 this year. But that's the thing I'm looking at is speakers. So it is possible that we had some people listening last year to every single meeting. I'm not sure. I know Robert is just dying to give us the state of the club after we work through our hands. Robert.
Oh, one additional thing, and then I'll bow out. But there's a really funny animated meme floating around on Twitter where Trump whips out his parental finger and starts pointing it at him, and they've animated this. And Zelensky pops him in the face twice and knocks him out in his chair. I must have played that 20 times. It just had me rolling on the floor.
I think there's no doubt that Zelensky is a true warrior. He showed those guys yesterday. That was a huge day. If you don't stand with Ukraine, I don't even know what to say. It works. One day Zelensky will have a free country. He'll be a great hero. Then maybe he'll go green and join us. He'll need something to do. Yeah.
They're in a perfect situation to do that because their world has basically been fucking destroyed, and it would make absolutely perfect sense to, for instance, instead of trying to clean up Unit 4 at Chernobyl, replace its generation with solar. I mean, it isn't like they don't have a lot of fucking flat land, for Christ's sakes. They don't have a lot of wind, per se. But, it'd make perfectly good sense on the rebuild side, do solar and, and go green as a country. And, to be honest, I could actually see them doing that. I mean, unlike America, who has now basically tariffed our way out of anything built in fucking China, which, by the way, one of the circuit cards I had to order for the 600 watt amp, I had to make sure that it was shipped UPS or FedEx because they no longer honor mail forwarding in America, thanks to fucking Mr. Trump. But yeah, they're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from where the largest solar panel manufacturer on the planet exists. That would be in Shenzhen. So they could probably pick up those panels, in a bulk order, dirt fucking cheap. Certainly less expensive than, building another fucking natural gas pipeline and generation facilities, or rebuilding another failed reactor design like the RBMK, which just thank God I don't live near any one of those. oh my God, what a horrible design. I won't bore the room with why, because everybody's eyes would glaze over. But trust me, it is one of the worst possible nuclear designs on the fucking planet. Orders of magnitude worse than the commercial powered single loop graphite single loop reactors that we use here in America. These things are just.
Excuse me, Pup. Are you
Yep.
talking about 3 Mile Island? Because we talked about this before.
Well, 3 Mile Island. Well, first off, that's a single loop graphite reactor, so I'm not a fan. But the reason 3 Mile Island happened was because they didn't do their maintenance. Period. They should have replaced those pump seals long ago, and they kept putting it off. They got into a shitstorm, and they tried to fire up that pump, and it started leaking all over the fucking place. And this is Sumi water, you know, and that's what the fucking problem was, is they didn't do their maintenance. But yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of single loop graphite single loop reactors. Not a big fan at all. The naval reactors that we used were dual loop, and they had separate makeup water systems for both of the loops. It was a safer design. It was also those naval reactors, and I'm getting off on a fucking tangent, so stop me if I'm getting boring here. But those designs were grossly underrated. You could operate those things at 115% power. You know, we refueled them every 8 or 9 years, but the reality of it is you literally could have gone 20 or 25 between refuelings. You just wouldn't be able to hit 100% power, but the 100% power was more heat energy than all the things inside the sub could use at the same time, including propulsion. So no, I'm not a big fan of single loop graphites. Not at all. Not at all. And there are much better designs out there. They cost more money, but there are much better designs out there. Anyway, now I forgot what the fuck I was saying. So anyway, I'll just shut the fuck up. And I know Robert and Effie have got something to say.
No, Robert's got so much to say. He's about backed up to about 2 hours at this point. We've kept him quiet for 5 hours, Robert.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I see two hands has got a hand up, and yeah, I guess I am going to continue fucking talking. So I reached out to all the hardcore digital folk I know, and I said, hey, because I keep getting asked in these spaces, what VPN company should I go with? And I've been out of the VPN world for so long. I used to own a VPN company and their suggestion was Mulvad, and they're relatively inexpensive. They don't do any data logging. They don't use usernames and passwords. They use a token system. You can pay for it with cryptocurrencies, or you can, if you pay for it with a credit card, no more than 90 days later, they delete all your personal identifying information. In other words, credit card number, name, address, city, state, and zip. You can even, after you create an account, you can even send them cash in an envelope with your account number on a piece of paper and pay for it that way. Now, what I do is I go out to Walmart and I buy one of those reloadable Visa cards. And then immediately I just load it up to whatever, the cost is, and not a penny more. And then I use that credit card, which, I pay for it in cash, so that, I don't pay for a credit card with a credit card. I pay for it in cash, so there's no record. And they don't know who I am. And then I use the credit card, that reloadable credit card, to pay for the VPN, and then immediately dispose of it and never use it again. And that would be a good modus operandi. Mulvad has applications for all the common platforms: Android, Apple, iPhones, PCs, Macs, blah, blah, blah. It's a brain dead fucking install. You download it and you hit the install button, and then you go through your initial account creation, and then you pay them, and wham bam thank you ma'am. They've got after Russia invaded Ukraine, they actually put up, I believe it's 2 or 3 pops points of presence, by the way, in Kyiv. So it's a good way if you can or desire to communicate with somebody in Kyiv, potentially in a war zone. Excuse me. You can use Mulvad to get there. And I talked to a friend of mine this morning who has a bunch of servers in a data center, and he's got an incredibly fast fucking symmetrical connection. And I posed the question: would you be willing for a selected community to host a WireGuard access? Now he's in Denver, so you're not going to get like one of these VPN companies. They've got tops literally probably everywhere on the fucking planet. But if for selected individuals that I know and trust, that option exists. But it's going to appear to everybody everywhere that you're in Denver, Colorado. Yeah. So when you do a Google search and you're looking for dog food, they're going to recommend some business in fucking Denver.
Yeah, Pup, we have Joanna has joined us. I don't know if you talked with her the other day, the lawyer up in Canada.
Don't remember.
Yeah, so I'm delighted to see her. We've got Johnny. Greek Twitter is here. You know how excited I get about Greek Twitter. There is life, Pup, beyond Lakota Twitter. It actually exists.
Wow.
And it seems like another Saturday. What I'm thinking, Pup, you, me, Sandy isn't here anymore, but she was here for hours. The people that are living out in the isolated rural life, right? I know you're quite isolated in the beautiful countryside there in northern Minnesota. And we've been talking a lot with Two Hands here, who's in the beautiful Olympic Peninsula out there in the state of Washington, that, in this post-COVID era, living in the rural America or the rural Turtle Island here, do you have some advice for us? Two Hands, she's living out there. How you survived? Yeah.
Well, I want to tell a little story that ties into questions that were asked. That is how do you know you have a thriving ecosystem? And also touch on how can we use old tools instead of modern tools to get to a thriving ecosystem. And I want to tell a little story about how I learned from microbes, a few shrimp and snails, that to where I now have a more thriving ecosystem on 1 acre of land that I've radically changed in 1 year by switching to an old tool. So before I had the privilege of owning property, I was living in the city and I didn't have a garden. And the only garden or exposure to nature that I could have was keeping an aquarium. And I was fascinated. I don't, you remember those things if they were like in the Sharper Image catalog or something. It was like these little glass spheres. They were completely closed, right? It was a little glass sphere. It was a tiny world. It had like a little plant and a little shrimp or something in it. And all you needed to do was to like keep it at the right temperature and give it sunlight, and it would just keep going, right? It was a closed, balanced ecosystem. And I wanted to build one for myself and learn how this worked. And I had a tiny apartment. So I couldn't have like a really big thing. I'm working with these containers that were 1 to 3 gallons. And in order to do this, and this is a process over years for me to learn. I learned how to, it was like terraforming. It was so much fun. So if you can imagine a 1 gallon container with a lid on it, and it has, so in order to get to that, you had to understand the water. The water had to be clean, right? And the right pH and the right minerals and all that. You had to have the right temperature and the right air. And then the next step was the introduction of microbes. And I learned about the Wallstead method, low-tech planted aquariums where
Excuse
it's like
me,
a
do you mean either sea monkeys or brine shrimp?
those were the the ones that you could buy. It was like brine shrimp or sea monkeys or something like that. But like you ordered this thing, so I'm not talking of. I had, they were like a little bit bigger shrimp, but
Actually,
it was all
I seen this in comic books.
So yeah, so it was like throwing some organic soil down and then like a little substrate cap and a couple plants. And then you had to have invertebrates. I had to have some invertebrates that were in the substrate in the soil. And those were these little snails, these little Malaysian trumpet snails. And once the plants were going, and healthy, and the snails were healthy, I was able to then introduce these freshwater shrimp, these little teeny tiny shrimp or something like. And I was really trying to do as little as possible. You're not adding fertilizers, you're not adding chemicals, you're not doing lots of water changes, to use like as low tech as possible. So in order to do that, I had to understand and introduce the right microbes and respect the microbes. Once the microbes were in there, the invertebrates, and that the water is okay, the invertebrates were in there and healthy and going, and then you had the plants, and if you had all that going, you could then maybe introduce one fish. And occasionally you're dropping like a little bit of fish food or something. But I had ones where it was just invertebrates, and the lid is closed. And it would go for months. And occasionally I might just have to go with some scissors and like maybe cut a couple plants out, but the shrimp were taking care of the plants and everything was going. And the way I knew that it was healthy is just the plants were growing, the snails were doing their thing, the shrimp were doing their thing. I was respected. It was all about the microbes. And then I had friends who were trying to do hydroponics and aquaponics, and they were doing this all in like for growing plants or growing weed in a sterile environment with no microbes. And I was like, look, you have to have microbes or you're just going to have like a complete mess. And we introduced microbes into that. So fast forward, so I'm tending my little 1 to 3 gallon worlds, figured out how to keep it balanced, and it was very, very low tech. No chemicals. Like I might have had like a starter microbes, but really the soil, like organic soil, was enough. Then get the invertebrates in. It was good. Okay, fast forward. I'm here. I come to my home here, my property. I have an acre. I'm surrounded by lots of birds. There's a wildlife refuge, a bird refuge close by, you know. But the land here had just been always like everybody else, the lawnmower, the weed whacker, you know, maybe someone, I don't know if they were putting down, you know, herbicide or anything like that. And for me to take over, and I had always been looking at the permaculture people, I became interested in the scythe. They now have the modern scythe. And I was also dealing with a back injury, and I couldn't use the string trimmer without hurting my back. But I also wanted to stop. I wanted to see what happened. Just even on the boundary of my property, if I stopped pulverizing, because the weed whacker like just pulverizes everything. Whereas the scythe, it's just one cut. And then it lays down and you can rake it out in a period of a year, and I can trim the edge. You know, I still have to keep things trimmed. I have more insects. So just the whole entire perimeter, anywhere that there would be a weed whacker or a brush hog, I'm now using a scythe. It's just one cut. I rake it up. It either goes to compost or just left to mulch there, or it goes in the burn pile. You know, I'm trying not to have I don't have animals to eat it to make hay. That would be a complete cycle. I have to deal with not having too much dry grass. That's a fire hazard. But in just the period of 1 year of only doing the scythe around the perimeter, I have more wildflowers. I got butterflies, dragonflies, more flowers, more insects. I have so many different species of birds just coming and visiting. I have more fungi coming up. Things are still under control. You know, I also rehabilitated my back. This is actually really gentle, easy exercise, but it's an old tool. And just doing that one thing, I really wish I had like video to share, just to show how different and how lush and how wild it is, and how many more insects are. I don't know how many thousands of insects have I refrained from pulverizing just by not using a string trimmer. And you know, you do a cut, they're able to get out of the way, they're able to move someplace else, and then the more birds come, and it has made a radical change just in 1 year. My place looks so different compared to my neighbors who are having the professional landscapers come in, and the grass looks just like, you know, it's just like a monoculture. They don't have, you know, 10 different species of birds visiting their yard. They're over here in my yard hopping around. You know, I have all different plants that I still have to learn how to identify. Little clovers and flowers and anything, but like there's insects, and I'm also respecting the soil. I'm not tilling up and digging into the soil and spraying things down. And I'm currently dealing with like a little mini explosion of voles, which people will think like, oh, that's a pest. But no, it actually means that there's abundance here. They're not any danger to my house, or, you know, I might have to learn how to plant onions around my potatoes to maybe deter them if I'm going to grow potatoes this year. But I used I used the internet, I used YouTube and all that to access the information to figure out how to use this tool that has been developed over hundreds of years to this modern, elegant, light. I have no pain in my back by using the scythe, and I rehabilitated my joints, and I'm not destroying, pulverizing the insects, the invertebrates on the perimeter and other edges of my property. And in just 1 year, so different, so much life here, just this little teeny tiny place, by ditching just one modern tool to use an old tool. So that's my story. I learned how to keep a little world, terraform a little world, keep it from crashing in 1 to 3 gallons. It taught me to respect that microbes, you couldn't do anything without the right microbes. You couldn't do anything without the clean water. You would crash it if you put in too many nutrients. And if you didn't have invertebrates, it didn't work at all. And then I came here and I'm like, I'm gonna try to preserve all the little invertebrates here that I can. And just like, I haven't touched the string trimmer in a year, and it's radically different. Just switching to one old world tool, which I actually can get the work done faster. And I don't have to go to the gym. That's it.
Thanks there.
So many invertebrates, so many insects.
No doubt. And I love talking with Stephen over the last 2 years plus, the ecologist, that because he just naturally understands ecology, habitats, animals, plants, and all the interactions between them all. You know, if it's a forest and what the birds do and what the squirrels do and what all those single-celled organisms do. Stephen has a natural instinct into ecology, and I love picking his brains. One of my favorite things to do in this space. And we can go work with the soil. It seems to be a perpetually positive thing for us to do if we can. I know Sandy's very excited about her upcoming gardening season, and she hasn't started planting indoors yet.
It was so nice because it was actually, I had to just do less. In other words, I just had to, I'm doing less work. It's simpler, and I'm just not taking, putting all the insects through, and the small creatures through a pulverizing death machine around the whole perimeter of my property. And I'm actually doing less. I'm not adding any. I might overseed, like there's places where maybe I want some clover, I might overseed, little composting, but like really, like if I plant something, I poke a little hole and stick a seed in. I'm not tilling, and I'm just letting it be and seeing what comes out. Right, I'm allowing what's there to be there, and it's less work. I have more time to do something else. It's wonderful. I have a dream of, like, I wish more women or people could come join me to learn how to use a scythe. We can grow. You can turn the cut grass. We can grow grass-fed vegetables from our lawn. So we could start eating our lawn, and it's so exciting. It absolutely completely transformed my life. And I can wear whatever I want while I'm doing this scythe. Open-toe shoes, dress. The birds, they don't run away. I'm not scaring them. It's not noisy. It's quiet. It's meditative. It's like Tai Chi gardening. And I'm just a beginner. I'm just learning, right? Like I still also wish I had a teacher, to come, because I know there's things I'm not doing right and I need correction. Hopefully, a teacher will come. But those old tools can help you. The biodiversity is there, just like waiting to just be allowed to grow, just be allowed to exist. It's there, just like what someone was saying with fermenting vegetables. The microbes are in the air. You just have to allow the right conditions for it to occur. We don't have to throw lots of chemicals on it. We don't need sophisticated machinery. You just have to actually give it space to exist and pay attention and learn.
Absolutely. And getting out of those paradigms of that Euro-colonial culture, and starting all over again, trying to figure out reality and where we're at and what's working, what is not working. I'm delighted to see Poppy with us as well, from that great Pacific Northwest.
Thank you, Alex.
I just wanted to point out, Puppy, that Joanna's listening to us, another lawyer. So you're not the only lawyer in the.
Oh, well, good,
Yeah.
because it's hard to be alone. I've had a lot of jokes in my life, but being a lawyer was the only one where people would be like, "What do you call 100 lawyers at the bottom of the sea? A good start. Yuck, yuck." And I'd be like, "Really?" And then when they needed Johnny, you get it. And then, of course, when they needed a lawyer, they wanted the best effing one they could get. So it's interesting. I don't know what that made that pop in my head, Joanna. It's really nice to meet you. Alex knows this because I DM'd him, and I may have talked about it in the space, but what do I want to tell you all? Well, this, what you're doing in this climate crisis club is so good. Having these conversations and connecting. And I could give you, I'm 70 years old as of last October. I could give you a life history of me, my mom, my grandma, and all of the gardening's been a big part of my life, exploring permaculture, raised beds, layered lasagna gardening. I use no pesticides or anything, and it's been a really, and it's just been a lovely thing that it hasn't always been there in my life, but I will tell you, my Daphne odora just started blooming. If people know what that is, it's a small little plant with what plant people would call lanceolate leaves. So leaves shaped like a little lance or spear. They're green and these ones have a beautiful gold edge. And if one little blossom will perfume a room or two. But for me also, and so I've planted many and they've died, and then I plant them again, and there's a whole right plant, right place. If you're a gardener, you're going to kill a lot of plants. So anyway, it's blooming right now, and we're having what we would, growing up, we'd call this a fall spring. In our current climate, whirligig, I don't know what it is, Alex. 2 weeks ago, it was snowing here. Last week, torrential rains. I have a new, what do they call it, arroyo in my backyard. And anyways, it's whatever. And then in the last few days, it's been so amazing. I mean, even just describing it to you, I lower my shoulders. I'm so grateful for the warmth and the sun. And I've lived in the same, owned this, mortgage this property, a third of an acre, raised a family here, lived here since 92. And it turns out when you plant stuff, a lot of it grows. So I've had to I've been through different phases, building little structures, sort of teepee-like out of sticks for the kids, and then planting, climbing, flowering beans and stuff up it so they can play inside it and pick beans. And then, whatever I did, my kids love it now, but they were like, "Ew, the dirt." Just so much. And grew up, I'm a boomer. I grew up in the direction in a certain, you know, class, I guess, of society. I don't know. It felt like we were working class, but I guess we were trying to be middle class. I don't know. But, at least like in my neighborhood, moms were home. and we roamed the neighborhood in packs on bikes. I literally still have the same bell my mom would ring and letting us know it was time for dinner. But so we were exploring, finding newts and crawdads in the creeks. I just realized, I was thinking, what would that be like to not get to have a lot of experience climbing trees and, digging around. And that's who we really are, right? And we need to move also. We evolved moving around and doing stuff. This is making sense. So there's just something so elemental and important. And of course, then what did I do, Joanna? What the hell was I just walked outside, but the Daphne is blooming, and it gives me a sense memory because my mother, who was raised in our state, that we call Wisconsin, on right near Menominee lands. There was some gardening in her family and in my dad's family too, but she always planted this plant. And when I was little, I didn't know what it was, but she planted several of them. So in the spring, when we would open the front door of our house, the scent of these flowers would just, I could imagine how many, what do they call them, particulates went into my nose. But forever, I just happy when I smell it. So between the sun coming up, and I just want I had a great physical therapy appointment yesterday, and I got told I'm recovering from a concussion and a pretty big injury. I've represented many workers through severe injuries. It's an invisible, blah, blah, blah. But, what is that, Alex? The cobbler's children go barefoot. So I guess I'm the cobbler and the kid in that analogy, but it's okay. So the recent, shall we say, current events, like yesterday's thing where Vladimir Zelensky has so much dignity. If you haven't watched the full interview, but just seeing all the cruelty and the crazy shit going on, my PT kind of really gave me a talking to about what my physical limits are now and how to be kind to myself. And so I'm going to be not on Spaces as much because I was thinking, well, I'm not supposed to drive. And so I was listening and reading avidly like I do, but we all know, there's so much aggression and I want to stay informed, but I was just vibrating at a level that was like literally hurting my recovery. And she was, kind but firm with me about it. So I would like to talk more about gardening. God, anyone want gardening books? I mean, music, singing's my favorite thing now, but gardening comes second. So that I'll be quiet, but yeah, I mean, God, I'm thinking of this other lawyer friend. He's retired. He did criminal defense. I did workers' comp. Lives up the Columbia Gorge, if any of you have ever been there. And I met him. I mean, we played bluegrass music together. I think he grew up in Arkansas and Oklahoma. I grew up here. Anyway, great guy. But he wanted me to make worm compost like he makes. And he swears that, the worm compost, that he can revive diseased plants with that stuff. And I tried, but, somehow, Alex, working like 40 to 60 hours a week as a lawyer and raising 2 kids, I don't know why I didn't have time to get the worm compost thing down. But I killed a few worms. But I would like to, now that I'm retired, whatever that is, and I still have this place, I've just having the time to walk around and tend it and prune that beautiful tree that I planted when it was like 4 inches tall. So I'm just feeling really grateful today. Grateful to hear everyone else's thoughts and experiences. And I mean, there are spring blooms happening. So it just feels like it's given me hope. So thank you. It's great to be with you.
Thanks, puppy. It's been, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. I could look it up for my world that I met you and David Mitchell about the same time. And both of you are a little older than me, but it's a very good sympathy of some kind, human understanding. We have our differences, the locations, genders, orientations, religions, cultures, and ages too. And there are different problems that come with different age groups. So when we hear from the younger people, they might have the young children underfoot or career issues or what have you. And we hear from the older people, they're just particular kind of issues that kind of go, we're hearing about rural and urban. And that's all part of a human society and family. I know you're part of the Scandinavian Twitter that I was shouting out hours ago. I know Elizabeth is here. She's part of Greek Twitter. All these different communities that intersect with us. And I think it's good. I think it's working. Some days we have some turbulence and rough patches. Other days are pretty smooth. Robert, 5.5 hours we've been here. You might as well just give us the state of the club speech. I know you've been extremely patient beyond all belief. Before Lawsu gives us a state of the program from his point of view. How are you, Robert? How's it going?
I'm feeling a bit tired. It's 9:35 p.m. time, UK time over here, and I must admit I am feeling a bit tired. But it's just been another long day. Probably not usual things. Care for a critically ill mum. It's been another hard, long day again. Anyway, I do want to delve into the realms of hardcore. Well, it wouldn't be anything else, would it really, me? Environmental concern. So, what about it is fragmentation, if I can put it like that, or total. How can I put it? The disintegration of how an ongoing ability can be I put this, how an ability can be revived in some way for encompassing knowledge, wisdom, understanding, foresight, and urgency, I guess, with the global public. Of course, you probably guess I'm talking about the climate emergency again, but as you probably know, me being a climate activist, I'm not going to really be talking about much else. What I'm talking about here is this situation of gaining or trying to encompass the public to a state of knowledge or wisdom, even though they're going about their daily events, as of course they have to do with their lives, in order to be able to understand just that little bit more, if I can put it like that, the situation of how precarious their lives are on this planet by the day. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. The public do not know what the words a wet bulb event mean. If you went out on the street and did a survey of public in any given country and you asked them, do you know what a wet bulb event is? I can guarantee they would come up with an answer that's entirely different to what you would like them to be thinking it was when you were asking that question. So we need to encompass a level of understanding here. I will say, if you ask that question to most of the public, they would probably think you were talking about some sort of bulb planting exercise to do with plants. This is my case in point, you see. When talking and trying to educate the public in these ways to elevate minds, because that's what dealing with and mitigating this climate emergency is all about. It's actually about education on a mass level that has still failed to be able to be put in place. I mean, I would be totally in agreement with anyone that says the same old tired words to me about governmental situations and about political situations and about corporate situations. But the fact I know and you know that getting that message being put across from any corporate, any government or any media entity now, or in my honest opinion, or at any time in the future, is going to be pretty much non-existent under the systems that we currently have to be forced to live under across our planet in any given country. So I will say that expecting governments, as I've said so many times before, expecting media to be able to step up to the bar is pretty much damn near impossible. Obviously, we can still crusade the media. It's something that is part of the branch of what I do anyway. I'll continue to force media until I'm not able to do climate activism anymore. But I'm afraid to say that even forcing media to speak for the greater good of people is a limited and somewhat futile exercise in many given respects. So what I will come back to is talking about this level of public being able to understand just how dire this situation is. As I just said, if you ask the public what a wet bulb event is, they wouldn't be able to answer it. But I will say this about it. If you said to the public that you explained to them what a wet bulb event is, and you actually gave them and discussed the scientific data attached to what a wet bulb event truly means for their lives at any given level, in any given situation of the ongoing collapse that we are facing every day, the ongoing situation of scientific data, if I can put it like that, the data that is totally relevant to their lives at every level. Because although the public can't understand the intricate data of climate science data, of ice sheets, etc., and extensions and collapses and graphs, etc., they can to some level, I think, be educated on what levels of collapse mean for their communities and levels of collapse actually mean for their daily lives. Because let's put it like this, as I've said so many times before, that in my honest opinion, it won't be until we have an extreme weather event claiming between 200 and 250,000 lives per event that the public will finally, how can I put this, the penny will drop, I would imagine. And you would expect to see the public en masse out on the streets screaming, not least in the faces of all media, why did you not tell me that the level of crisis that was playing out? Why did you not warn me, etc., etc.? But it is going to take extreme weather events claiming, as I've just said, 200, 250,000, 500,000 lives per extreme weather event. Now, just imagine that. You know how many extreme wildfire situations have been playing out across states in the United States, for example, don't you? Will you just imagine that each one of those wildfire events has claimed 500,000 lives per event? And then you can maybe imagine, the public out on the streets claiming and screaming at all media that they were not warned about this level of crisis. I believe now that it will take that many lives lost per extreme weather event in order for the penny to finally drop for the public to be able to ask the right questions. Are my lives in mortal danger? Yes, they are, every second of every day. It's because the public have become, well, not become, they never were. Let me put this into context. They have been, and they continue to be, detached from the reality of the situation. They hear the words climate collapse, but they cannot imagine that it has any implication of dire seriousness for their lives at any level. It's only when it comes and literally washes away entire communities, their house goes, their car goes, their way of living goes, their office buildings go, their churches go, everything goes, all completely washed away underwater. If it's not that, if it's a wildfire, all burned and charred to ashes. It's that level of collapse that definitively gains public attention, but it only happens when those entire situations of collapse engulf entire communities one by one. And this is why my case in point, I'm saying, of the very great need to be able to get on board into the mental consciousness of individuals, individual normal people going about their lives, being able to understand, not putting it in terms of scientific complexity, but actually telling it like it is, in plain describable situations that are going to occur for them at every single level. This is, if I can extend on this, let's put it like this. For every single community now that is washed away underwater, all possessions gone, as I said, all houses, all ways of communication gone, infrastructure smashed. It's that level of removing communities as we know them from countries across our planet that will gain that level of understanding from the public once and for all. It's because although we have masses of extreme weather events playing out by the day across our planet, it is still not enough for the general mass public 8+ billion people to take this crisis seriously. And if they don't take it seriously, as I've said many, many times before, within the next 5 to 10 years, the levels of warming and collapse that we've seen so far will just be a child's picnic in comparison. So there is a very grave need here for the public to understand just what's at stake. Because personally, I don't want to get to a level where I see, just for example, the entire country of Spain washed underwater. And I mean the entire, every single part of Spain. Just this is an example here. And let's take this again. Just imagine the entire country of France. Just imagine the entire country of Italy gone. Just imagine the entire country of Germany gone underwater. Just imagine the entire country of South America gone underwater. Just imagine the entire country of the UK gone underwater. I'm just giving examples of how serious and how dire this emergency is playing out day before our eyes, from an apathetic and comatose public, as I call them so many times. That is
You know, it's a good thing that Robert didn't mention anything about the Lakota Nation gone. I'm glad he sidestepped that one. He could have gotten in trouble.
This is just an example within one newspaper that I read about the other day, saying actually support more fossil fuel expansion from BP. This is the sort of mental a willful abandonment of responsibility that our newspapers are still pushing. You know, you have members of the public en masse reading newspapers like that and thinking, oh yeah, it's okay. We can still continue with unlimited fossil fuel production because, you know, this X newspaper says it's fine to do so. So no problem. We'll just continue doing it until, you know, the mantra of extracting every last drop of oil, etc., completely redefines the landscapes across our planet as we know them, which, as we already know, are doing that by the second every day anyway. I don't need to remind anyone here that the mentally retarded delusionment of the Trump mantra continues to play out across all oil drilling, extraction, economy situations across the planet in all countries. And it's this level of, it's a level really between denial, willful abandonment of public responsibility at all levels that is continuing to bury the public's futures by the second. You see, what the public are still in the dark about is that they don't realize that they're actually on a path to be killed. They don't realize, I don't think that it's not possible still for the public to fully understand that their lives are being played out. They're the puppets on a string. And all these organizations, corporate organizations, oil industry organizations, and their own governments are geared to kill them by the day. The public still do not realize that. This is one of the great ills and the great morally bankrupt situations that we are still having to deal with. As I've said many times before, deal with it we must, because if we don't deal with it, if we don't have more people like me saying these things in mass, in wherever and whatever needs to be said in all levels of communication, be it theatre halls, be it amphitheatres, be it in stadiums, be it in public galleries, be it in public meetings, be it in public seminars, be it in public situations. If we don't have this level of clarity put towards the global public en masse, we cannot say that we have fundamentally commandeer the ability to communicate effectively with the public on what they are continually failing to understand about what is happening to them. It's a situation here where we continue to we have all the abilities on Earth to be able to communicate this crisis effectively, intelligently, and productively, to be able to finally get to the root cause of the mental blocks that are still in place by the day. And yet, even though we have all the tools in our abilities, minds to be able to communicate this, it is because there are still such mass amounts of people globally in their tens of thousands and billions that are still not able to communicate effectively to each other about the level of collapse that is going on. And only being able to communicate effectively is going to be able to empower the public, because the public by the day are being played out to that extraction death. And this is one of the great fundamental problems that we are still having to endure here. As I've said before, the only way is effectively now is to continue to push forward the mantra of what you are going to lose at every conceivable level, because another major reason why the public do not take the seriousness of climate collapse seriously, and why people like me have to continue breaking barriers and breaking new boundaries of communication, which is something that I've dedicated myself to. And I'm sure all of you know here from the work that you've seen me do and you see me put out on X, because I continually try to break new boundaries of communication in order to empower public minds. Not just public minds, though. I want to actually empower every single mechanism of mind that runs and governs within all the systems and mechanisms of our planet, because all those people that are culpable and responsible for this ongoing crisis need to have that mind mantra shock treatment put in front of them in order to, at very least, be able to think twice before those maniacal homicidal decisions are given any seed of being able to facilitate more actions of unlimited collapse without any accountability or understanding of what they are actually continuing to do. This is one of the great ills, again, as I've said before, about those people that are dedicated to your wipeout and my wipeout, still continuing to have free reign in it, because the entire mechanisms within the society that they function in are allowing them to do so. This is something else that has to be challenged. It has to be challenged directly. It has to be challenged quickly. As I'm sure you all know from me and what I've said many, many times before, I am all for education, but I am also all for direct action and direct, if needs be, the ability to force change. Because one of the commanding factors of getting things done and getting to the very root core of evils that continue to manifest and fester like deep wounds, which is exactly what they are at the end of the day, is to actually, under certain circumstances, that dire and very grave need to force change must be fundamental in playing the part in getting to grips with the climate emergency. So it's of absolute importance that these ways are encompassed, and more people like me join forces to be able to put that vital communication network together in order to how can I put this? In order to get this level of consciousness between minds. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with that. I don't see any more hands up at the moment. There is probably a few more bits that I do want to say. That's okay with you, Alex. So I've got a few more things that I want to mention. Sorry, did you want to say something there, Alex? I noticed your
Oh
microphone was
yeah.
twitching.
I
So,
I think, Robert, it's intriguing. You spent years. I
Alex,
just
are you
noticed
still
that
there? Or?
yeah, you can't hear me, huh? Robert, I don't know if you can hear me. So I'm not
my
sure what
sound's
good
gone now.
he can't hear me.
Can't do anything now.
Yeah, I might recycle you and we'll resolve this. But Robert is approaching 400,000 posts, which is just incredible. I think he's unbelievably dedicated to the climate movement. Certainly in my little climate career, you know, Robert's just been a total ally and very very uplifting, very supportive in my little climate activist career here. And we've known for the network thing for a good year and a half. Robert had the issues with the network, and it's amazing now. He's done some work, and the network thing is starting to straighten out. I did the last Twitter update. Really seemed the network seemed to stabilize, and he says it like it is. He knows his material. He has good delivery. So
Yeah,
I don't
thanks.
know, Robert, but this is our work. This is what we do. You and I see eye to eye. I'm surprised that Lost Pup, the contingent, have been quite quiet today. I take that as a good sign. We saw Red Cloud was here earlier. Prima, many of the others, but on and on we go as always, man.
Yeah,
Great.
Alex, I don't know whether you can hear me, but I was removed as co-host with no warning, and then
Yeah,
I was put back. What was
because
that all about?
you couldn't hear me, so I just recycled you. I did it.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I just
Um,
wondered what that was about. It was,
but
yeah.
I was doing like a 2-minute review of your work. Let you have a
Yeah.
glass of water, think it over. So
Yeah.
what else can we do within all of us? We welcome the new people, right? I'm delighted to see new people here. We give a few explanations of what the heck we do. We see our old buddies, but how can we improve this setup, Robert, going forward? What can we do?
Well, I think we can do a lot of things. I can think regarding the brilliant people within our club here, this space, and who we have continually joining us. I think we can continue to move forward on our own levels with communicating to each other about what we get up to, what we do environmentally, because as I've always said, even the smallest environmental gestures, although some can be, some people will discount them, I never do that. I think that everything everyone does here has purpose. It has meaning, and it has a level of responsibility. So everyone that does whatever they do here in their own unique way for championing, if I can get the word out, championing the environment in their own special way. I say to everyone here, you continue to do what you're doing because you're doing a great job, and we need everyone on board with environmental concerns and environmental responsibilities, because it's not just about, like me, you know, the sort of the the climate and environmental bit. There is all levels of environmentalism out there and on the table, as we all know. And I think everyone here has their own unique talents and their own abilities. And everyone that speaks and comes here on these spaces every Saturday, their actions and their unique ways of doing and seeing things, everything they do shines in their own special ways. So when you ask me, Alex, what can we do? We just keep pushing. We keep pushing environmental concerns. We keep pushing, talking about environmental problems. We keep pushing, how can I put this? We keep talking to each other at all levels in order to give each other that moral support, which is so needed, because different days cause us to feel differently at different times. And I'm sure you know, not least, that all of us need that mental support and that mental clarity to be able to get through on our own levels each day. So let's just continue to be here for each other. We are a group of talented, unique people, as I said, with our own unique way of thinking. So it's always going to be a tough one, because we're always going to keep asking the question, are we doing enough? I keep asking the question about the work I do. Am I doing enough? But all I do, I just keep pushing the issue. And I know that everyone here will continue to keep pushing the issue, because that's what it's all about. Environmentalism is not a segregated affair. It's actually about being there on a community spirited level. This is why I admire so many groups, just like our great friend Joseph's with Green Hands, Little Green Hands, and so many groups like that, because those groups are imperative to the very essence and lifeblood, not just of empowering children, but actually empowering, I guess, adults as well at all levels, environmental mindsets. Because put it like this, I think if you can be empowered at any which level environmentally, obviously the sooner the better, and the younger the better is always a bonus. I think you can achieve and continue to achieve great lasting things, not just for times now, but times in the future. So my message to everyone here, without sounding like a broken record, just keep hanging in there. It's tough. It's very tough. I've had days in the course of my work, and I know there'll be others here who feel exactly the same. I've had days when I felt so drained. And I felt so unable to be able to be creative about how I talk about any given topic or emergency. But I guess we've just got to continue to stand together, because that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Let's continue to be there for each other, and let's continue, no matter how little or how much we end up doing, knowing that even the tiniest things that we're doing something that is beneficial, not just to ourselves, but to Mother Earth as well. So I hope that kind of answers the question a bit, Alex. I know
I
it's a
think so,
massive
yeah.
question to answer, but
Yeah. You bring up the that it's not a segregated group, that there is whatever level of environmentalism you're on, whether you're a beginner, whether you're an extreme expert, that it's not any kind of competition. We don't care what level you're on.
absolutely, yeah.
That it's a group effort that we're all working at together in our own way.
Yeah.
And there's none of that kind of Western colonial culture of the great expert and the novice, and some kind of pay scale and some kind of hierarchy.
Absolutely
None of
not.
that. We appreciate everyone's effort,
do,
no matter
yeah.
how small. Two hands talking about working in her garden, her little patch of land. If it's thriving more, that helps the whole world. That Oliver spent 40 years over there thinking about these things or more. But if you've only thought about them for the last hour or the last 2 years, that's fine too. There's no sort of there's no joining the group, working your way up or something. It doesn't work that way. It's a philosophy. It's here and now. It's important. There's some crises out there, and we all got to get to work in a friendly, low stress manner. So you were getting at some of that, Robert, and perhaps that's where the climate justice comes in. We can't do those old fashioned colonial thing and say, okay, all you white men, you get to work on the project. Everybody else over there. No, we can't do that. That's not going to solve anything. Matter of fact, that's what caused the fucking thing in the first place. So you mentioned segregation. Well, we can't have any of that. That's out of the question. So that climate justice, the just transition, that becomes very, very important. And sometimes your classic environmentalists, the real naturalist, the lovers of nature, sometimes they have trouble when we start throwing a social science in there, a justice movement in there.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's some problems there. I want to say, Robert, to get back to last week when we had some issues, well, to be very specific, Lost and Pup and Eva, and we've all talked about all week. I have not heard from Kim all week, so instead, of course, I've been banging on your DMs instead. But it did occur to me to echo feminism was some of the issue last week. And it occurred to me talking to Loie this week that feminism is very close to a spirituality. It might even be a spirituality for many, many people today. We hear Debbie speak, and she's my favorite speaker right now. Just mind-blowing, her words, the pain, the power, the depth of insight. I know you agree with me. But feminism was some of the issue last week too. And for some, that's a type of spirituality, a type of reality belief of what's going on here. And when all these worlds collide, you and me, Robert, we're hotheads. Lost and Pup are hotheads. Oliver is completely cool. If you ever hear Oliver get a little agitated, he'll go on for quite a while, but he can't believe he'll go on for a week.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's a really cool customer. And we are who we are. So and in the last few weeks, Dr. Mike, Sharon, I can't even remember who I've personally had a few brush ups with. They've all been resolved quite well. And Lost did outstanding work. He just made Dr. Mike and I in our Anglo embarrassment kiss and make up. But it was great work. It really was very effective. I have nothing but the warmest feelings for Mike as a person. If we start discussing politics, maybe all humanity loses their mind when they talk politics. I don't know. Arthur is here. We love to see Arthur here. He too is cleanly on the climate train. He's cleanly with us all the way. And I do have the Revenant on the way. Loie wants to see the Revenant. Arthur is in that film. So we are getting ready for our watch party. We saw it back in the day. We're going to watch it again. So always happy to see Arthur. Elizabeth is in Greek Twitter. Miss Anthropocene, I never can pronounce this one. Miss Anthropocene is in. Why is my mind skipping all of a sudden? Which nation is she in, Robert? Barbados. I got it. Yep. Barbados.
Yeah, that's right. I have noticed that Red Cloud is with us.
Red Cloud. Yeah.
And we also have my good friend Alan Blaines from Canada. With
No
us
kidding.
well.
Alan is a Canadian. Well done. My love of Canada last month. It's great learning and appreciation of their nation. They are fierce warriors. I would recommend messing with them. So yes, glad to see Alan is with us. Who else we got? I'm going to follow Alan back while I'm trying to think here.
We've got, if I can say the name, we've got Candada hash PR Prude. I can't say the name. Prude here ready Candida. I think it is Candida. I shall just condense it as Candida.
Or Prude, I think. I love their picture. Right, they got a picture. Looks like, is that them? That's a picture of them hiking or some such in a beautiful place and a beautiful landscape. The right idea, right? What is it when you look and they count? We've got Callie, Always good to
Yeah, I
hear
was
you,
just going to
Callie.
mention Calvi actually. Yeah, we have
Yeah.
got Yoki with us as well.
Well,
We've got B
Yoki is
with us.
just
Yeah,
legendary. I mean, what?
yeah, fantastic.
Everyone, everyone loves Yoki. Uh,
We've got Eddie with us, Tammy, Malcolm, Holly, Dale's here, Miss Anth, Jim, Sibnath, and of course we've got the great and mighty Puppy with us here next to Yoki, B, Sky, and MC. I'm going to get my glasses right here.
MVC, I got you.
MVC, yeah,
MVC.
that's right. We've got our friend Paul, and Neferest is with us as well.
Neferest
Elizabeth,
is always with us.
yeah.
Paul,
We've got
Paul is
Nate. Yeah, Nate, of
Paul
course.
Ken is really with us from Canada. I know that.
Yeah.
No doubt whatsoever. Dr. Ray as well. I don't know how many Saturdays Dr. Ray has attended here. Always with us.
We've got a lot of people in the room at this very moment, actually, which is heartening, isn't it?
It is. This is one of Joel's tricks, right? To give a big shout out to everyone in the room.
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
I mean, Joel's a little bit of a mad genius. He's gotten into big soap operas and dramas with so many people. Somehow I've hung in there. But I think I survived the entire week without a new fresh soap opera. I don't know. I paid a lot of attention to this because my project, Robert, is Greenpeace has had 50 years. I'd like to know the numbers. How much money have they raised? Like $8 billion or something.
I think we need to look into that further, don't we?
I want a
We
number
really
there. And then the Global Greens. Look at their webpage. It looks good. So, why isn't the Prime Minister of Finland from the Green Party? Where's their success? And I'm looking at these huge green organizations. Why haven't they had more success? And I'm finding answers that are sociological, psychological. These infightings, these soap operas, these disagreements among allies. That's part of why these organizations aren't working. That people with the environmental bents, their kinds of psychology, their kinds of issues. So that's a big part of the puzzle. We just have to agree much more. Whether we can't stand somebody, whether we strongly disagree with them, it just doesn't matter. We just have to force ourselves to get along. People like you and I, Robert, Lost and Pup, I just laugh with you guys. You can yell at me and I laugh, and I yell at you and you just don't care. But that's chemistry. That's natural from how we grew up, how we got here. Julian and Oliver are eminently civilized. Those two are just extremely well behaved in all circumstances. Jennifer has been here endlessly, Saturday after Saturday. She's held her German climate club. That she started that before we started this one, and clearly she's with the program. Clearly she's determined, and clearly she will continue on. And so lots of my ideas are social. I'm trying to fit in myself, find out where I'm helpful and useful. And oddly, it starts becoming in a sort of social administration, like how to throw a party. That might be a skill I have. I might be better at throwing a party than anyone in this room, to be honest. It's something I've done quite a few times in my career. I did see from Joanna's timeline that David Johansen died.
Oh dear.
And this deeply affects me personally.
Sad call.
Yeah.
Very sad call, actually. Yeah.
So he was in terrible health. I mean, just cancer, and he fell down and broke his back. But a great New York rocker, the New York Dolls, and just a wonderful.
We have a new face. We have a new face here, Alex. I've only just noticed. We have Jersey Rican.
Jersey Rican is part of the movement for sure. She's definitely with the blue wave in America, and definitely part of our digital communities without a doubt. Welcome. And I love Puerto Rico. Don't get me wrong, man. I grew up in a Puerto Rican Dominican neighborhood. I'd sit there with the old guys and watch baseball all day with them in the street and talk. No doubt whatsoever. Right, right where West Side Story was my neighborhood, and I lived in a little micro artist community. We haven't given a shout out to Nate. Nate's always one of my favorites. The writer.
I did mention Nate,
You
to be
mentioned
honest
Nate.
with you.
Well, I'll
Yeah, I
mention
did
him
mention
again.
Nate. I'm sure I did. Yeah.
Nate's had a tough time. He's not the only one, but he makes me laugh, man. He's in the Parents Club, the Writers Club, and we have Ogo here with us. We'll bring up to speak. I don't Ethiopia, man. Excellent. Wow. We had Ogo for a moment from Ethiopia, the home of coffee, the home of Haile Selassie, Rastafari. The only nation that was not colonized, the only area of Africa that was never colonized. Important place.
Yeah.
Landlocked from the Red Sea, from the Indian Ocean there. I don't even know where to begin in the story of Ethiopia.
It's a complex and deeply moving story, as we all know. The trials and ongoing trials, emotional, social, economic, environmental, and agricultural trials of Ethiopia. You did mention the word Ethiopia, didn't you?
Yes, Ogo here, I hope I'm somewhat pronouncing that correctly, has a wonderful profile, attorney and consultant at law, environmentalist and human rights defender.
I think actually,
no complaint, right?
I was going to say that sorry, Alex, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'll have to research the IVLP alumnus of USA Department of State's program, awardee of EU Schumann Award 2024. I can't imagine any complaint here. It sounds terrific. Hard work.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was going to just touch briefly there, being as you mentioned the word Ethiopia and the agricultural and environmental struggles that they are continuing to face by the day. They stand with great courage, actually, in the face of extreme difficulties, not least with land desertification, severe droughts, soil degradation, soil sterilization, crop, the obliteration of the ability to have healthy crops in many extents, and the ongoing need actually to have agricultural and irrigation supplies of water to be actually pumped. Anyway, I won't go on too much because there are hands popping up. I can always go back to this Ethiopia bit at another time. But I'm not sure. I think it was Elizabeth first and then Jennifer, if I'm right in saying that.
Yep,
So
exactly. Yep.
All right with you, Alex. I shall hand over the microphone to Elizabeth. It's all yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or actually, I think it's
Good morning,
afternoon.
Elizabeth.
I heard Ethiopia and Haile Selassie, and my ears just perked up. So, Yogi, are you in Ethiopia? Okay, she's a listener.
Yes.
I just wanted to share with her. I lived in Ethiopia for 3.5 years, and that I heard Haile Selassie, which was a family friend. Oh my goodness. Anyways, it was just nice to meet yet another person online that knows Ethiopia. So we'll have to talk more at a time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alex. I was going to invite the microphone to Jennifer then, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry about that.
Well, the rudeness factor, my friend. I'm just joking here.
No, I know you were.
Yeah,
Right.
I might be of some kind of Anglo-Saxon descent, but I was not raised in the UK proper, so I don't quite do all that etiquette stuff.
No, I understand, Alex. Believe me,
Yeah, we definitely understand each other. I don't do that after you know you first, and I don't
I know.
know.
It's fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. It's
I
just
don't
me,
know.
isn't it? You know me. It's just my English manners. That's all.
Yep,
You know,
yep. I
you
can't
are who you are.
imagine, Robert, what in the world Jennifer thinks of both of us. Hopefully, she's laughing.
I know. I'm laughing at myself actually.
Hopefully, she's
Because,
not irritated with us and is laughing. I mean, where would we be without Germanic precision in this life?
you're so right, aren't you? Actually.
At the moment, I have nowhere to go, so take your time.
That was funny. Well, Jennifer, you are up if you want if you want to speak.
Yeah, I would about the dehydration of great areas. I heard about in China there's a study. They have a big field with photovoltaic and so solar panels, and it's also helping to the ground gets less dehydrated. It's only a few percent, but it works. Even the surroundings around it are better than an area where they just measured the ground without any panels, and it helps to get back the so that even because these panels needs to be cleaned, there's also more water. It's not only because it's hot and then it cools down and then some water drips down or in the morning. It's also because they need to be cleaned sometimes. This is why the area will also get more water, and it helps to that more will grow. So the seeds even have a chance to be there, and because when they are smaller, they are still topped with panels, so they're not burned that easily or dried, because it's because there's more water in the or a little bit more water in the ground, and even the shadow, the shade of the panels. And the other thing is there was another study, but this is, I think it was from somewhere in Europe or even Germany, where they tested where they had sheep who lived who cleaned the grass, or like a grass mower, under the panels, and the wool quality got a little bit better from it. Also the ground, because it was also less dehydrated. So it could even be that there were always people saying we can't panel the whole world, or put solar panels all around the world, because we don't have the space. We maybe just can move them even further a bit, and even on these back fields, to even keep them coming, because you can do it with really big areas that might even afterwards be big enough to sustain them by themselves or with the help of the group, like these tree seeding in some deserts in Africa or something. There were also plants, but I'm not sure if they all went really great, because people needed water. It was far away from the people, and the community even didn't had so much money, and and the little trees are real. It was too hard for them in the desert sometimes, so the success was not that great. But there are companies that did it in also in some areas for to sell the forest afterwards. I'm not sure if this worked out, but I think we need to combine some techniques and even agriculture. So agrivoltaic, is it called in Germany? And it works great, I guess. And we should even more support it. And because some people say, yeah, you can't have your crops underneath. Yeah, you just can put it more up. It need to a bit more material because it's built up higher. But otherwise, why not? And it's for even for rural areas to get some energy there, maybe.
Thanks, Jennifer. The desert, the issues. I'm looking myself at Ethiopia, the largest populated landlocked country on earth, second most populous in Africa, 133 million people in Ethiopia, 2/3 Christian, 1/3 Muslim, pretty much. And getting back to last week's issues, the anatomically modern humans emerged from modern Ethiopia and set out for the Near East and elsewhere in the Middle Paleolithic period. The discussions last week, when religion, spirituality meet science, this has perpetually sometimes caused some disagreements. And in my view, there's absolutely no need for any disagreement. I perpetually see science and religion / spirituality able to reach agreements, not to have disagreements, not to have stress. Good science has to be in lockstep, hand in hand with spirituality, religions, theologies. Good science is about humanity. Good spirituality is about humanity and nature and the connection to nature. I like having Ethiopia on the table here. It hasn't been on the table too much. There was one of our Somalian pals, what was in Addis Ababa. I'm looking at Oliver has been here 117 out of the 118 spaces. He missed one because of tech problems. He couldn't join in. Nick has been here 99 times. Robert has been here 80 times. Robert, I don't know how that snuck in. And Pup has been here 78 times. I don't have no clue how many times Rich has been here. I'm always glad to hear from Rich. I don't know, Rich, if we can stay away from U.S. politics. If the EPA, you name it, man, we're up the creek.
Well, we're not going to be able to stay away from U.S. politics in the climate crisis, and I'm going to tell you why. We have 3 really important elections coming up that will give Democrats and climate change the power of the purse. And I want to make everybody aware of these elections because if you want to work with climate change, we need to get Hakeem Jeffries back the speakership because he will control the money. So in New York 21st, I want everybody here to look up and donate. And if you live in the district, to vote. His name is Blake Gendebian. He is running for the New York 21st. That was a Lee Stefanik seat. That was a Trump won district by 20 points. However, I give you hope because a Trump won district in Iowa by 38 points just went Democrat. Then we can go down to Florida first. Her name is Gay Vailmont. She's also a Democrat. She is running for Matt Gaetz's seat. Matt Gaetz has resigned, as we all know. That was a huge Trump district because it's basically southern Alabama. But if you can donate just $3, that's all you have to do, $3. And you can get people in that district to vote Democrat and get her in there. That gives Hakeem Jeffries a tie at 217. And then the winner can be Florida's 6th, which is Mike Walz's seat. He is now in the Trump cabinet. That is going to be Josh Wheel. He is a Democrat, Weil. He is running for that district. That is a winnable district. That is some of Orange County, Ocala, Daytona, a big western block of Florida, or eastern block of Florida, I mean, right along the coast there. A winnable district. If you could donate $3, great. I've donated 60, $20 to each candidate. This would give Hakeem Jeffries the speakership at 218 to 217, and the Democrats would hold the power of the purse, and the Green New Scam, as Trump likes to call it, will no longer be. It will go back to being the Green New Deal, because whether he likes it or not, Trump's going to have to play ball. A couple other things about climate change here in the U.S. I want to encourage people. First of all, boycotting Elon Musk is 100% the right thing to do. Boycotting Tesla is 100% the right thing to do. I get it. Electric cars help. I understand. But we know who Elon Musk is. We know what he is, and we cannot continue to pad in line his pockets. So by doing this, by these boycotts, we will put people back to work out of Tesla, but people in Michigan, people who work for Ford and their electronic car divisions, people who work in Tennessee for Nissan at those electronic car divisions, people who work in for GM for their electronic car divisions. You get how far this goes. It keeps on going. Okay. You will put those people back to work, those people who are getting laid off, because they're going to get back in their electric car divisions, and they're going to need people to get back to work in those divisions, because nobody's going to be buying Tesla. They're going to be buying those brands. And that's what we need to do. I think that's a big move toward helping the U.S. climate crisis. And lastly, the last thing I'm going to offer you is this: when it comes to science, by ignoring the climate crisis, here is what is going to happen. And I think that the U.S. political machine, that the powers that be right now, don't understand this because they're just not smart. But we are inviting the polar ice shelves to melt. We are inviting the polar ice caps to melt. And what has been in those polar ice caps for hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years are bacteria and diseases that have been dormant, that not just the American people, the people of the world have never seen. We are inviting those things to go into our waters and into our oceans, and we're going to go swimming in those waters, and we're going to go swimming in those oceans, and we're going to catch these bacteria and these diseases that we've never seen before. We are inviting another global pandemic, because you have to understand those polar ice caps have frozen these bacteria and these diseases dormant for hundreds and thousands of years. And if they melt, they get into our waters and they get to us, and we have another pandemic crisis. So, and I think that's what they're ignoring. And the science is 100% correct. Many scientists have been predicting this for years. The most notorious being Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he's right. I mean, he's right. I know he can be kind of pompous, but Neil deGrasse Tyson's right. We have to watch these things. So the things that we can do as Americans is vote right now, because we have 3 special elections. That's first and foremost. The next thing we can do is, yes, boycott Tesla. Get your electric cars from the factories of Nissan in Tennessee, from the factories of GM in Michigan, from the factories of Ford in Michigan. Get your electronic cars from those factories. Don't get them from Tesla. We can do that, and that'll actually put American people back to work too. And the other thing that we can do is inform people. Let people know we're looking at another global pandemic if these things keep getting ignored. There's a reason why most of the people that we elect to office are smarter than us, and they know more than us. There's a reason why. Okay. Not everybody that we elect to office is smarter than us and knows more than us, but a lot of people are. There are a lot of very, very smart people, Republicans and Democrats, that know more than us about science, about these situations. And we can't just sit idly by. We have to keep people informed. So those are my suggestions for the climate crisis. But first and foremost, it comes down to voting, because who you put in office right now, unfortunately, is where the science falls. And if you put science deniers in office, then we're going to have a huge science denialism, which means, the Paris Climate Accord is over. He already pulled us out of it. We might not have a chance to get back if we don't get some Democrats back in office, some people who believe in the Green New Deal, some people who believe in saving this earth. Because the bottom line is, and I'm going to land it here, where else are we going to live? We have nowhere else to go. And I'm going to leave it there. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rich. You know I like your speeches, your political speeches, and I thank you for staying on topic. In this forum, yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I want to make a comment about electric cars and Teslas because almost a year ago now, I was going to buy a Tesla. So I rented one for 2 weeks. And what's sitting out in the driveway right now is a 2024 Equinox EV. I'll keep it simple, folks. It's a better fucking car. It works right. And I only paid 34. I only financed 34.7 with zero money down. A Tesla would have cost me 63 driving it off the lot. Now, in GM has just released. They're not at dealers yet, but they are manufacturing an Equinox, or excuse me, a Blazer EV SS. It'll, according to the Chevrolet literature, it will do 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds. This, if you don't know, folks, this is supercar shit. This is the, Lamborghini Aventador kind of supercar shit. 615 fucking horsepower. 650 foot-pounds of torque. When I bought my Duramax diesel, it only made 500 foot-pounds of torque. Now imagine throwing that powertrain in something as light as a frickin' Blazer. Oh my God. And the projected price of the base model is 46. You buy a Lamborghini, dude, you're into it for 600,000. I can beat a Lamborghini 0 to 60 in that car for 46,000. This is going to change the world. This, and by the way, it's got 303 miles worth of range, which is more than sufficient. Anyway, the GM products I've never driven. Well, I can't say I've never driven the Fords, and the Nissans. I'm sorry, I'm buying American. But the GM products are just incredible cars. And, they work, and they're 20, 30 grand cheaper than a fucking Tesla. Screw Tesla and the skateboard he rode it on.
Pup, not to push back on the Nissan products. I just want to say this about the Nissan products. The only reason I said this about the Nissan products is because 9,000 EV workers in Tennessee, these are American workers in Tennessee at a Nissan factory, were fired the day that Trump took office because Nissan decided to scale back their American electronic car division. I only push for people to buy EV Nissans from America, in America, because it might get some of these 9,000 workers back to work. And that's the only reason I said that. Plus, I myself drive a Nissan, and I've paid it off, and I've got 86,000 miles on it, and I've never had a problem with it. So that's the only reason I said that, was to try to maybe get some of these 9,000 people who were laid off back to work. Anyhow, that's all I want to say. Thanks.
That qualifies for my statement, my friend, because I said made in America. Or if I didn't say made in America, I'm going to say it now. If Nissan's building cars in this country and employing American workers, you're spot on, brother. You're spot on. So, but I'm a GM kind of guy. There are more GM dealers than there are Nissans. Anyway.
Yeah,
See you, bye.
I think, Pop, you'll have everyone on the left by now in America pretty much boycotting Elon anyway. The moderates here, moderate environmentalists, want to see that switch over from fossil fuels to electrics to renewable energy. We get more far left environmentalists, and then we start drifting away to other philosophies, and it's all good. I can go on and on, like Robert, for hours. This mostly is a room of hardcore environmentalists. Matter of fact, you got some of the brightest environmentalist minds you'll find on Twitter in our club. I think we can say we know our stuff. And I don't know where I'm going, Dale. It's been a long day here, 6.5 hours. We have Joanna's up here too, which I'm delighted to see her. What are you thinking, Dale?
Oh, I was just going to chime in on on the Nissan thing. I'm right down the street where I live from the Nissan plant, and I do drive a GM Chevy Volt, but I was just gonna put my thumbs up on Nissan. And it's been a while since I had one, but yeah, I mean they are made in America, so that's a good thing. And what was being said about getting the people back to work, because that's going to happen in a lot of industries that are unliked by the president administration.
Yeah, totally, Dale. I'm not sure if you died out there, but I want to reassure Joanna that we're 100% pro-Canadian here, that all this 51st state nonsense we're all completely against it. I'm delighted you come up to join us, and welcome. Hi.
Thanks for being so gracious and welcoming me. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, and we're talking about how our areas of activism, our professions, how we can meaningfully be activists, be it environmental activists or human rights defenders, because those are so integrated, those kinds of activisms, and especially when you folks are speaking about, desert expansion and parts of Africa, and that really is the fundamental issue that drives most of the, kind of ethnic or regional tensions between different groups. Are just, often battling over land, and then folks end up displaced. So that's kind of where I enter into it as a refugee lawyer, in seeing that, the environment and being good stewards of this earth are very much, not just for the benefit of all living creatures, but especially for, is tied to human rights. But I'm also seeing the death of the international legal system, and I'm having to figure out how to pivot. So, my spouse and I have spoken about this for a while now, about relocating. I'm right close to the border. And, you folks keep saying it's a joke that you're wanting to come up here, but honestly, I'm an old, battle territory archaeologically. The U.S. has invaded where I live a few times. So we're heading north. We're going to invest in a parcel. Two Hens, what you were talking about was really inspiring for me. And it's what we want to kind of envision as for me, I think maybe my work will look more domestically at human rights situations, because, I don't really know if refugee protection is going to be a sustainable, legal process anymore in Canada, given the real quite significant rapid erosion of the international legal order. So it's concerning for me. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pivot, but I do know that sustainability and just self-sufficiency is going to be how I kind of center my life. And then whatever comes out and emerges from that will be, a good thing. So I appreciate what you folks have said today. It's inspired me, especially Two Hands, and talking about, just caring for the piece of land that you're on, and make as much of an impact as you can in the space around you, and thinking about biodiversity. All of that is very inspiring to me. But if you folks have a notion of how a soon out of work a soon out of work refugee lawyer, how she should pivot her career given the collapse of the, refugee protection systems in North America, that would be, I'm always up for suggestions. It's very, for me, it's been just very upsetting, very distressing to see what I've invested so much of my heart into, this kind of work, and then to see it become less and less and less available and more restricted, and that my work has become so controversial. Like I had one of the reasons why we're moving is I've had neo-Nazis come to my door. So like Canada's not this great liberal space as you might think. Actually, we have very active ethno-supremacists in this country, and they really don't like the work I do, and they want to shut down our refugee protection system in Canada. So, you know, I'm thinking this through in terms of what does my work look like moving forward? Do I keep it small and contained to like my home and just kind of feeding my family, or you know, and maybe my impact becomes smaller? So, you know, it's just what I'm grappling with, and listening to you folks is giving me ideas. And I do appreciate you giving me an opportunity to speak.
Anytime, of course, Joanna. Terrific stuff there. I didn't know about the neo-Nazis at the door. That's bad news. The intersection of human rights, environmentalism, we call climate justice. Many of us think that there's no path to global sustainability, getting ourselves out of this environmental polycrisis. There's no path to it without a just transition. I don't envision some kind of happy green blue future where there's still oligarchs, there's still huge wealth discrepancy, there's still all this rampaging injustice. Most of us don't think it's possible to get to that green paradise, solar punk future without a just transition. Climate justice, Reverend Yearwood in the United States here is just terrific on climate justice. There are many others in our Black American community here that are just terrific at climate justice. So that's a key area. And Dr. Elizabeth Sawin is the head of the MIT Climate Lab, and her thesis is that you can't do environmentalism alone. You've got to bundle it with other topics, other issues, feminism, gay and lesbian rights. Free Somaliland is always one of my favorites. And we heard from Zara in London there from Somaliland earlier. An issue like Free Somaliland, that we try hard to bundle the issues here, not stick to environmentalism only. Your age range too, Joanna. I'm a little older than you. Pup is a little older than I am. These sort of stages of life. I'm glad Puppy's coming up to speak to us because she too is a lawyer, and I know her quite well. I think she's rather inspired hearing your story. That make the decision slowly. That's about the only thing I've learned here. These important life decisions, don't make them in 35 seconds. At least sleep on them. You know, spend some good time. Really, if you have time, spend some good time. Robert and Puppy here. What are you thinking, Robert?
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that the intersection, entwining all levels of what encompasses the fabric of our societies as we know them is essential in order to work towards climate justice. If there's one thing, there's many factors that need to continually be kept in place and in mind. Sadly, many of those factors, in my honest opinion, tend to get lost when, how can I put this, a blurring of the clarity of environmental justice situations is all too apparent, not least within maniacal governmental situations, as we've all come to know and encompass, especially with the, how can I put this? Well, I put it in the terms of the White House has been taken hostage temporarily for 4 years, but it could be less if the implosion of the Trump regime is able to take place. We're watching events playing out with those maniacs by the day, as we know. So I think the point that I'm trying to keep here, which is clarity of what the climate justice umbrella if I can put it like that, truly involves. It involves so many factors. As you well said there, Alex, that environmentalism is just one factor of the climate umbrella. Social inequality is another major player here. Social awareness, morality, social entwining of being able to understand different levels of hardships of communities, understanding different levels of hardships of people within different communities that have had different experiences with growing up, some with less and some with more. So those experiences need to be taken on board when fighting for climate justice. There is one other major point amongst us, as I've said, many major points, that nothing is equal. There are factors within fighting for climate justice that must always be taken on board, and that is that when we're talking about the very lives of people that we are trying to give a better standard and better for the greater good, not just one individual life, but for the many, it's absolutely essential that fighting for climate justice and everything involved in the very different levels of fighting for climate justice is not blurred, and the clarity is not blurred of being able to be clear on what all those given situations mean. We all know that colonialism is still something that is still rampant across our planet, and it's something that is still and continues to be a major barrier in fighting for a definitive climate justice. Also, the social ills of governmental institutions that are still rotten to the core in so many given countries and are still putting concrete barriers, in terms of actually executing levels of climate justice that must now be seen to be put in place for the greater good of mindsets and people. Because if those levels of justice are not put in place, we cannot truly say that we are achieving the ends that we now need to face for the greater good of each individual life. But anyway, I could go on at length about this, but I know our dear friend Puppy has a hand up, so I will hand the microphone over to you, Puppy. Okay.
Okay, Robert. I mean,
Thanks,
take a
Puppy.
breath, my friend, my warrior friend.
Thank you so much.
You're
Puppy.
so
Thank you.
wonderful. I wanted to say hi to Joanna and say, because my brain is, I'm recovering from a concussion. My focus of my law practice was what's called workers' compensation. So the insurance, the law system set up by most states, and federally there are federal laws. So, but it's different state to state, but it's a legal system, believe it or not. Okay, this is going to blow your mind. Franz Kafka was a workers' compensation claims examiner. Has anybody read, what was it, The Cockroach? This guy wakes up one night. It came from the
Kafka
I swear to God,
comes up a lot in legal decisions sometimes about the brutality of a bureaucratic system. But I love that we're talking about Franz Kafka right now.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
And so Kafka asked Joan, would you agree, defines, one thing about being a lawyer, you got to specialize. The olden days, where you just set up your practice. And anyway, and the state I live in has one of the top, actually, environmental law programs, Alex and Robert, in the country. So when I was younger and working, I did 4 years in law school instead of 3 because I worked through it. And but it was good, being around. So I wasn't really older, but maybe a little older than, I didn't go right from college, whatever. But so law is kind of you got to recover from law school for one thing, but that's the whole thing. And most people go to law, become lawyers, don't you think, Joan? Because we want to make things better.
I started as an archaeologist, and I was doing so I have an anthropology degree. And so when you're speaking about this kind of notion of science and how it informs us moving forward in terms of our advocacy, for me, I always understood humans as a migratory species. And I always viewed nation state borders as something that was like imposed upon people in such a way as to diminish their natural rights as a species. So how do I reduce that harm, you know? And so I, you know, after 4 or 5 years working as an archaeologist, and I would often work with descendant indigenous communities on collaborative projects, you know, to ensure that stakeholders were appropriately, you know, included in the process of documenting their deep histories, you know, through artifacts. But I felt this call to go to law school for refugee protection, for that focus. And it was started law school in my late 20s, early 30s. So I've done it for 10 years now, and I've even been up working on Supreme Court cases. So I can't tell you how different it is here in just a year and a half. It's like our system has been completely eviscerated. I don't recognize it, and I've been in the game for a while. So I guess
42
I'm just,
years for me, girl.
yeah, and I'm like, I just don't know how to recover my energy and my optimism. So you folks are helping for sure. Thank you. And I'm sorry to jump in, but I just kind of wanted to give you a bit more context.
Thank you. And to quote whoever in Casablanca, I'm in hopes that this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I think a couple things, yeah, and probably, you know, basically our nation, colonial nation state, has pretty much always exploited the labor of others. Chattel slavery, you know, was indigenous, you know, you know, all the horrors there. And then it's really useful if you haven't checked it out. Like, you know how sometimes people are just like, well, that's the way it is. I mean, we're all sort of trained to accept it. And of course, when you go to law school and you learn what's behind it, and it's like, oh, although law overall, it is part of the system. So you're within the system, but yet you can be innovative, push things anyway. But the climate, it's really different, but there's still battles to be fought. And some of the most significant, really, environmental law decisions on this continent have come from sovereign nations of indigenous people and, you know, enforcing their treaties. If you look at, you know, Oklahoma and so on. So, I mean, there are points where you can go to be effective, Joan. And I see you're going to find your way. I mean, you're great. But I want to suggest, because I just retired, you know, and I was a warrior too. And anyway, I just literally, it kind of shredded me. And so I'm working now on trying to have a more
Being among so
balanced
many
life.
sociopaths too, I
Well,
think,
you do,
you know,
yeah.
the law selects for like a narcissistic personality type.
does.
So if you're an empath, it's like the most brutal work climate you can imagine. But I think that's a common issue we all face. Yeah.
Yeah, the Myers-Briggs, whatever. I know it's been debunked, but I was in this little seminar with lawyers one time, and they all tested on like the Barracuda Piranha kill scale. And I tested, even though I was in litigation and appeals at this time, I tested as a judge mediator. And so and having women in law too, you know, and there are some different jurisdictions have evolved. Like, you know, it used to say you have to fight zealously for your client. And then you know, American Bar Association, you know, they were revising. No, you don't have to go for the throat. I mean, if you aren't going to play by the rules, and we all saw the people that had what we call sharp practices, and we literally saw, was this a Caesar quote? No, millions for defense, not 1 penny for tribute. So, you know, but then again, cases settle. But I just did have the privilege to represent, and I just like people, and I've worked a lot of jobs where I wasn't sitting at a desk, and so probably about half my clients, English was not their first language, and many of them were not born within our so-called national borders. Many were in the situation where I didn't cross, like George Lewis said, I didn't cross the border crossed me. So I represented a lot of farm workers, seasonal workers, et cetera. And, you know, if you don't know, I mean, follow the farm workers union. And I've been very, you know, of course, conditions are brutal. There are victories, but I was part of, in my region, you know, they'll fight like hell if you want to make a rule to protect farm workers from smoke, from wildfire, you know, and then you have to go to rulemaking. Well, And it's just so, I mean, in many ways, government's shitty. And what was that quote? Democracy's horrible, but it's the best. I think these large institutions have done some good things, but have largely failed us. And so we're in a reinventing period. And so people like Joan and I mean, I'm retired now, Joan, but figuring out how I can use what I know. And part of it is don't be obnoxious, because everyone I meet is not actually my client. And it turns out didn't actually want my advice. So I try to wait for you to ask for it. But it was very painful. And I would often refer clients to immigration attorneys as needed. I do remember having to visit one client who had a family here, worked here 15 years for a large grocery chain, great worker, warehouser. And once he was injured at work, all of a sudden, the employer was shocked to discover he didn't have good papers. So there's all that, and it's not being enforced on employers. So what I'm trying to say is, it didn't just end up this way by accident. We've had, remember the Chinese Exclusion Act, the this, the that. There's always been rules about who gets to be here and how long they get to stay. From what I remember, there was one like up in Pacific Northwest building all this stuff, bridges and whatever, and they wanted to import, literally, that's how they think, Filipino workers. But they decided, well, we only want men and we only want them for a while, because then they'll go back home. I mean, just like
Migrant
controlling
workers are
everywhere,
dehumanized.
right?
They're
And the
dehumanized as units of labor.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so this is a systematic thing, and of course, people want to get mad and make it a personal thing. Well, so I also think it's important to interrogate your history. I mean, most of us weren't born on this continent. Why do people
Yeah.
leave their homes?
I
Mostly, they
have
don't do it to have
Irish
a fun time, right?
Irish essentially refugees, because they were fleeing from the imposed upon them potato famine, which was a colonial project, and Mennonite refugees in my family. So it's just that it was under a different system where a refugee wasn't understood as like under an international legal system. But people, when they move, it's because they have to. How many clients I have had where they've had their family their land seized for grazing land, right? Like especially from the African continent, different parts of the African continent that are most affected by expanding deserts. And so I see our causes as entwined. And thanks for making a space for me here and I'm feeling a little rudderless, a little afraid, to be honest. The fascistic violence in Canada is really on an uptick. And I think because we have a lower population, people like me stand out much more than, say, a much more population dense US. So I'm less able to kind of mix in with the my voice is louder just de facto because Canada's smaller, but but you folks are giving me some heart in seeing that this is a group of people who really care and have resisted subordination to this sociopathy of the current age, that we're still going to aspire to work for a better future, even if we're feeling a bit worn out and demoralized by the current geopolitics. Yeah. Thank you,
And that's
Tuppy.
what
That
I
was
was
very
going to
sweet of
say.
you.
Yeah, Joanna, and I just learned this lesson by being out of my body, running through my house and falling and slamming my head at and I mean, did it take that for me to wake myself up? I guess it did. And yesterday I got a talking to by my PT, but it's a gift of, to take care of ourselves. We can't live in that cortisol activated state. I just remember getting out of law school, seeing some guy I dated for a minute. Oh, how's it going at your law practice? And he was explaining what he was doing. And I said, what keeps you going? And he said, fear. I mean, it's a kind of thing where the deadlines, there's way more need than there are, these help, but I've got to, it's just, we can structure things differently. We can create it differently. In our state, they passed a thing where paralegals could sort of apprentice and but that's because I forget some horrible percentage of divorce cases, and especially the female, there's no lawyer. criminal defense. I mean, yeah, we can structure shit differently. I just don't want people to accept it and be curious. And then for those of us who have personal experience, either being in a constituency or knowing what work conditions are really like and
Yeah.
how resisted, how hard it is. And I'm proud that one person at time, but it takes a lot. And so I also worked on legislation, more systemic things, but God. So
I'm
we
back to
can't.
community organizing because I'm finding it's my best cure for the ennui, right?
Me too, Joan. And I've been working with a nonprofit called World Health Network that you might check out if you want fun. We're looking for volunteers, and it's basically, well, nobody's really doing an awesome job about thinking about public health, especially with the glorious declaration of the end of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic and the great unmasking in spring 2022. And don't get me started, but if you ever want to know more about that, and we're having a horrible time now. You've seen influenza A, B, H5N1. So to me, those zoonotic diseases, and they're also, they're intertwined with the climate crisis. We're going back to medieval times. I mean, they're bringing measles back. But it's like people weren't flying all over the place. And for measles, for example, the incubation period is 2 weeks. And I think the RO factor, if you get it, you're likely to affect something like 15 to 17 other people. It's like bad.
There's
And
nothing
so,
about the modern age that corresponds to the needs of our bodies as an evolved species. Do you know what I mean? Like the way we live is so out of whack with how we are supposed to be living.
that's really true. Yeah, and I'm listening. Sorry to interrupt you. And some of it's a little outdated, but there's a book called Spark by John Rady, and it was maybe from 10 years ago or more, but it's all about the then current research on the brain and what movement does to the brain. And we evolved moving. They're connected. So of course that links to sedentary work, blue light, but yeah, I do remember though, Joan, my dad was the greatest generation raised on a prairie. His dad was a stonemason farmer. And for those immigrants who thought they were on free land, they were on stolen land. That's a whole another thing for me to repair. But they worked so hard. But if, like many immigrants, their big push was assimilation and education. And so the next generation, right, they were very proud of the degrees of this, but it's like, man, let's all take a step back and look at how this is structured. If you've never had to drive a few hours to meet with a beloved client in a federal holding facility built in the new prison industrial complex, there's a giant one in Tacoma. It's so inhuman. I mean, you got to know the details. And I think the way, speaking as the white, we get hypnotized, and it's painful to look at this. Look at what we see in the South. They're trying to erase actual history and act like, oh, the poor little white children are harmed by learning. Well, I'm sorry, my white children weren't. They were made better people by learning about reality. And
Puppy, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm thinking.
No, I was going on a tear. I'm sorry, but anyway.
Well, there's a time for a tear and there's not a time for a tear, and unfortunately, the host and the co-host have to try to figure that out. I was thinking of what Joanna said. We'll get back to all this. First of all, my grandfather was an archaeologist. So,
like what region, if you don't mind me asking?
Mycena. He was the director of the dage at Mycena in Greece.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was mostly did Great Lakes archaeology in advance of any kind of development. We would do archaeological assessments.
Cool. And we do have an archaeological chat on Twitter here with Dr. Hooks, Flint Dibble, and a whole bunch of other archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, and that's kind of fun. But the issue at hand is what you were saying about being burnt out, being demoralized, and you're listening to us, me and Robert, and a whole bunch of other climate activists, environmentalists. We usually start with the new Climate War, Dr. Mann's book. We chatted twice in this space with Dr. Mann. I for one, have DM'd with him for years. And his thesis is it's all about big oil and the billions of big oil and their power, the trillions. So we're used to taking on big oil, Exxon, Shell, BP, Aramco. That's the big powers we take on here. They're gigantic. They have gigantic resources, 7 trillion a year in the GDP. So we know what it's like to be burnt out. We know what it's like to be demoralized, and we can help you with all that side of it. Taking on the huge foe. I know that you're very pro-Palestinian, and I've looked at your timeline, and some of your tweets got a lot of attention. So that's part of your issue, is you were too popular.
Yeah, I'm facing threats of, I don't know if you know or you've heard the news, but Canadian human rights defenders right now are facing kind of an attack where they have been imprisoning folks and gagging them on release conditions. So it's much like environmental activists, like where the police have been surveilling and deployed to silence, is happening now in my realm. So I thought I would hang out with the folks who know what that's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Indigenous communities too, always surveilled, and the police are used as like a neo-colonial, blunt instrument of violence.
Yeah. I know Lost wants to speak. I got a few more comments here. That the environmental community, our community here, we had a lot of issues talking about Gaza, a lot of fights, and it really doesn't have too much to do with environmentalism. So at some point, we all agreed to disagree. Whatever your take on Gaza was, we just let it be, because it was hurting our environmental efforts globally.
I get that. I don't intend to bring that in.
Well, you are Canadian. I wouldn't expect you to come in here and break everything in the shop. That you can tell, whose alliances, many of us, where we be. I got a private Free Gaza group going myself. I've been pro-Palestinian since the 80s. But we don't want to start a whole new round of infighting here.
I totally get that. My spouse is Jewish, by the way. So, we're very, we're pacifists in our home. But we don't have to politicize. I do think the work of being a refugee lawyer should be something sustainable in the modern age, regardless of where the clients come from. And I've represented clients from everywhere in the world. So it's, just because I'm a refugee lawyer doesn't mean that's my only region of concern.
Well, refugee lawyer, to my American ears, certainly sounds good and sensible, kind of to left-wing America. We have a few refugee immigrant issues here. My Greek grandparents were refugees. They were born in Izmir, in the Ottoman Empire. My grandmother escaped the genocide, and they became American citizens, though they gave up their American citizenship over the Vietnam War and moved back to Greece. But the activist side of things here, how to protest the situation in Gaza, in Canada, safely. In the Climate Crisis Club, we always advocate for people following their local laws. That's been steadfast and true over our 2 years here. Whether it's the guys in Uganda protesting, they can face serious punishment. Whether it's Adam in Cameroon, he seems to perpetually be getting in trouble with the local authorities. We always advocate for people following the local law. But even in Canada, one can protest, one can state one's point of view safely. There's a fine art to being an activist. I'm in the bluest of blue Massachusetts here. My town hasn't had a murder in 50 years. I know the mayor, the editor of the newspaper. I know the behind the scenes Democrats. I really couldn't be much safer. That being safe, physically safe, is number one every single time. Be there to protest tomorrow, next month, next year. Never mind too much, standing up for yourself in the present. Be safe, and don't risk any sort of physical violence, especially those of us that are older. Yeah.
They're arresting Canadian human rights defenders based on their social media posts. So it's very authoritarian. It's intended to scare people, but again, because we're smaller, these actions resonate more loudly because we're a pretty small group, So all to say, just keep an eye out. If you see me posting a lot on free speech, that's where my head's at right now. But it has those overlaps with environmental activism as well, because I know you folks have been silenced over and over and over again for decades. So
Thanks, Joanna. And yeah. Sorry, Alex, I didn't mean to I hope I'm not interrupting there. I just noticed that I wasn't sure whether Jennifer's got a hand up. Oliver has got his hand up, but I wasn't sure which one was first.
Oliver was up first. I don't know if he wants to say a few words.
Yeah, microphone's all yours, Oliver.
No, I've had to butt out for a minute. But I was going to suggest that Joanna, if she has affiliations with archaeology and with refugees, maybe she would consider the rivers to be refugees, and the litigation in that area might be of interest to her. I don't know. Could be, possibly. There's going to be a lot of work.
I think that's a really interesting domain, which could work really well with Indigenous groups that are asserting the same kind of rights of the landscape. Yeah.
And it's all over the world, and it's going to get very, very, very busy in that area, in that department, in the next 10 to 50 years, ridiculously so. Maybe it would be of interest. There was a book I was going to recommend to a Mann book, Professor Michael Mann, which is Our Fragile Moment, which again is a little more curious in a way for him, but it's a very good read. I won't say any more. It's a good read. That was his last book. He's got a new one out about which is mostly about medicine, I think. But anyway, there you go. I've got to duck out again. Sorry.
Thanks, Ollie. Jennifer, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I would like to ask. It was a question I had before, but it's about Trump and about Musk, and if it could, which ways are possible to get rid of him? So, is there any chance that the military could come? I have seen The Beekeeper. Don't recommend if you really hate the world at the moment, because everything in politics is shit. But there might be even something that the military would come, or if I know there might be not an instant where a president behaved like a king and put himself over the law and all the stuff, but is there any structural way to do it?
Well,
or maybe several?
There's impeachment, but they need 67 senators. It's not going to happen. The office of the presidency is very, very respected. So they try to preserve the honor of the office, not the person itself or even the job title, but that office. They want to keep the honor of the office somewhat respectable. That's the sentiment here. So while we'd love to get rid of Trump, it's most likely not going to happen. We all think he and Elon will just start fighting pretty soon anyway. Those guys never can maintain, a good relationship. I think, Nate, if you've been listening to Joanna's story, the Canadian lawyer getting in trouble for social media protest posting. This is sounding more Vonnegutian by the second. It's good to see you, Nate. I hope your Saturday's been good. And what's
Hey,
on?
Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did catch that part, and boy, it does seem like we're living in that universe. I have been in and out all day. I spent most of the day in lines at a horror convention in southwestern PA. Basically, just a bunch of horror nerds meet up and take pictures, and it's a pretty good time. They have like little press conferences and so forth. I had a good Saturday. I actually haven't had I had a good Friday and a good Saturday, and I haven't had like 2 good days in a row. I can't remember the last time I had 2 good days in a row. That's so horrible, Alex, that people are losing their right to protest. And it's not on the government level, it's on the job level, it's on the family level. Some people in here probably haven't heard this yet, but I was told by my mother after I made some posts about religion she didn't like to block friends of mine on Facebook that also went to her church because she was embarrassed. My mother's a 72-year-old woman trying to curate the public image and opinion of a 42-year-old man. So it happens everywhere. We tend to think of censorship as governmental, but I actually think most of it happens in a lot of other ways, and some of them very, very insidious. Just my opinion, Alex. So I couldn't chime in before. It was really loud at the convention center.
Yeah, I hope you share your convention story with Martha. She's a mega horror fan. She would enjoy that. She's suffering. The trauma therapist is suffering from the
Alex,
stress.
I beat you to that already. I
Well,
shared a picture with Martha yesterday because I had a feeling she would know who I was talking about. And well,
excellent. I protested against apartheid in South Africa in 1985. So it's been a lifetime for me of protest, speaking out. I've got this fancy American name, among white American revolutionary people that the Americans know, and I'm secure, so I can speak out. And that's one of the ways I try to use my white male, straight, all that privilege is speaking out. That said, I know very little about Canada, actually. I've been studying a lot about Canada the last few months, learning some of the history, listening to Law Sue right here, and trying to figure out these histories that it's so important to protest and speak out. It's part of democratic process to speak out, to speak one's mind, and how to do it successfully. There's the political side, so there's the Canadian politics straight up. There's the public opinion. So that rich Canada, like the US, has that rich global north type public who's mostly apathetic, prosperous, and really doesn't care much. So how do we change these public opinions in these wealthy, prosperous global north nations? And then there are corporations that seem to me pretty much hopeless in terms of affecting the large multinational corporations. Really only listen to governments when federal governments do get severe with them. They're clearly there only for profits, share values, increasing the wealth of the ultra wealthy. And that's the life of the activist. Your heart is broken every morning. I get up every morning. I watch the news for 10 minutes, have a little coffee. My heart's completely broken. That's been my life for decades, without exception. Nate had 2 good days. I pretty much don't have any good days, Nate. I don't even remember. I quit drinking in 2008. I haven't had a good day since then. I can't think of one. It's just an endless string of work and effort.
Alex, I don't want to step on you there, but that pains me to hear you say that. Alex, what can I
I'm sorry, Nate. It's not about It's this life that we're living, this reality. I wake up. I'm pretty happy when I wake up. I turn on a TV, have some coffee, and I see something horrible in that TV pretty quick, and my heart is broken for another day. I don't know how many decades that's been my life. It was much better when I was drinking. That was a painkiller. I had a lot of good times in my youth, Nate. So it's all good. But that's the life of an activist. If you want to get out there and try to change the world, yeah,
Alex,
go.
I couldn't agree with you more on that, Alex. I have paid, because I consider myself to be very much an atheist activist, okay? And I have paid for that dearly. 20 years ago, the most important things to me were my family, my faith, and my marriage. And by speaking out against it, I've lost almost everything out of all those three categories. I know what you're talking about, Alex.
Oddly, Nate, that's a life well lived. You've stood on a hill of honor through thick and thin, and in due time, I'm 20 years older than you. I can promise you, and Papa's even older than I am. And he would promise you too. In due time, you will get those hard-earned results by sticking to it, and that's the life of an activist. That if you want to create change in these societies for the better on whatever your issue is, it's hard work. I don't know who's seen Joanna's video of the Canadian police coming to her house. That's an excellent video. I learned a lot watching that video. Though I know the police here in my little town, it's a different situation. But witness.org teaches you how to make videos. We saw the killing of George Floyd thanks to that brave young woman's video. Extremely brave. There's a lot we can do with video and recording. But the first step, the first rule really is good sleep. That's 7-8 hours. I go to bed, I read some bad sci-fi, I sleep like a pro every single night. I've learned how to forget all the goings on, stresses, pains, anxieties, worries, horrors of the day, and somehow the bad sci-fi every night, a good fiction, good story, gets me out of the groove of my day, and I fall asleep. I've trained myself to sleep. But after sleep, you need personal security and physical safetyness. That's imperative. Not to get beaten up or shot at or some shit like that. So that's to figure out in your way how to make sure that's 100% or 98% or whatever. And then carry on. It's a new wrinkle to me. I got suspended by Twitter for quoting the dead Kennedys. As some kind of climate leader here, representing the Climate Crisis Club, I've toned down my rhetoric on here, my statements. I've gone through my timeline to take out anything that might be offensive for the good of the club. I might not even be on this platform at all without this club. And Gaza has been eye-opening. October 7th, October 8th, I'm very good pals with Dr. Mang Zarni, genocide scholar from Myanmar. He was nominated last year for the Nobel Peace Prize. Mang is outspoken. And it's how do we stand up? On October 8th, 2000, I don't remember the year now, was it 23? When Gaza started. The day after Mang said it was a genocide, immediately. He's a world-class top 10 genocide scholar globally. The horrors of what happened in Gaza, the 40,000 plus dead children, the far-right Israeli government and the supporters of that government, all the fights and philosophies and arguments and debates about the whole thing. It's been eye-opening for me. I have a private group here, and that's it. I don't. This is as much as I'll say in public at this point. The amount on that far right Israeli government side
the amount of propaganda, fake history making, narrative creating is just astounding. It's been eye-opening for me. We saw January 6th here, how history was, they tried to change it in real time. We saw the live footage of the people invading the Capitol. We understood what was happening. We saw American senators and representatives trying to change the history in real time, let alone Oval Office. So this lesson about history has been eye-opening. I know Lawsuit has about 8,000 things to say on all these topics, and hopefully we'll get some statements there soon. So good work, Joanna. I'm glad you're here. I hope we can help you. You certainly can help us. We do this every Saturday. So when you have a free Saturday or a board or want to speak, I hope you'll join us here.
Thank you for being so gracious. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I get in trouble often for not being gracious too. I'm half Greek. I get passionate and worked up about things, and then people sometimes take it the wrong way. I never mean any ill harm. Dale is our resident eco-theologian at this point. I don't know, Dale, how are you?
Hey, I wanted to respond to what Jennifer was asking about what to do about getting rid of Trump and Musk and and I agree with what was said that impeachment isn't really something that's going to be on the horizon the way things are right now, but just searching around for what can possibly be done. And I heard Rachel Maddow interview one of the naval officers in the JAG Corps that Trump let go, and those are all the people that are advise on military justice and the laws and whether or not you obey certain commands that are considered against the law. And Trump just willy-nilly got rid of all of those people. And then this Frank Kendall, who's a Secretary of the Navy, he did an opinion in the New York Times, and the article was titled "America Has a Rogue President." And so listening to him and his feelings about that on the Rachel Maddow show, I just thought, well, if that catches on in the military, because I'm sure what he's doing with just for starters with that kind of move, and removing all these people. And I saw that he removed a health official, like African American woman, and she's like the head health official for the Army. My daughter's in the Army, and she's not on active status, but that all that stuff just makes me afraid about what he's going to do with the military. If he's firing all the JAG people, what's he planning to do that he doesn't want those people in the way? So that's it. There you go.
Thanks heaps. To add this, because inauguration just was not what. I know that this is a possibility, but I know that there are different ways, and people in states did it differently. I still hope that there's some rules, some laws, something that still can be used, because it's like a double floor where you can that you can just put it out and say, this is really the last straw we have. And I think it goes more in this direction, but I hope you find a solution before he starts even more wars. The world finds solutions.
Solutions. We're going to keep this space going to the top of the hour here. Joanna has a space at 7, I believe. I put it up in that nest there. I don't know if Lawsuit wants to just do Indigenous half hour here. I don't know if he's napping. I could easily launch into a good speech right here on colonialism.
I want to thank everyone. I have to head out now. Get ready. I am actually giving an interview tonight on the crackdown against peace activists in Canada. So
Thanks, Joanna.
Yeah, but thank you so much for welcoming me again. I look forward to our continued participation in the space. You've been so welcoming and lovely.
Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Very cool. Yeah.
Well, good evening, Joanna. Thank you for coming.
Oh, thanks, Lost. It's good to see you again. Hello, goodbye.
Lost, my friend. How's the day going?
I'm all right. I gotta say, the thought pattern of protesting peacefully only is valid when the other side has a conscience. In all honesty.
Yeah.
You keep following some narrative of a supposed moral standard when your opponent has no morals. So I don't know. I mean, I can go into all the different times that I've protested and did stand-ons and everything, and the amount of times that you've had law enforcement pull all kinds of shit that they're not supposed to be doing, but they do it anyways. And if you don't have, if you're not able to fight it, well, you're fucked. Get used to a jail cell. Get used to harassment from cops everywhere you go. Unfortunately, it's just how it is. There's no, how do I put it? There's no sitting on the fence, smiling and smiling and just thinking that, you can say a few things or whatever, and go back to a normal lifestyle or something of a so-called normal lifestyle, if you will. Sadly, so many of these people, they don't have that same mentality or thought process. They just don't. I have friends who, every time they step out their door, the RCMP is shining their laser scopes on them and jeering and making all kinds of comments from the bush. Standing up to a colonial power is never easy. It's never pretty. Just never is. Whether it's fighting for a climate activist issue or whatever, or all of it. It doesn't matter. Cops aren't there to defend you, even though, you know, they supposedly take your taxpayer money. They're not working for you. They're working for the 1% rich in their corporations. That's who they're working for. If you look at the Gitsanwet-Suitin issue, literally they brought in RCMP from a whole entire different district on off-duty cops, paid to go in there by the oil company. Even though the Supreme Court of Canada said, yeah, don't fuck with it. Don't go in there. So the RCMP in that jurisdiction wasn't. The company paid to have a hit force go in there while wearing RCMP uniforms, pretending to act like they're on duty when they were off duty and they were out of jurisdiction. You have to remember, these things is what you're looking at. How much do you love the earth? How much does any of it really matter to you? Is what you got to look at. Because you can choose. A lot of people in here can choose to just walk the other way and not ever have to worry about it. Some of us don't have that choice. You could go and chill out and go and over to, you know, the local dennes and argue with your friends on whether they have asbestos or asparagus or pesto on their eggs, and have a whole debate about that. And every year they keep moving and moving and moving to make it harder and harder to protest or to do anything to change what the greedy corporations and their 1% owners want. They keep finding more and more ways. They keep putting in politicians that support that idea of theirs. See, look, you can already hear them. You really have to think long and hard. Because like I said, there are some of us in this room, we don't got a choice. We can't go home and take off our skin and hang it up on our on the door hook, on the coat rack at the door, and just, oh well, no sweat on my brow. I'd love to be able to make it all rosy and rainbow and sunshine. I'd like to say that. I'd love to say that. But it's really not. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of effort. There's a lot of pain and suffering. And sometimes your hopes are damn near crushed. But even then, still, you have to find the strength to brush yourself off, stand back up, and do it again. You could walk down the street all peaceful, willy-nilly, singing Kumbaya. And some cop will still come up and slap you upside the head with a billy club. These ideas of it's just supposed to be all rainbows and sunshine is a fanciful idea. Honestly, you have to be prepared for anything and everything. You have to know what it looks like when they try and cattle you, so that you can get the fuck out of that cattle before they're able to do it. You have to know to keep an eye on strangers that you don't know who the fuck they are, all of a sudden joining in to cause trouble, so that the cops can turn around and say, oh no, now this is a violent protest. You're violating the law. And then that removes any kitty gloves that they have on. You have to be aware and know all these tactics. You have to know numbers of lawyers who do things like represent you and shit. People that get caught in these things. You have to know to have a permanent marker so you can write it on people's arms. That number of a lawyer, because when they toss your ass in jail, they strip you of everything and you don't get to go, oh, can I get my phone so I can grab my lawyer, or can I get my wallet so I can grab my lawyer's card? You might even be in there for a few days sitting in there before you even get to call a lawyer. And you get to feel what us people of color feel like. Or simply just walking, leaving our home, and being born with a skin type. These things you really got to take a serious look at. Because if you really do love the earth as much as you say and are so strong on those issues, then you have to be willing to prepare to accept what comes along with it. Whether that's family members telling you to get rid of any friends on your Facebook because they don't want to be embarrassed by you, to cops targeting you, to even your neighbors targeting you because you're a goddamn tree hugger. You really need to fucking, pardon my language, you really need to focus and be prepared for anything. You really do. Hell, if you're a parent, they'll come after your kids. No matter how much you think you're safe and you're a good parent, so they'll never do it. Bullshit. They'll hit you in any place that they can that hurts, and they do not care. They don't care. Like I said, expecting a level of the word I'm looking for, civility from people that don't have a conscience. That's quite an idea. Quite an interesting take. That's quite an interesting take. I don't know where that take comes from, but whoever it is needs a slap upside the head. Because they've literally hoodwinked a lot of people. You're literally dealing with people that have no conscience. All they care about is how much profit they're going to make annually. They do not care. And if you live in different countries outside of the US or Canada and smaller countries, fuck, they have goon squads, death squads, paid assassins to go in and deal with people doing, even just doing simple climate stuff, climate activism. Lots of things. Lots of things. So take that moment. Ask yourself, because I'd rather have somebody that's taken that moment and asked themselves and is ready, standing beside me, than somebody who hasn't asked themselves that question and either ends up stabbing you in the back, ratting you out to the cops to save their own skin, or is only there when the cameras are on. Think about that for a bit. Food for thought. Food for thought.
Thanks, Lost, as always. You comment on the previous speaker. Most of Lost's speeches are pretty damn perfect. There's not much I can add. This is where we are. We all have different viewpoints, different backgrounds, different mental disciplines, different ways of thinking about life, but we stand united together here. It is hardball. That Lost was describing how it's hardball. He is a native. Most of the Canadian police, legislatures, courts are not going to be friendly towards him. These are all facts, and you all know that. I don't need to repeat that. But Lawsu puts these things in his unique way with great style, impact, and meaning, and a good voice besides, and good and clear. I think we know these things. I think we know that the environment is going to hell in a handbasket, that big oil and all their allies don't give a flying fuck, and that we're, as environmentalists, are trying to stop all that. How much body and limb and soul and spirit and all, I don't know how much Robert will put everything on the table. He'll risk everything. Pup is already, it's beyond reproach. I don't know, but it's a certain choice. In our club, we're not demanding that you put everything on the line all the time. I think it's got to be, in this club, be a matter of choice. You get to choose how much you want to risk of your family, of your Facebook group, of your wealth, of your life, of your body. I think in this club, that would be our general philosophy. In no way contradicting anything Law said. He's made his choice. We're so thankful. But, Joanna is facing this in her way, standing up, getting some shit, getting neo-Nazis at the door. She's got to choose how much she wants to risk on that roulette table. I don't know, Robert. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you on every word, Alex, as indeed I am with my good friend Lawsu. He always tells it like it is. He always will tell it like it is. And he is always the element of reality, the cold, hard reality, as I call it, of the situation, of which it is. It's not hearts and flowers. It's not happy ever afters necessarily. It's actually it's social injustice, and the coming together of factors within society systems. As I've said before, and I'll say it again now, we have the rising emergence of far-right fascist authoritarian systems that continue to quash the ability of freedom of speech, that we've even thought for a second that we've had freedom of speech. We haven't really. We've just had a dilution of the waters to enable a certain amount of us to be able to protest at certain levels. But those particular situations continue to be sewn up by the day, at least when you look at respective situations, not least with what's happening with the right to protest situation in the US at present, as I say these words, and not least in my own country, the UK. As I've said, this rising level of far-right authoritarianism states, which we have undoubtedly got. We have the police, which are cap in hand with the way that these systems are operating, these far-right authoritarian systems. The police are not on the public side, not that they ever were to 100% extent, but the police are there actually to do the bidding of the politicians, which are in the hand, which are already in the pockets of those oligarchs and billionaires who are running the show with those systems already in place anyway. So we are in dire times, we're in dire trouble, and we do face the darkest and most bleakest of situations that we have to endure day by day. So everything that Lost has said, you can't fault, because it is the reality of the situation. It continues to be the reality of the situation. I've never lost sight of that for a second. I know that the deep divide within the way that societies are expected to work and the cold, hard realities of how societies work are two different things altogether. I know there are many that think that society, the way that mechanisms of society are still able to be on a just and fair path. All I can say in answer to that is far from it. We are in the vice grip jaws, if I can put it like that, of horrendous suppression of voices that continue to be suppressed by the second, by the day. So let us not be any doubt for a second just how hard and how bitter and how many tears and how much agony there is still going to be around us at any given time. So those are my words on the situation. Alex, I don't know whether you want to. Are you shutting up space at
Yeah.
at midnight or?
Top of the hour here. Joanna's going to start a space if you need a space for fun, for stress, for whatever reason.
And you could do with a stress reliever, that's for sure.
Yeah. I do think this group is for working on all these things, and even to the level if someone's in jail and can get up some kind of network connection, we're here for them. You know, I have so much faith and trust in so many of you. Your little icons make me feel better day after day, month after month, year after year. We're exploring what a digital community is and can be and means. The great Karen is so often telling us we're a family. So we have fights and we make up and we carry on.
We certainly do.
We had a good space today, not so heavy on the indigenous life today, but very, very good indeed. And of course, the Climate Crisis Club 119 will be next week. Sandy will have her slumber party show at 11 in the morning Eastern tomorrow. And we are building up a network. We're trying to get an independent media network. So there'll definitely be Indigenous Hour on that network. Wilson is talking about getting the radio station back and giving me my own radio station. So maybe all of us will be able to collaborate on 24/7 sound programming of some kind. That might be an upcoming project for us. I'm thankful for all of you. I mean, Julian and is just, you know, his brilliant remarks. Jennifer, thanks a million times. You've been here so many times. And thank you for all the work you do on Sundays. I know your group is outstanding. And everyone else. Thanks. Get a lot of rest. Be mindful. And we're going to get there, guys. Rock and roll. And
no question about it, Alex. We just continue to be as brave as we can and to be as strong as we can
and
with what we're
and
given.
Robert, long live David Johansen.